will turn, so you'll see the red go on. So We'll get started shortly, folks. All right. Good morning, everyone. We'll go ahead and convene the Education Committee's public hearing for today, Wednesday, February 28th, 2024. We have two bills today that we will be discussing. The first, an act concerning education funding, and the other being an act concerning disconnected youth. And so with that, well, actually, I'll open it up. Any comments by chairs, rankings? No?
Well, this our second public hearing. Excited to hear from the public. We have about 100 and so people signed up, and we want to make sure everyone gets their voices heard. So we're going to make sure we're concentrating, listening to you. Okay. Thank you very much. Now we can get a start. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to welcome everyone to our second public hearing, and I'm looking forward to hearing testimony, especially from our students. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Thank you. And welcome to everyone to our second hearing. Look forward to hearing what you have to say. So let's get started.
Fantastic. First up, we have our State Treasurer, Eric Russell. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. So good morning, Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, Senator Berthel, Representative McCarty, and members of the Education Committee. Thank you for this opportunity to testify before you today in support of House Bill 5213, an act concerning disconnected youth. As elected officials, we have a responsibility to balance the acute needs of our constituents now and the investments to address the root causes of those needs in the future. Reconnecting Connecticut's disconnected and at-risk youth to education, the workforce, and their communities is at the intersection of those policy goals. I'm appreciative of the research and advocacy that has brought this longstanding issue into the spotlight and added urgency to finding solutions. As much of that research also suggests, there's no singular answer, but an overarching need for caution and a big picture view of the problems we face. To that end, this legislation requires a much needed expansion of data sharing among state agencies, local schools, and nonprofits, culminating in a mapping of current services and, perhaps most importantly, identifying gaps in those services. This should be done in the spirit of informing the necessary shifts in how our systems operate and support at-risk and disconnected young people. Policymakers should have as much information as possible to develop strategies that span from the Capitol to the classroom to the living room. We know that there are many root causes for a young person to become disconnected, most aligning with the impact of malignant cycles of poverty. And our response to this crisis and our scope of study should be commensurately expansive. This bill wisely builds on the Connecticut Preschool through 20 Workforce Information Network, known as P20WIN, which can serve as an invaluable tool to facilitate data sharing and break down silos of information for interconnected problems. Last session, you fully funded Connecticut's first in the nation Connecticut Baby Bonds program, which officially began in July. Its purpose is to combat those cycles of generational poverty and expand opportunity to young adults who might otherwise be locked out of full economic participation. In the process of implementing this program, I've spoken to countless service organizations, nonprofits, healthcare institutions, educators, philanthropists, and academics. All have noted that the collection and study of comprehensive data is essential to maximizing the effectiveness of the program and providing experts with tools for analysis. The same is true of all large government endeavors attempting to improve the whole of a person's life. Quality data and a full picture of available services is necessary to determine where support, intervention, and investment can be most impactful. Done well, an investment directly in people can give them the opportunity they need to build a better life, positively impacting the well-being of their families, their communities, and themselves. These investments are worth making. Connecticut is one of the wealthiest states in the country, yet has one of the largest wealth gaps, and it is one that has continued to widen over time. Poverty impacts each community differently, but stretches into all of our 169 cities and towns. The scale and breadth of poverty illustrates the statewide impact that interventions like re-engaging disconnected and at-risk young people can achieve. Helping people improve their circumstances through engagement and community support or financial resources also helps level the playing field. And we are at our strongest when everyone has an opportunity to participate. Connecticut has shown that it is willing to meet a challenge. In addition to transformative investments like baby bonds, the collective efforts of state government in recent years, including each member of this committee, have strengthened our overall financial standing. The result of that laudable commitment is a newfound position of strength and an improved national reputation. In my conversations with credit rating agencies and national investors, however, the state's persistent income inequality and the durability of our economic growth are cited as areas of concern. It is also where the greatest opportunity exists to have a positive economic impact. This is a moment where our moral obligations and our economic goals align. The effort to fully re-engage disconnected young people and to get at-risk kids back on track will inevitably be complex and time-consuming. It will likely overlap with many of the problems of equity and affordability being felt by residents across our state, including housing and childcare costs, inadequate career readiness, inequitable education, healthcare disparities, and more. But we need to begin right now. I thank the committee for considering this legislation and bringing additional attention to people that are often overlooked, if not forgotten. I urge passage of this bill and a continuation of the work to ensure that the future we're building for Connecticut includes everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Treasurer. We appreciate your attention to this issue and noting that truly we are at a moment. And any time that we are not seizing that moment, we are essentially failing children and young people throughout the scale, throughout the continuum of 0 to 24 and beyond. You have had some great successes with respect to leading on the baby bonds issue. Can you talk a little bit more about that and the tie-in to kind of the re-engaging and providing the preventative measures so that we don't see a continuation of 120,000 disconnected young people?
Certainly, and thank you for the question. With the legislature's support in passing and funding baby bonds, we took a huge step in really investing in the long-term future of our state and investing in young people. We know that it is not a silver bullet by itself to ending poverty, but we do know that it is a piece to this much larger puzzle as we continue to invest in education and childcare and housing in our state. But we also, in thinking about this access to capital down the road, understand that there is a need to continue to engage with children along the way. There's no, the access to capital 18 plus years down the road doesn't work if kids are disconnected at the age of 14. And so we've done a lot of work up to this point as we're working to implement the program, engaging with philanthropy, nonprofit organizations, to make sure that we are using the program as a vehicle to connect with families and children throughout their life, knowing that we have this program that can be a vehicle to providing additional supports and wraparound services, connecting families and children with existing services that are there, but really wanting to use it as a resource as we provide hope for kids to see opportunities that they could never imagine, really engaging with us along the way to make sure that they have as strong a foundation as possible. What's also critical to that initiative, though, is making sure that we are collecting data, that we're engaging across state agencies, understanding that, again, these challenges that we're looking at are multifaceted, right? They aren't limited to one singular issue. And so being able to collect this data, track that data, look at where we can be most impactful, where these investments are going to go the furthest is really important. And I think that's a critical piece of this legislation.
Thank you for that. And I think we're going to hear a lot more on the data collection piece as we kind of move throughout today's public hearing. Any other questions? Senator Brett McCarty.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to echo some of the comments that we just heard and thank you and your office for your interest in our disconnected and disengaged youth. I think it's one of our #1 priorities this session. And I know you touched upon it. Could you just elaborate a little more on the piece, how you envision the data sharing between the different state agencies, how we can direct that towards re-engaging our youth? Just a little more information there.
Certainly, and thank you for the question and your comments. We think that, I think P20 win in this investment is a huge opportunity, right? We have data that we're collecting currently, but that we're not able to use, where everyone is really operating in silos right now. And as we look at how to develop comprehensive approaches to solving issues like poverty and at-risk and disconnected youth, I think it's important that we're breaking those barriers and that we're able to share data across agencies, but also with local government and boards of education. This has been a critical piece as we've worked with philanthropy and nonprofits in building out the Baby Bond program as well. We have a nonprofit, a 501c3 sleeve of the trust, and we've been working to, as we engage with philanthropy, to look at bringing private dollars in to help address some of these issues and further invest in kids who are eligible for the program. But obviously, philanthropy and other organizations who are involved are going to want to make sure that these investments are actually bearing fruit, right? We want these to be data-driven initiatives, which are also going to help to continue to receive and engage with philanthropy around further investment. And so I think, making sure we're collecting this data, that we're able to use that to inform future policy and future investment is going to be critical in that process. Thank you.
Senator McCrory.
Yes, thank you. Treasurer, I want to thank you for your hard work and your diligence and clearly the thoughts you have put into this program, this Baby Bond program. It's something you put over the table and we took up. And I think this investment is extremely important. One of the pieces of legislation we're doing this year is connecting our young people who will receive a Baby Bond, put them in the Care for Kids program, because disconnected youth, that starts at a very early age. That starts when you're born in many places. And the fact that you have put organizations together, you're finding outside dollars to combine with what we're doing here in the state is outstanding. I tremendously respect that work you've done to connect our youth. That's all I have. Any other questions? Sorry, I want to make
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Treasurer, thank you for your testimony and your comments this morning. I appreciate your engagement in this issue. I think that it's always good to see partnership across the different branches of government. And I think your comments speaking to the investment that needs to be made here also resonates very loudly and is truly a bipartisan or nonpartisan way of thinking. So, and I would echo some of the comments that have been made by my colleagues as well. So thank you for your interest, and let's see what we can figure out. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks, Senator.
Representative Belinsky online.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. A question for Treasurer Russell, if I might.
You may proceed.
Thank you, sir. Treasurer Russell, thank you very much for your engagement and for your vision on this. I have a question because I too share this concern about the disconnected youth, but nowhere in our vision have I heard anybody talking about the involvement of parents in the fact that every child needs somebody to keep them connected, and the parent is the one that is there on a everyday basis, presumably. So how does the parent fit into this this type of program, and how do we leverage the home and government connection here?
Thank you for the question, Representative. And I did have a little bit of a hard time hearing you. So I believe that the question was around kind of the role of a parent in this process and how we engage with parents along the way. One I would say is I think as we are talking about this data collection and as we are building out policy, we want this policy to be informed holistically. And I think that certainly involves parents and community organizations and obviously schools and in engaging with that work. There are clearly challenges with that children in our schools are facing. And I think this is one thing that is not often talked about. Many students that we are talking about who are disconnected or who are at risk walk into school every day facing a host of different challenges, some that are hard for many to imagine. My sister is an educator and started teaching at local school in New Hallville, right around the corner from where we were born. And she had to function as a social worker and as a parent at times, as a teacher, was spending her own money on resources for children. And so, had parents who went to work every day in minimum wage jobs and weren't always there to get their kid out of school or to make sure that they showed up on time because they were doing what they needed to make ends meet. And this is, I think, another example of my point around why, as we develop policy in addressing this issue, we have to think about it holistically, because this is not just a siloed issue around investment in education alone. This is about thinking about how we can provide supports and rapid round services to support children and families as a whole. And I think, again, this data that we are looking to make sure is informing policy that we're setting is a critical part of that.
Thank you very much for that. You know, in my conversations with my ranking member, there's been what she values a two-generational approach, which I also very much support, which makes the parent part of
my house is going to hold up better, have less damage.
Representative Smith, can you please mute yourself?
Made that although we understand when we move these resiliency,
Representative Smith,
more
please mute
stringent
yourself.
front costs, which is mitigated by the.
Apologies, folks.
Am I back online?
You're good, Mitch.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The evolution of the multi-generational concept is something that a lot of us feel pretty strongly about, particularly my ranking member. So I just want to be sure that we're always considering that family connection, because I'm finding in youth that are in my constituency, that when there isn't a strong connection between that between the parenting and the school and or the government program, we don't necessarily have the kind of follow-up or hands-on that's necessary to make things work and the outcomes that we wish to have. So again, I thank you for all the hard work, Mr. Treasurer, and I thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to express that thought.
And Representative, I appreciate that comment. And I think it's whether it's been the work that we've done around baby bonds and building out additional programming, we have looked at that and wanted to make sure that is a multi-generational approach, understanding that investment in children is important. But if you're able to connect families with resources and existing supports that are there, you're going to build a stronger foundation for that child moving forward. I think that's also critical that this is included in this legislation as well, that the two-gen advisory board would be involved in developing a plan to address strategies to assist at-risk and disconnected youth as well.
All set, Representative Belinsky?
I am. Thank you very much, sir.
Fantastic. And I appreciate the treasurer noting the two-gen advisory board. To Representative Belinsky's point, that advisory board is completely parent-led. And so it is actually taking the step, which we don't often do as a state, to allow those who are most impacted to lead the work that we are asking many to lead on. Senator Winfield, online.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I hope I come across clearly. I just wanted to say, as a follow-up to what I just heard, as much as I think that's important, my hope is that we follow the data. We know that disconnected youth on the magnitude of many times tend to not be connected to family, whether that be living with them or in relationship with them. And so I hope we follow the data in what we're doing here and find ways to deal with that problem. That problem is also magnified along racial and gender lines. And so whatever the data suggests is the answer, I hope is the approach that we're taking here.
Thank you very much, Senator. Any other questions? No, just want to say thank you again for coming here today, but also thank you to not only you, but to your team who are taking every opportunity, regardless of whatever meeting they're in, to ensure that they're highlighting the inequities and the broken systems and structures that currently exist throughout the state of Connecticut. So thank you.
Thank you.
Next, Commissioner Russell Tucker and her team. Good morning.
Good morning, Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, Senator Berthel, Representative McCarty, and members of the Education Committee. I'm Charlene Russell Tucker, Commissioner of Education, and I'm pleased to have an opportunity to provide you with testimony today regarding both bills on your agenda, House Bill 5212, an act concerning education funding, and House Bill 5213, an act concerning disconnected youth. And shout out to the students that are in the room. So I have to make sure I say that. Our students have voice and agency and appreciate their civic engagement today. House Bill 5212, this is a complex funding proposal that is very similar to earlier versions of last year's House Bill 5003. So given time constraints, I will keep my comments very limited here and would ask that you refer to my written testimony, which, yes, it's several pages, so very thorough and very detailed for you. The choice programs, which serve 10% of our student population, are a critical education option for Connecticut students, and the department strongly support these programs. Under the bill, however, the state assumes full responsibility for funding choice programs, which currently are also paying ECS to the sending districts for the same students. So my ask for consideration today is the educational impact on the 90% of Connecticut students who are not enrolled in the choice programs is an important consideration in assessing the resource allocation resulting from the bill's revised choice funding framework. House Bill 5213, an act concerning disconnected youth. The department appreciates the intent of this legislation, which is to support students and families in their efforts to ensure school connectedness and regular attendance, something that, the department is strongly working on really for over a decade. We're concerned that selected provisions of the bill may impact the effectiveness of the initiatives that we're currently engaged in. We're systematically collecting and evaluating data and addressing the factors that lead to student disconnection. Connecticut is one of the only state in the country that collects student attendance data monthly on a statewide level to monitor trends in absenteeism and disengagement. We use these data to engage with districts and to share strategies and best practices to re-engage students missing too much school. Our initiatives include the Evidence-Based Learner Engagement and Attendance Program, referred to as LEAP, and we're working to double the number of participating districts to include those with high levels of chronic absence among high needs students. With that said, we do have many specific comments and suggestions outlined in the written testimony, so I ask again to refer to that for additional information. I'm happy to answer your questions along with members of my team. Online, and hopefully she's brought in, is Robin Cesare, our Regional School Choice Office Director, and the person with a lot of background and depth on our choice programming. And at the table joining here is Ajit Gopalakrishnan, our Chief Performance Officer, who's also helped to dig into our funding proposal specifically. So with that, thank you and look forward to your questions.
All right, I will open it up for questions. Any members have questions? Representative Supkus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. Thank
Good
you for
morning.
coming, Commissioner. I apologize because I caught the end of your testimony. So if you talked about this, I heard you say y'all have thoughts and ideas on how to work on all of this. And my question is, are the superintendents and teachers, are all of those folks involved as well to help?
So are you referring to what I mentioned about the data and the engagement work that we're doing?
Yes.
So absolutely. We've, back in, I think it was 2015, this body, and thank you, passed a bill on chronic absence. So we've been working on this for a very long time, engaging with the districts, engaging with community partners, and engaging with our students and families as well in this work. And the LEAP program that I mentioned, for example, is specifically with 14 districts right now with more to be funded, where we have a relational home visiting program. where folks are literally going out and knocking on doors and connecting with families, connecting families to services. And so that is really a process that is working. So the state is leading the effort, but working with our districts, working with community organizations, and working with our families and students as well.
Thank you. That's good because it's important, as you know, the teachers, the superintendents, they're all in it day in and day out, and they sometimes understand more than we do, or always more than we do, on why kids are not coming to school or any of those kinds of things. So I'm glad to hear that they're involved as well. And just my second and last question is regarding the data. Now, is the data already pulled, or you're going to ask the schools to give you that?
So you're referring to data on like attendance and all of
yes.
that? I'm going to have Ajit Gopalakrishnan, who is our data czar, talk to us about it. And also to let you know that a lot of this information is on our EdSite data portal. Around chronic absence, you can get information for every school in the state, every school, every district. You can look at data across grade band. You can look at it based on our high need students, disaggregated across the board. Literally right now, you're able to have that information available and reported. We're creating a new dashboard just to make it more visual, accessible. But a lot of that information is available right now because it's collected. And as I mentioned before, reported up at the state level on a monthly basis. That is what we're using to inform our actions.
So you already have the data that you need to move forward and to come up with some kinds of solutions.
Yes, Representative,
Yes.
that is correct. We, as the Commissioner mentioned, we have been collecting this data for years. We not only publish the data publicly on our website, we also use the data because it comes at the student level. We're actually able to use longitudinal information about what is happening with our students in our schools to give early indication to our schools and districts securely to the school, the counselor, the principal at the school level, which of your students are, may need additional support to be on track, let's say in ninth grade. We tell schools that as early as 7th grade. So they know that before their kids are even transitioning to the high school, which of their students, based on their past profiles, may have challenges in high school. So not only is the data public, the data is also used to provide actionable information down to the school level.
Thank you. So just so I'm
Sure.
clear, because again, apologies, I wasn't in the room the whole time. So you have the data that you need to start forming these ideas and suggestions on how to help with absenteeism. Is that correct?
Yes, we absolutely have data going all the way back to 2012 for what's happening. And just a little bit more on the early identification tool process, because some people don't know that we've done this work. And what Ajit is mentioning is using information on mobility, using information on school discipline, using all that information is what makes up this early indication tool that districts have. When students move from district to district, when they become enrolled, the very next day, the new district have all the students' data around attendance, around discipline, all of that, around mobility, so that they can take immediate action, working with and others to address these needs. And we work to provide training and that opportunity for districts so they can maximize and utilize the data. So we do have a lot of data and information.
Thank you. So hopefully we'll see great results soon.
And we're working on it, and we're seeing really better improved results. This past year, 18,000 more students are attended school regularly based on the work that we're doing here in the state. And so far, we get this information on a monthly basis. Compared to last year, this time we're trending in a better direction for student attendance.
And just my last comment, please. So the schools, when you look at the data, the schools that I would hope we're focusing on first are the ones with the highest absent, because we're all down staff and need more money and all of those things. But unlike some other programs that I think we're not discussing today, but would bring in the right to read, the programs that are the highest were the ones that were focused on versus the opposite. So I'm hoping with what you're talking about here today with absenteeism and all, the schools that have the highest absenteeism we'll be focusing on first to help them get their kids back in school on a regular basis.
Thank you. And the 14 districts that we have in the LEAP program, that is how we identified them. And those that we're looking to add, that again is how we're identifying them. Not because we don't have this issue statewide, and districts that are not a part of the funded programs, again, using their data, are participating in the trainings that we have, so they also can be doing the work. We recognize how critical this is. We don't want students to miss time from school.
Thank you.
Representative Carney, online. And if you could, when you're online, please speak up. For some reason, the volume in this room is not up as high as it could or should be.
Okay, I will do my best. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner, for your testimony today. I have one question. In the second bill regarding disconnected youth, there is a section about convening a working group to look at high school graduation requirements. So I guess I'm just wondering if you have any thoughts on high school graduation requirements, if there's anything you think isn't working right now or should be added, because that is certainly something that teachers get frustrated with, and I know administrators constantly changing it, and we want to make sure that our kids are graduating with what they need to compete in the world. So I don't know if you have any comments on that.
So thank you very much. And we've put a note in my testimony as well about we're always willing to work with any group, working groups that are looking at these issues, because it's really important that we're part of that. You mentioned the graduation requirements, and we recognize I think it was 2010 when we started looking at changing the graduation requirements. It took us a while to get there. We did have one caution, because as we make those changes constantly, that there is confusion among educators and boards. And so we need to just be thoughtful about how we determine the changes that needs to be made and the timeline on that, also to make sure that our students have maximum ability to really participate in the course of studies that they are truly, that they want to be engaged in.
Okay. Thank you very much, Commissioner, for that comment. And I agree. I think that if there are any changes, it really needs to take some time. So I appreciate your answer to my question.
Thank you.
Representative McCarty.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Commissioner.
Thank you.
It's good to see you. We've been talking about our disconnected youth, and, it's a primary focus of this education committee to do all that we possibly can. I know it requires a multifaceted approach, but one area and I'm pleased to recognize the leadership of the committee that took this seriously also, is looking at credit recovery programs, because once we have our students back in the classroom, I've heard that a number can become disillusioned if they think that, they have to meet that 25 credit requirement. And is there more that we can do within the system to encourage credit recovery programs? I know there are some districts, and I just would like to hear your opinion about whether you think we can do more to enhance more districts to look at credit recovery programs. I know a lot of them are in the summer or after school, but just I'd like to get your opinion about whether you think there's room for us to increase credit recovery programs.
Thank you, Representative. And as we think about learning acceleration and all the impact of what do students need to do to recover, we have to accelerate learning. And it is because of that we used some of our COVID dollars and invested in an online learning platform that we made free and available to all our districts. It's called Apex Learning, used for intervention, credit recovery, core course enrichment. And the data that I just got this morning is that we currently have over 3,000 students enrolled in those courses. We have 97 districts that are indeed participating, and we can share some more information with you. We've made it available free, and I think our contract is ending pretty soon. But those are the kinds of things that we've tried to do to make sure districts, number one, don't have to put out resources, because we've covered that, but they can have access to those programming. And so we continue to work on that, so we can share some more information with you to let you know how that's going and what we would need to continue with that investment.
Thank you very much for that. That's very welcoming news, and it's really in an area that I think is so important that we continue to focus on that. So it's good to hear. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Any other questions from members? I don't see any online. I just wanted to thank you, Commissioner, and your team for being here again today. We have a couple more public hearings that I'm sure we will see you at. We appreciate your testimony with respect to the education funding. That's obviously an ongoing conversation. We do hope that folks kind of step back and take a little bit more of a holistic approach and viewpoint of the education funding system, especially with respect to special education responsibilities of a number of districts and the students in which they are funding and the students and where those students are actually placed. With respect to the graduation requirements, it's one of those ongoing conversations over the years, because we definitely have heard recently from students, teachers, principals, superintendents about the lack of ability to be creative with what they're offerings to be able to provide students with the various opportunities within their daily schedules to either bring more trades in, to have an increase in concurrent and dual enrollment, things I know that the department has also taken on and to help push. So we look forward to many of those conversations moving forward.
Right. Thank you all very much and have a great day.
Thank you, Commissioner. All right, so we did have one person who accidentally got placed into the first group of folks. And so out of respect, we're going to go ahead and allow that individual to testify before we get back to that first grouping. So Michelle, I believe you are online. Oh, hi. Sorry. I just hit your button.
There we go.
Thank you.
So good morning, Senator McCrory and Representative Curry and honorable members of the committee. I am Michelle Reardon-Nold, and I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Data Collaborative. We're a statewide nonprofit connecting people and data for good. So I am here in support of Raise Bill 5213, and I would just respectfully suggest some revisions to achieve your objectives. I'd first like to discuss our work as related to Section 1B. Within the Connecticut Data Collaborative, we have established the Hartford Data Collaborative with continued support from the Hartford Foundation for Public Giving and the Fund for Greater Hartford. This is an integrated data system that links data between nonprofits and state and local government to better understand how Hartford residents are doing. We have 75 organizations within Hartford, including the City of Hartford and Hartford Public Schools, that have signed our Enterprise Memorandum of Understanding. So we have a legal governance structure for sharing data. In fact, the state replicated our governance structure where it revamped P21 a couple years ago. So for many years, we have been linking nonprofit data with Hartford Public School data to understand Opportunity Youth, of which Compass Youth Collaborative is a member of Hartford Data Collaborative. In addition, we developed data sharing agreements with the Department of Corrections, CSSD, and CCEH, which we then linked with community partners in action to understand recidivism among returning citizens utilizing the Reentry Welcome Center. And we are going to be doing this project again this year, and we're going to be including Waterbury in that data linking project. So we have an infrastructure in place that works. There is no need to start from scratch. What we need to do is figure out how to scale our model to other cities. We are the only entity in the state aggregating nonprofit data and linking it with public data. Section 4 discusses developing a model with the State Department of Education. The Hartford Data Collaborative is serving as the data backbone for the North Hartford Ascend Pipeline project, which is a Department of Education Promise Zone grant. We have a data sharing agreement with the State Department of Education that is in development. The data sharing agreement involves linking data from 60 nonprofit programs that are part of the Ascend Pipeline with education data. Again, you don't need to start from scratch, leverage the work that is already underway. In Section 2, there is mention of a study to understand the capacity of nonprofit organizations and create the plan for how to create this shared data infrastructure. In 2017, after observing that even though you make data available to the public, it doesn't mean they know how to use it, I launched the CT Data Academy to build data skills in the state. Since that time, we have engaged over 1,000 people across the state in our workshops. In addition, through our comprehensive data strategic planning social enterprise, we have worked in depth with over 40 organizations and seen up close the challenges that nonprofits face with data. A large part of what my staff do at the Hartford Data Collaborative is build the data capacity of nonprofits so that they can share data. In all our programs, we have observed firsthand that very few nonprofits have data ready to be shared with either the communities they serve or to provide policymakers with data on gaps in service. There's no simple tool for sharing data, and nonprofits know they are not always equipped to make use of such tools, even if they were possible. So we and the nonprofit sector already know the results of this study. There are other ways to plan for the creation of a data platform, and we welcome the opportunity to have more in-depth conversation about what we have learned and observed in order to develop an effective process for approaching this work. I provided written testimony as well with additional details. I welcome the opportunity to have a more in-depth conversation about our work and how we might support the intentions of this bill. My takeaway for you all is rather than reinventing the wheel to learn something we already know, let's figure out how to scale up the work we're doing in Hartford and help youth get back on track. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to continuing the conversation.
Thank you so much, Michelle, for your time and for being here today. The data component of this is going to be a very critical component to ensuring that we are actually using it in a manner that's going to inform the work that we hopefully will be doing. You are correct. We shouldn't have to reinvent a wheel, and let's build off of what currently exists to see how to make that better. But thank you for coming out today. I don't see any questions.
Okay.
We're all set.
Great. Thank you.
Next up, we have the esteemed Minority Leader of the House, Representative Candelora.
I don't know about that, but
Good morning. Good morning.
I'm here. Good morning, Chairman Curry, Chairman McCrory, Ranking Member Berthel, and Ranking Member McCarty. I am here to testify in favor. We submitted testimony for both bills, but I'm here just to testify in favor of 5213 and just suggest some modifications. I think it is a good start. I think we all realize and recognize the impacts that our youth have had, and certainly the reports that are showing our disconnected youth and our at-risk youth is only requiring more services and more attention. In reading the legislation, I just want to make a couple suggestions in my humble and ignorant position. But just being out there in the state and talking with different organizations, I think the data component is important. There are a lot of communities that don't have youth service bureaus. And so I think there are districts, standalone schools that are trying to address this issue on their own. And is there a way to connect them more directly with services? And in my testimony, I did reference Domus and Stanford, and they've worked in Norwalk, where they're directly contracting and working with the school districts for high-risk children. And, they're sort of in the trenches. I know there are many organizations out there that are already doing that. And steering this legislation maybe toward engaging those people that are already in the schools, addressing our at-risk children, maybe as to employ best practices, because I think ultimately that's where we want to get to, is what is best practice for implementation. The second piece I would just suggest to think about is our incarcerated youth. Right now, there is the school that's in Hamden. We have children that are incarcerated, I think Bridgeport, Hartford. We've bifurcated right now, I think, the system of schooling. So right now, some of it's under DCF, some of it's under judicial, and looking at long-term how we're going to address that. I think the bifurcated system might not be the best way to go. We should be on the same page, again, for best practices for all youth that are incarcerated and not treat them differently. I feel as if the kids that are in the Hamden facility are getting a much higher level of educational and personal care necessarily than kids that are ending up in Bridgeport and Hartford. And so I would just suggest somehow that we try to take a look at that issue as well. And I think with that, I'm happy to answer any other questions.
Thank you very much, Representative Candelora. And I think it's important to note that we appreciate you being here to voice your support with respect to the disconnected youth, and that your counterpart, Representative Rojas, the majority leader in the House, also submitted written testimony in support. And so I think anytime we have a piece of legislation that comes with kind of both points of sign off, it definitely gives it a little bit more gravity. And we hope that that kind of shows the intent that we have in moving this stuff along. Also with the point that you made about looking at the programs that are doing this work successfully, such as Domus down in Stamford, whether it is the 2Gen Advisory Council or another entity that takes this on, that is the important piece of this, is that working with the people who are doing the work, doing it well, and seeing how to best upscale or at least ensure that they're at the table to better inform other parts of the state. Any questions from members? Representative McCarty.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I too would like to welcome you to the Education Committee. And just to state that I know how much this particular issue means to you. We've had multiple conversations on looking at what more we can do for our disconnected youth. And, you know, we've talked about the trauma that our youth have experienced, particularly these last several years. Could you just tell it looks like the Domus approach is a very comprehensive approach, taking into consideration the mental health needs, and do they work within the community as well, with engagement in the community, and how they work with connecting some of these students to employment services? If you may just comment, but I really wanted to recognize you because I know this matters so much to you, and I appreciate you being here today.
No, I appreciate that. And it's one of, I think, many organizations throughout the state. So I am familiar with them, having attended one of the CCM forums where they had presented, and I know Compass as well, I think, does similar services where they're actually, you know, going into the homes, interacting with the families, getting the kids to school. They're out on the streets, interacting with them in the city of Stamford, making sure that kids stay out of trouble. I think the school system in Stamford identifies the youth that are high risk, that are being suspended, that are being expelled, that nobody wants, and sort of gets tossed around. They take those children in, they have a very high success rate. And I think that we should be looking at those practices. We had a lot of opportunity with the ARPA funds that came in, and I think, frankly, ELITE program, which was implemented by the governor's office, is a helpful program to try to get kids back into school, but I think it fell far short, and it wasn't necessarily best practice. There wasn't necessarily active engagement into the homes. There was more of a passive interaction with kids. And so I don't want to see us continue to spend a lot of money on programs that aren't going to provide the outcomes. And I think that's why the data pieces are important, to make sure of that. But we already have, I think, successful programs out there as well. The other piece, just the 2-generational commission, you know, that's charged with this. I would also suggest just taking a look at the makeup of the membership now they're being charged with this substantial duty, because like I said, there are groups that we might be better served to directly interact with them. I just fear bureaucracy. And I think sometimes at the state level, we are disconnected from the youth. And so we're not best served to be able to provide the solutions. And that's why I just put those different organizations on the table that are already there that I think we want to have direct conversation with.
If I just may, because I think I heard you say that they work with the Stamford school system to identify those children, that this organization may, can you just clarify, is that what I heard you say?
Yeah, I think they have a direct relationship with the Board of Education and the administration. And so they are charged with handling, you know, disconnected youth. I think it's upward of 100 kids that they work with. And so there's that direct relationship that I think is successful. Our larger districts, I think, have different nonprofit levels of services that are similar. And I think we should look at that best practice.
Again, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Senator Berthel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Minority Leader, thank you for your testimony this morning. I think you have reinforced some of what we spoke to already about this bill, that this is something that truly has some bipartisan support, or nonpartisan, however you want to phrase it. But I appreciate your insight into some of the programs that are in place now and how we should be considering adding that to the discussion as we move. I very likely will move this bill forward through the process. So I appreciate you being here today. Again, your comments resonated loudly with me as I was listening to some of the examples that you provided of where other things are working really well and where we need to be a little careful as well. So thank you again for being here, and appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Senator McCrory.
Yes, again, good morning, Representative. I love, clearly this is something that as you're very passionate about and you've done a lot of work about. I'm looking forward to working with you. Clearly, we know the data shows that disconnected youth run rampant through our state, and is in all communities. So again, like my colleague said, this is a bipartisan matter that we all gonna have to work and find a solution to. So again, thank you for your testimony, and I look forward to working with you as we move forward.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I don't see any online. Again, really appreciate all of your comments. We'll take those into consideration as we move forward. Have a great day.
You too.
Okay. Yes, as we move forward, during our public hearing, we kind of have some rules in place. So we have over 100 some odd people here to speak, and what we typically do is provide everyone an opportunity to speak. We give you 3 minutes. We give you 3 minutes to make your case to us, and I want you guys all to take every second of it. All right, and when you get to this bell, you're gonna hear a bell. Right when you get to about your 3 minutes, it sounds a little something like this. We'll make sure everybody can hear it. Now everybody can hear that, right? So when you hear that, I'm gonna tell you, please summarize. All right, just put that last paragraph in for only four sentences. Put that last paragraph and complete your testimony. All right, you got. All right, so let's go on. Let's start.
Thank you, Senator. So next up, we have Superintendent Geary out of Manchester, one of the communities in which I have the pleasure of representing. Superintendent Geary.
Good morning. Thanks very much. Happy to be here. Chairman Curry and McCrory, ranking members McCarty and Berthel, and distinguished members of the Education Committee. My name is Matt Geary, and I have the honor of serving as the superintendent of the Manchester Public Schools. I'm testifying before you today in strong support of House Bill 5212, a crucial piece of legislation that not only safeguards the historic $150 million investment in K-12 education you made last year for FY25, but also ensures equitable distribution of funding based on the individual needs of our students. In Manchester, I witnessed firsthand the needs our students face and the urgent need for adequate resources to support their diverse educational needs. Nearly 60% of our students qualify for free reduced lunch, indicating economic hardships that greatly impact their ability to focus on what should be their only job, which is learning. With almost 9% of our student population being multilingual learners, over 17% of students with disabilities, and our district facing significant fiscal cliff as federal pandemic aid runs out, now is not the time to be moving backwards on funding. It's important to note that while the ESSER funding is ending, the issues we're using the funding to address, such as chronic absence, mental health concerns, and gaps in student achievement, were issues long before March of 2020. Those issues were exacerbated by the pandemic, and prior to the influx of federal funding, many districts did not have the resources to address these challenges in the targeted and intentional ways this funding has allowed us to address using strategies that have shown promising early results. And while we are 3 years past school closures caused by COVID-19, we are still years away from understanding the full impact of that time out of school. House Bill 5212 addresses the pressing needs of students across the state by protecting last year's landmark commitment and extending ECS weighted funding to all public school students in Connecticut. I've served as superintendent of Manchester for 10 years. In that time, I've definitely come to understand the complex nature of public education funding in Connecticut. In truth, developing the local budget heading into the second year of the state budget is typically easier than doing so in the first year. That has not exactly been the case this year. We at the local level began building our budget for 24-25 in October of 2023. In building that budget, we reduced just over $1.7 million in local funding for magnet tuition based on an understanding that magnet tuition would be capped at 58% of 23-24 tuition for 24-25. The Manchester Board of Education approved the budget around the same time as the governor's budget, first proposed repurposing funds, meaning that what we submitted to the town of Manchester would be nearly $1.7 million less than what we need to successfully support our students in our school district. While I understand there are competing needs and certainly support the concept of fiscal guardrails, that loss of funding combined with an anticipated shortfall in special education excess cost reimbursement would create a funding gap of over $2 million for Manchester Public Schools alone. Given the needs I described above, you can understand why I'm here speaking today. Repurposing millions of dollars that districts were counting on will be harmful to our students at any time. To do so well past the development of local budgets is hugely problematic in a state that proclaims equitable education of all students as one of its core commitments. The plan to phase out general education tuition billing for students attending magnet schools and agri-science programs would relieve local districts of financial burdens. While we still bear soaring costs of special education outplacements and continually increasing costs of support services provided to Manchester residents at magnet schools, we do appreciate the effort to cap public magnet and VOAG tuition because it maintains essential support for those valuable school choice programs while leaving dollars in our district classrooms that go towards supporting students, educators, and essential programs and services. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Superintendent Gary. I do not see any questions for you today. We appreciate your testimony. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
Next up in person, we have Dr. Carmela Levy-David, Bridgeport Superintendent. Good morning. Just make sure you hit the button on the front. Yep. There you go.
Okay, I think I'm ready to go.
Yep.
Well, good morning, Chairman McCrory and Curry, ranking members Bethel and McCarty, and distinguished members of the Education Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Dr. Carmela Levy-David, and I have the honor and privilege of serving as superintendent for Bridgeport Public Schools. Today, I urge you to support House Bill 5212 and to help deliver equitable and adequate education funding for our students and educators in need. Our state is blessed with exceptional students, devoted educators, caring communities, but our current education system for funding public schools is broken, and it fails to provide equitable opportunities for all. Over the past several years, the legislature has taken a number of positive steps toward fixing this broken system and implementing an approach that is more equitable and more student-centered. This bill builds on those steps and moves Connecticut closer than ever to true equity in funding for all students and communities. It ensures that every child, regardless of their background or zip code, receive the support they need to thrive. And it also helps to protect the historic $150 million investment in K-12 education that maintains an accelerated phase-in schedule for the educational cost sharing grant. And it also extends need-based funding for students attending public schools of choice and phases out general education tuition billing for magnet schools and agri-science programs. Each year, tuition costs place a significant burden on the district, and it impacts our ability to support students in our classrooms. By phasing out the general education tuition billing, this bill would create a more cohesive and transparent funding system, lift all districts up, and allow traditional local school districts and public school choice programs to thrive and their students to be properly and adequately funding. Phasing out general education tuition billing would also save our district hundreds of thousands of dollars annually, and these dollars would stay in our classrooms and go towards supporting students, educators, and essential programs and services. House Bill 5212 would not only benefit the 20,000 students, nearly 20,000 students in Bridgeport, but also other students in the state. This bill is an opportunity to make real, tangible change in the lives of students and educators alike.
Dr.
And I urge you to please consider adopting and continuing this process. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Superintendent, for being here today and for adding your voice to this very important issue. Welcome to Bridgeport and to the Connecticut education system, and I hope you're having a good time. I don't see any questions. Enjoy the rest of your, oh, I'm sorry. Representative Felipe.
Sorry, I can't miss any opportunity to publicly sing your praises. You've been here almost for the better part of the last year, and we've seen a significant difference in Bridgeport. And I think it's because of your focus on the students and the parents and the outcomes. And we're just so lucky to have you, so happy to have you. And I'm going to say it every time I possibly can. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Representative. Enjoy your day. Great to see you. Next up online, we jump up to the Hartford Superintendent, Dr. Leslie Torres Rodriguez. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm here to testify before you as the proud superintendent of Hartford Public Schools and provide my full support for House Bill 5212 and Act Concerning Education Funding. I'm thankful for this opportunity. I'd like to thank Representative Curry and Senator McCrory, the ranking members, as well as each and every member of this committee for their support of the education finance reform policies that were incorporated into the state budget adopted last year. As drafted, House Bill 5212 will ensure that students in Hartford and across the state reap the benefit of the bipartisan education policies passed last year. Perhaps most critically, this bill will maintain the general education tuition cap. This cap is projected to save Hartford Public Schools close to $11 million in tuition costs for Hartford residents to attend school in non-Hartford Public School districts. Based on the bipartisan approval from last year, we in Hartford Public Schools planned for these savings. And so if the bill were to pass, these resources would support educators and programs and services for some of our most disadvantaged students. The education finance reform policies included in the bill come at a crucial time when access to any additional resources for education is gravely needed. The amount of money that we contribute toward Hartford residents attending schools in other districts has nearly doubled in the last 10 years, from $65 million in 2016 to about $113 million today. And that is about 25% of our total budget. Over that same time, our district budget has remained relatively flat, yet the increasing amount earmarked for tuition has inevitably reduced the funds available for our educators and students within Hartford Public Schools. And it is true that enrollment at Hartford Public Schools has decreased over the years due to decreased population in our city and increasing the number of resident students that are attending out of district schools. But those residents who leave our districts are still our financial obligation in the form of both general and special education tuition plus transportation, which far exceed the per pupil contribution of ECS funding and are growing at an unsustainable rate each year. And I realize that no legislation is a panacea, but House Bill 5212 will begin to bring some relief to districts burdened with rising tuition costs. And as previously expressed, the $11 million in funding saved with the tuition cap alone would enable us to further invest in our educators, from teachers, paraeducators, counselors, and nurses. And it would also enable us to fund our community schools model to ensure that our students' basic needs and those wraparound supports are available.
Torres, will you please summarize?
And I want to also take this opportunity to express strong support of House Bill 5213. And shout out to the students that are sitting before you, our students from the Social Justice League at University High School, who were part of championing this idea to have transportation for our students before and after school. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And even beyond being a part of this, that piece of legislation came completely from them. And so all credit is due to the students sitting in front of us. And Dr. Torres, we really appreciate your advocacy, especially on the education funding piece, and for highlighting the piece that I think that unfortunately all too many people forget is the obligation and financial obligation that you as a district continue to have for the students who leave, decide to leave and take the opportunity of a choice school with respect to special education, transportation, whatever the case may be, that far exceed the monies coming into your district. So truly appreciate your advocacy today. And I do not see any questions, so enjoy the rest of your day. Next up, we have online is one of our former colleagues, now Mayor Simmons of Stamford.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Co-Chair Curry, Co-Chair McCrory, Ranking Member McCarty, Ranking Member Berthel, Vice Chair Leeper, and Vice Chair Winfield, and all members of the Education Committee. It's an honor to be here with you all today, and great to see you. My name is Caroline Simmons. I am Mayor of the City of Stamford, and I am testifying today in support of House Bill number 5212, an act concerning education funding, and House Bill number 5213, an act concerning disconnected youth. As the second largest city in Connecticut, Stamford has experienced incredible growth across all sectors, including our school district. We are a culturally and socially economically diverse school population of more than 16,000 students in grades pre-K through 12. Our school district provides students with extensive high-quality academic programming and extracurricular activities. And Stamford Public Schools is a wonderful urban high-needs school district with more than half of our students qualifying for free and reduced lunch. More than 18% of our students are English language learners, and 16% of our students qualify for special education services. In addition to these needs, we are also embarking on a multiple-year $1 billion school construction plan to rebuild and repair a number of our schools. We are extremely grateful for the support of the General Assembly that you provided to our school district for these projects, as well as last year's approval to fully fund the education cost sharing formula, which will see Stamford receiving an additional $1.5 million in ECS funding in FY25. I want to urge support of House Bill number 5212, which will ensure continued support for school districts like Stamford across Connecticut, many of which are facing significant fiscal challenges that I know you've heard about due to the lingering impacts of the pandemic, as well as the expiration of COVID-era federal relief funds. This year, Stamford Public Schools is facing a $12 million budget shortfall due to the expiration of these funds. Therefore, state support is critical for our district and districts across the state. I also want to urge the committee to support House Bill 5213, which seeks to improve school district data systems and practices to identify and support at-risk students. We know that in 2021 and 2022, there were more than 119,000 young people in Connecticut who were considered at risk or disconnected, and we continue to see rising rates of depression and anxiety among our youth. This is something that we are very focused on in Stamford. It's a concern we hear about from parents, teachers, and students around the mental health crisis that we're facing. So we really appreciate the focus on this bill and the support you're providing to our youth. So to conclude, I want to thank you for your time and consideration and all the good work that this committee is doing to advance education for students and teachers across Connecticut. And I want to urge support of these two important bills that support and invest in Connecticut's youth and future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor. It is an absolute pleasure to see you. We miss you here in the halls of the LOB. Any questions? Representative McCarty.
Good morning, Mayor Simmons. I too wanted to just say thank you for maintaining your spirit and for coming out and advocating for our students and for Stamford. And it's a pleasure to see you today. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Wonderful to see you too.
All right. Thank you so much for coming out today, Caroline. See you soon.
Take care. Thank you.
All right. Next up, we have online Steve Medancy, Southington Superintendent.
Good morning, Chairman McCrory and Curry, Ranking Members Berthel and McCarty, and distinguished members of the Education Committee, including Representative Poulos of Southington. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. I am in strong support of House Bill 5212 and Act concerning education funding. My name is Steve Medancy. I'm Superintendent of Southington Schools, and I have been for the past 3 years. Over the past several years, this legislature has taken a number of positive steps towards making Connecticut education funding more equitable, transparent, and predictable for districts, communities, and most importantly, our students. House Bill 5212 represents another significant leap in the right direction. This budget supports the progress this legislation made with its adoption of the biennial budget in 23-24. If supported, Southington will receive approximately $161,000 more in education cost share funding to Southington. Not only would House Bill 5212 help protect the historic investment made in K-12 education, this legislature committed to last year, but it would also phase out general education tuition billing for magnet school and agri-science programs. I know other superintendents have said this, and I'm echoing that each year the tuition costs significantly burden our district's budget and impact our ability to support students in our classrooms. Codifying the magnet school tuition cap could save Southington substantial dollars in future budgets. Given the extremely high percentage of education funding derived from local taxes in Connecticut, as opposed to other states, it's no wonder I've sat in budget workshops for years across 3 different districts with conversations focused on mill rates and property taxes. Rightfully, local elected officials are wary of the continued need to pass along education-related expenses to local taxpayers. The state needs to remain steadfast to the commitments made during last year's budget cycle and maintain the momentum that garnered that progress. Phasing out general education billing, House Bill 5212, will create a more cohesive and transparent funding system and allow traditional local school districts and public school choice programs to thrive and their students to be adequately funded. House Bill 5212 would not only benefit over 6,200 students that our district serves every day, but it would also bring full equitable funding to all states in this nation. In the state. We're not going that far. Thank you again for allowing me to testify in strong support of 5212 today. And if there are any questions, I'd be perfectly willing to try my best and answer.
Thank you so much. Oh, there you go. Thank you so much. My good ranking member here nudged me and said, taking this on federally, that's our next big project. So any questions or comments? I do not see any. Thank you so much for coming out this morning.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Chairman Leonard Lockhart is online. Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Members of the Education Committee, I am Leonard Lockhart, a member of the Windsor Board of Education and president of the Connecticut Association of Boards of Education. CABE strongly supports House Bill 5212, which codifies several elements of the 2023 education finance reform. The bill creates a more uniform and streamlined way to fund schools of choice, such as magnet schools, agricultural science and technology centers, open choice, and charter schools based on per student state subsidy linked to the ECS foundation and student need. The bill also phases an elimination of tuition paid by school districts for students sent to certain schools of choice, such as a Resk magnet school. As we indicated in our testimony to the Appropriations Committee, we urge you to restore the $70 million to provide the funding reform needed for agriculture, science, and technology centers, open choice, and magnet schools. CABE appreciates your action in 2023 to accelerate the phase-in of increases of the education cost sharing funding formula. Members of the General Assembly have demonstrated their commitment to funding public education, and we commend you for this. The economic challenges faced at all levels of government are most felt intensely at the local level, where we are in the middle of budget development and adoption season. Given the number of new initiatives and reforms put in place by federal, state, and local governments, this is a time where we need to maintain our commitment to our public schools. With the fiscal cliff looming, when the federal COVID fund relief funds are ending, it is critical for Connecticut to give districts financial stability to support long-term investments in needed resources, teachers, counselors, social workers, and other student support services and programs. I must also continue to advocate for full funding for the Special Education Excess Cost Reimbursement Grant. Continuation of the cap on special education excess cost grants creates an increased hardship on local districts as these costs are rising. We urge you to remove the cap on the Special Education Excess Cost Grant to restore the safety net available to districts for those extraordinary educational costs so that districts can be more predictably plan their expenditures. We do lobby Congress to meet our commitment to fully fund IDA. Loss of these funds impact districts' full budgets as mandated programs for students with special needs can force a district to remove funding for programs outside of the special education designation. And we also submitted in writing CABE's full support of House Bill 5213. But we only have 3 minutes, but I want to put on the record that we support both of those bills. And we thank you for your attention to these matters.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do we have any questions? Senator McCrory.
Just quick. I just want to thank you, Leonard Lockhart, for all the work you're doing at CABE, but even more importantly, the work that you're doing in the Windsor Board of Education. And I look forward to working with you on all these matters. We know all the things you just talked about are very important, and we're going to try to do as much as we can to get these things across the finish line. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Again, thank you very much for coming out this morning. Enjoy your day. Next up, we have Jan Pruccio, Superintendent Old Saybrook.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
Here I am. Good morning, Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, Representative McCarty, and Senator Berthel, and all the distinguished members of the Education Committee. My name is Jan Pruccio. I'm here today as the president, lots of things, the president-elect of CAPS. I'm also co-chair with Matt Conway of the Legislative Committee of CAPS, and I'm also superintendent of schools here in Old Saybrook. And I am here to speak happily in favor, along with many of my superintendent colleagues, of House Bill 5212, an act concerning education funding. This appears to be the successor to last year's 5003, and it's another fine example of support for students and schools generated by this Education Committee members. And CAPS has been speaking to the issue of equitable and full funding of educational initiatives through our 5-year blueprint since 2021, even before. And we're really gratified to see the support for education funding and funding mechanisms in this bill. As you know so well, our student successes rise and fall on the resources, including funding, available to them. And funding that comes in a timely manner, as anticipated, and equalized to meet the needs of all students, no matter their zip code or abilities, is a shared responsibility for all citizens of Connecticut. And the key provisions that I want to speak to that I'm in support of are the $150 million investment in K-12 education for fiscal year 2025, the accelerated phase-in of the educational cost sharing grant, and commitment to fully fund the grant beginning in 2026, redefining the foundation formula to more equitably address district needs and the needs of schools of choice. And without sort of pitting the schools of choice and the local schools against each other. It's done in a way that I think will allow us to be even more collaborative. It protects our much needed agri-science and technology centers and charter schools by subsidizing tuition. It phases in the elimination of tuition paid by school districts at Resk magnet schools, thus ending that competition. Maintains the cap on general education tuition charged by magnet schools at agri-science programs in fiscal year 25 before eliminating it in 2026. And this cost-saving measure, as you heard from my previous colleagues, is going to make a significant difference to many school districts. So it's the next step. I see it as the next step in a series of steps taken by this legislative body to fund education for our students and to remove the excessive burden faced by municipalities, school districts, and families as they try to meet the diverse needs of students through a variety of schooling pathways. Continuing the steps toward fully funding these areas of education results in the ability for school districts and programs to provide robust programming, and I would also argue individualized programming for all. So I can happily say that I support 5212, speaking in favor of it today. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much, Superintendent. It's nice to see you. I don't see any questions. I do just want to say that it's very important, one of the points that you made with respect to competition and ending kind of the internal battles that I think we get ourselves involved with to an extent that gets in the way of progress with respect to our various public schools around the state of Connecticut. So I appreciate those comments. So enjoy your day.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Kate Carbone, Superintendent, Bristol Public Schools. Superintendent Carbone, nice to see you.
Good morning, Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, and distinguished members of the Education Committee. I am Kate Carbone, Catherine Carbone, and on behalf of the Connecticut Association of Urban Superintendents and the Superintendent of Bristol Public Schools, I am testifying in full support of House Bill 5212, an act concerning educational funding. As one of the co-chairs of the Connecticut Association of Urban Schools, I am representing 20 school districts across the state. We are privileged with and charged with educating 72% of Connecticut students qualifying for meal eligibility, 64% of students of color, 41% of students identified as requiring special education services, and 72% of multi-language learners. Our advocacy is critical to further the state's efforts in ensuring that Connecticut's educational system continues to lead the nation. In January of 2024, the Connecticut Association of School Superintendents updated its public policy and blueprint, which endorsed an educational finance scenario that would improve educational equity, achievement, and innovation. Since this bill aligns with the blueprint, CAUSE strongly endorses House Bill 5212, an act concerning educational funding. During the last legislative session, there were significant revisions to the educational cost share formula for the 24-25 school year, designed to address current inequities in our state's educational system. The vast majority of underfunded students are in urban districts. Student-centered funding would fully fund all students, provide greater fiscal stability to districts, and be a long-term solution to Connecticut's education funding system. Adjacent to school funding is the continued issue with the funding of excess cost. CAUSE districts educate 41% of the state's students receiving special education program and services. The rising costs associated with quality programming disproportionately impacts districts' budgets due to the lack of funding at the state level. It is imperative that the state fully fund the excess cost grant. In Bristol alone, our excess cost grant was based on the governor's biannual budget, allocating 91% to the least wealthy districts. The actual reimbursement in February 24 came through at 72%, leaving us with an unanticipated deficit of $1.3 million. This is even lower than last year. Many across the state are happy to champion that Connecticut leads the nation in education. Imagine our progress and stature if our public schools fully funded our urban and school system equitably. Whose children would benefit? How much wealth would be generated? And to echo Governor Lamont's words, what innovations would be made here? I thank you for your continued support and advocacy of the public school system within Connecticut.
Thank you, Kate. And yes, only if people in positions of power fully heard that message of fully funding and providing all of the resources needed to all of our public schools around the state, urban, suburban, rural, everybody is facing many of these same issues and opportunities. So we appreciate your message today. I do not see any questions in the room or online. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
Next up, we have online the Reverend A.J. Johnson, the Hartford Board of Education. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Chairs Curry and McCrory, ranking members Berthel and McCarty, and the esteemed members of the Education Committee. Thank you for this opportunity to provide testimony in support of HB 5212, an act concerning education funding. As you all know, my name is Reverend A.J. Johnson, Vice Chairman of the Hartford Board of Education. I would like to thank each member of this committee for their support of the education finance reform policies incorporated in last year's state budget. The legislation passed last year was a positive step forward in statewide public education funding, but there is still work to be done, especially in large urban school districts like Hartford. The changes in education funding proposed by Governor Lamont this year's budget adjustments will eliminate $11 million in savings for Hartford Public Schools. By removing the cap on tuition payments for students going out of district. To quantify this number, $11 million is enough funding to support our entire district athletic department, plus 20 art teachers, 11 science teachers, 11 foreign language teachers, 50 paraprofessionals, and our community schools model that provides important social safety nets and support for our students and families. Thank you to the committee for raising HB 5212, which will ensure the policies established in last year's budget will be implemented as the legislature intended when they voted in favor of that budget agreement in an overwhelming bipartisan fashion. Like all of you, I am an advocate for our public education system. So I applaud each of you, but also believe that our work is not done. In Hartford, special education tuition remains the major cost driver for our education budget, with a projected increase by at least another $8 million next year alone. For these reasons, I ask that you maintain the education funding provisions in the 2024-25 budget and reject the adjustments. I also look forward to working with you to address the special education funding issue. Thank you for your unwavering commitment to education funding here in Connecticut, and thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony to support HB 5212 and act concerning education funding. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank our teachers and staff for their hard work and their unwavering commitment to our students. Thank you for this consideration. Our students in Hartford work diligently in our schools every day for a chance at a better future. You can play an important part in their journey by providing the resources necessary to for a quality education in our city. Thank you so much to each of you.
Thank you so much. And I really appreciate your comments with respect to what the tuition cap savings means, that it actually does mean people, it does mean programs, and as a result, a direct impact to our students throughout the communities. Any comments or questions from members?
No, I'll just, yep. Real quickly, AJ, thank you for your service on the Board of Education, and thank you for being an advocate for children, not just in the city of Hartford, but throughout the state. All your concerns we've clearly listened to, and we understand the message, and we know our responsibility and roles out here at the state capitol. So again, I appreciate your testimony, but also your support in the community, servicing our children and our youth.
Thank you, Senator McCrory, and all that you do for our city as well.
Thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Yes.
All right, we got two more until we're coming to you guys. There are students and getting all nervous. Next up, Sasha Douglas, Assistant Superintendent at CREC. Good morning.
Good morning. Honorable chairs, McCrory and Curry, ranking members, and distinguished members of the Education Committee. My name is Sasha Douglas. I am an assistant superintendent at CREC Magnet Schools, and effective July 1st of this year, I will be the superintendent of schools. And so I am particularly concerned about the future of educational funding here in the state of Connecticut. CREC's core values are centered on the principles of equity and courage. Last year, the Connecticut General Assembly, under your leadership, demonstrated alignment with these values by taking bold steps towards achieving sustainable and equitable educational funding for all districts, including magnet schools. Today, I seek your continued support in upholding this courageous commitment on behalf of all of Connecticut students. While we do appreciate and commend the governor's recommended 3% increase in Resk Magnet Pupil Grant, it falls well short of ensuring the much needed sustainability for educational funding that CREC and school districts have been advocating for and working towards for many years. The state's grant for Resk Magnets has remained statutorily unchanged for almost 15 years. And the average cost to educate a CREC student is now only now accounts for 56% of the actual cost to educate a CREC student. In 2010, it made up for 77%. Resks do not have a tax base to cover additional costs, and therefore our sending districts are given the burden of increased tuition. Even with the governor's proposed 3% increase, the funding remains unsustainable and continues to place a significant financial burden on sending districts. The allocation of $40.2 million in last year's budget, coupled with the 58% cap on tuition, provided a sustainable relief to our sending districts. This funding not only eliminated the need for CREC to charge tuition, but enables us to maintain the delivery of high-quality education, professional learning for staff, and enhanced resources for our students and families. It's evident that a fundamental restructuring of the education funding model is necessary, as sporadic increases in choice programs every decade are insufficient and unsustainable. On behalf of all CREC Magnet School students and families, and our over 90 sending districts, I urge you to advocate for sustainable educational funding for magnet schools and all Connecticut school districts. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your advocacy today. I don't see any questions in the room or online. Oh, Senator McCrory, sorry.
Thank you. And thank you, Sasha Douglas, for your advocacy for children in our magnet school system, but also as your service as an educator and proudly the proud new superintendent of Resk Schools. Clearly, your concerns have landed on the right people at the right time. We understand that this is how should I say this? Extremely important that we deal with this funding issue. Again, like you said earlier, we don't need to pit our public schools against each other. And you guys have been a great model that the state have created, but it's also the state's responsibility to fund it. So again, I thank you for your support and your leadership as an educator in the state of Connecticut.
Thank you, Senator McCrory.
We all look forward to working with you in your new role.
Thank you, Representative Curry.
All right, next up, we have Sal Menzo, Superintendent at Goodwin University Magnet Schools. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, Representative McCarty. Good to see you again. I'm not going to be repetitive because I think most of my colleagues have shared their opinions. I think that the key thing, having the unique privilege of being the superintendent of a magnet system right now, the first university public magnet system in the country, I am very fortunate that I also had the experience of being a superintendent in a comprehensive, more traditional setting in Wallingford for 12 years, and prior to that in Marlborough, to understand the need to not have this competition that we talk about. However, in that process, and I know all of you worked very hard in last session to have a bill that you put in place, I know at the end, unfortunately, sometimes things don't always work out. And I'm just here today to make certain that magnet schools and our needs are continuing to be expressed, because we do believe that all students in the state, whatever schooling they go to in a public setting, deserves full funding. We totally agree with that. We just want to make sure that along the way, of course, funding is not potentially provided in one place and not in another. So it's really about that equitable access. You all have done a remarkable job. I know that I have shared that with many members personally about the work that you've done. It's just, again, that we also know that at the end of a session, I know this from a variety of points of view, things happen. And I guess, again, we're in support of what's happening now, but we just want to make sure that we are in a place that we are able to meet the needs on a continual basis of our scholars. Please, because I have scholars here with me today who I know will speak about our system and about their belief in making sure equitable funding is for all students in the state of Connecticut. So again, that is simply the point that I appreciate the work you're doing, but just please make sure that no I goes undotted and no T goes uncrossed to make sure that magnet schools get the funding they need to be able to continue the work that we do this year and into the future. It can't be just a stopgap measure for 1 year. It needs to be forever. So again, thank you for your time. We truly appreciate it, and have a good day.
Thank you so much for your testimony. I don't see any questions online or in the room. Your points are well taken. I think it's very important to continuously emphasize the need for equitable funding for our magnet school system. They are a function of the state by way in this region of a court decision, which we continue to support. And so if these entities were created by the state's responsibility should be to fund them. So we appreciate your comments today. All righty. Next up, we have a great group of students who we are eagerly awaiting to hear from. But first, we're going to bring up your principal, who will kind of set the stage for you, and then we'll go ahead and introduce you and have you up for your individual 3 minutes. If you want to hit the button.
You all right with me standing? I'm a history teacher. We don't like to sit when we're pontificating. I know, Ms. McCrory. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
First off, I'd like to thank this committee for their work on the education finance reform legislation. As a high school principal, it's very important for us for our funding, and I just wanted to say thank you before I started. So I'm going to start off, for everything the pandemic did, it opened my eyes to a problem that I didn't really know existed. And I have to admit, as an educator in Hartford for 24 years, it's a little embarrassing. What it taught me was that my students need transportation, all of them. And I'm going to start off with a story. So I'm an Irishman. So during the pandemic, as many of you are aware, city buses were free. And getting kids to come back to school is a very important part of that. And our first year back, I had a student, Juan Cruz, who came in late. So being the principal that I am, I went out to Juan and I started telling him, you got to come to school on time. What are you doing? You got to be here. And he said, I would have been on time, but the bus was full. I was like, man, stand up. You can stand on the bus. No, Mr. Tammany, the bus was full. What do you mean, Juan? It was full of Weaver kids. What? So the bus was literally full. And then it dawned on me, I'm like, Juan, you're a walker. And Juan said to me, Mr. Tammany, it's 2 degrees out. I ain't walking to school in the cold. So as we look at Section 7 of this bill, what I'm asking for, what I'm advocating for, is that every kid in the state of Connecticut has access to a city bus. Why? Because it's equitable. We talk about equity in all different ways, but this is something tangible, something that kids can put their hands on, families can grab a hold of, and has a significant impact on their life. And you ask me, how does that happen? Well, many of my students don't have access to transportation, so they have to make a choice. Am I going to go to the doctor, or am I going to go to school? Am I going to play a sport, or am I going to go home on the school bus? Access to a city bus gives my students equitable access to education. We're talking about disconnected youth. I'm talking about connecting my youth. I'm talking about connecting my kids, the ones behind you, some in other parts of the audience, but across the state. Because what connects kids to school? Sports, opportunities, sometimes just to hang out in my office after 3 o'clock. Access to a city bus gives those kids that opportunity. And it's something that I never noticed. And again, it's embarrassing to me, right? But with the free city bus, I'm coming back with a full year in, my chronic absenteeism, and I'm going to give a big shout out to my ACE team and Miss Tedisco. I'm going to keep going. What it allowed her to do was my chronic absenteeism dropped from 31% to 13%. Access to city buses plays a role in that. The lack of access now, we're back up at this point right now up to 17%. And I directly attribute that to kids who live in Hartford who cannot access a city bus. So as you're looking at this bill, please vote in support of this, because it is what will connect our kids. It is what will give our kids the opportunity to engage in school and connect with sports, adults, clubs, robotics, Saturday school. All of that access is for my kids. And after now I've done pontificating, you're going to hear some personal stories from my kids.
Fantastic.
Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
All right. So up first, we have, I'm not going to say this right. The last name is Amajola. I don't want to disrespect you and get this wrong.
Okay, good
Hold
morning.
that mic down. There you go.
Good morning, and thank you all for being here and for giving us all a place to speak. My name is Iyanualua Omojola. I'm a 12th grader at University High School of Science and Engineering. I live in Bristol, Connecticut, and I am acknowledging my privilege, and that's why I'm here today, to fight for my friends and my fellow classmates. So my parents have always been able to take me everywhere, and I'm really grateful for that. And my older brother also. But now I'm getting older and I'm able to drive myself places. So I've never really struggled getting anywhere, but I've seen firsthand struggles from my friends and peers. So all students should be able to go to school events and activities and get to school on time. When students are focused on whether they can get to and from places, they lose focus on their learning. When we had Model UN, we had a trip to New York, and some people weren't able to go because we got home, like back to school around 8 o'clock and they couldn't get a ride. And even the conference that we had, it was right at UHart, which is like a 10-minute walk from our school. So some people weren't even able to go to that. And I'm vice president of Model UN, so it was kind of disheartening that they weren't able to be there. Some people take really long walks to get to school. I always see them walking. They could take multiple buses, and the cost of taking the bus can be a burden because the money adds up. And it's not only an inconvenience, but also a barrier. So bringing back free city buses will eliminate this barrier. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Oh, there's a quick question for you.
Sorry.
Representative Brown.
Good morning, and
morning.
thank you for being here today to testify on this. And I'm saying this to you, but also to all of your classmates, because momentarily I have to run out of here to another meeting to talk about some equity issues to continue this conversation. But I wanted you and your classmates to know how great this is that you're here to do this. I'm a high school civics teacher. So much like your principal, I very much understood the idea of, I hate sitting down so much as we do here. But this is really important. It not only, I can think of my own students who have been impacted by the same thing, and that lack of transportation, and how much more involved and engaged. We talk about engagement in school, young people, how much more engaged they would be if they had access to it. So thank you for being here. Thank you for fulfilling your civic duty today as a student, as a young person, and to all of your classmates as well. You know, I'm sure you're going to do a great job. So thank you, and continue to advocate throughout your life. Use those skills that you've learned at school to be able to do something good for the world. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Amy Corshi.
Okay, hi, good morning. My name is Amy Karkavapashi, and I'm here to advocate for Section 7 of the bill. I'm 17 years old, and I do live in Hartford, and I attend the Hartford Public School. I have attended this Hartford Public School since 6th grade. When I joined high school, I did not have a school bus to take me from in the morning back home. So I had to use the city bus. I used it during my freshman and sophomore year. It was the only way I could get to school because my mother could not bring me. With my mother's working hours spanning the whole day, that meant that getting home meant that I had to rely on what transportation the school gave me, or I had to figure it out myself. So when the city bus was taken away, we were given a school bus instead. And though I do feel like having the school bus still helped us, I do feel like having the city bus was better because it meant that I could take college classes after school or during school. I could also join clubs or sports if I wanted to. We have we are connected to a college at my high school, and that means that we have special opportunities. We can take classes whenever we feel like if we sign up for them. And I feel like this helps us build our profile for college. And we also have Saturday Academy at our school, which means that on Saturdays we can come on the weekends and get help from teachers if we need to, or just do extra homework. And having the city bus pass with that meant that I could go to these Saturday Academy classes without wondering if my mother could take me. I do feel that the main benefit of having city bus passes is the freedom it gives students. And students like me who have jobs, who get jobs. In my junior year, I did get a job, and I will always have to worry about how I was going to get to my job from school because my mom couldn't bring me. And having the city bus helped me figure that out because I had transportation. Sorry. I believe that all students should get a fair chance in succeeding in this world. And just because they're in a certain income bracket, they should not be denied in the way and doing things that other students who have parents who can bring them or cars they can drive. We should all have access to that. And I do feel like Section 7 of this bill does support students and can really help benefit the community. Thank you.
Look at that, right on time. So thank you for your advocacy. And I think we appreciate hearing that it's not just about making it easier to get to school. It's about being able to participate in so many of the different opportunities, whether that is additional tutoring, the AP courses, the extracurricular activities. It's that true experience that we try to ensure that we're providing for all the students in our public schools. So we thank you for your comments. Senator McCrory.
Yeah, I just want to add, I saw you and your classmate there laughing when your principal was talking. You look like you wanted me to cut them off. I was going to get them for you. But I knew you were going to come over here and do a great job testimony. No, in all honesty, thank you for testifying. You and your classmate before, I didn't get a chance to say, for advocating for those who don't have the resources and the opportunity like you did. You pointed it out very well. And this piece of legislation is very important. We understand that. I know about your school. I live right in your backyard. I went to University of South. You have a fine institution, but we were able to provide these supports. It was just to make it even that much better. So again, thank you for your testimony and all your testimonies. If I don't get a chance to say anything else to the rest of your classmates, I appreciate you guys for coming up here and representing. Because representation is extremely important. And I often don't see a lot of children from our communities up here testifying. So I appreciate you coming out here, all you guys, for being brave enough to come here and speak to the people who will make decisions that affect your lives. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Agreed, Senator. It's always nice to hear young voices. While we appreciate the more seasoned folks among us, it's the young folks who are truly impacted. Representative McCarty.
I too just wanted to add my comments that I appreciate very much all of the students coming out and advocating for this change. I know you stepped away, but I was going to ask a quick question. So I notice in the bill, it talks about 2 hours prior to school starting and 4 hours after school start at the end of the day. Do you have an opinion about that time allocation? Would that meet all of the needs that you've expressed today?
Yeah, I do feel like we could have more hours after school because for students who take sports, sometimes that stretches far further than 4 hours, depending on the sport that they take. And 2 hours before school, I feel that that is sufficient enough because I feel like that's the time spans for how students get to school. But I do feel like after school, more time could be allocated to those students because you have students, they might take 1 sport, 2 sports, or might stay for clubs or others, or get extra help like that. So I do feel like we could increase the time. I don't really have a specific time period for that, but I do feel like the time could be increased.
Okay, that does help clarify. Would this pass also be used? Would you continue to use transportation that the school provides, so it'd be in conjunction with that or exclusive of that?
I do feel like we could keep the buses. No, I do feel like we could just have the city bus for students that need the city bus. Other students who may not need who the bus doesn't take them all the way, they don't live in the inner city, they can just still use the bus. But to have both in junction, I do feel like giving the city bus pass, it negates the need for just the school bus because I feel like the school bus is more limited and doesn't really help. So I do feel like just having the city bus would be enough.
Okay. Again, thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Naraya Lindsay. Good morning.
Morning. Good morning. My name is Naraya Lindsay. Please bear with me, my voice is a little shaky, but I'm in 11th grade and I attend University High School of Science and Engineering. I've lived in Hartford for as long as I can remember. Since my freshman year, I've used a city bus to get to school every morning. During my freshman year, I was given a free bus pass, which gave me the ability to take the bus to school without any worry. I was extremely excited for this, thinking it was something that was constantly provided to high school students, not knowing the harsh reality that I would soon face. After freshman year, during my sophomore year, the buses became free. Having free buses allowed me to not only take the bus to school, but to take the bus to other places such as after-school activities, staying after school for extra help, practice for the sports I play, or even just to see friends as a break. It was such a life-changing opportunity that allowed me to become an active student in my school community. Now, ever since buses stopped being free, it's been extremely difficult to get anywhere. Every day I'm forced to think about how I'm going to get to school the next day and whether I have enough money. A month of rides to and from school is $56 a month. Having to constantly worry about this as a 17-year-old high school student is something that should never happen. Everything I once did relied on free transportation. The sports I once loved and the clubs I once loved were ripped away from me because I have no source of transportation. Instead of being the extremely social student who connected with others through extracurriculars, I'm now the left out student who wonders why me. Why can others do those things, but I can't? Why can she be on the track team, but I can't? Why can they get extra help after school, but I can't? Being an after student in your school also plays a big role in your college acceptance. This then raises the question of, well, what are the alternatives? I'm sure there's something else you can do. But unfortunately, for a lot of us, there isn't. Or maybe you meant the walk down Albany Ave in the dark, a young girl scared and alone waiting to be someone's next target. Or maybe you meant the 35-minute walk in below freezing weather. None of these options are ethical or tangible, but these are problems free buses can solve for me and a lot of others. Without free buses, it causes many students, including me, to miss out or to give up on activities because they have no way home. Without free buses, students miss out on ways to connect with their school environment and to really feel a part of something, which, like me, is a lot of other students, is something that we need. Free buses were an important part of my everyday life, and without them, it's a struggle to do everyday activities. Bring back free buses, and thank you for listening.
Thank you so much for your advocacy. And I'm sure this isn't the last time we'll be hearing from you. Take care. Next up is Dablo. Morning.
Good morning, Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, Representative McCarty, and other esteemed members of the Board of Education. My name is Da Alol. I'm a senior at the University High School of Science and Engineering. I'm here to talk about Bill 5213, specifically Section 7, which is supporting students who are enrolled in the public school system to have access to state-owned bus transportation. And my personal testimony is that from freshman year to some parts of my senior year, I took the bus to do every activity after school or before school. It just gave me a time where I could be to myself, get to school, and then focus on school. And then whether that's focus on school after, like talking to a teacher or a counselor, worrying about my grades, such like that. Because I never had reliable transportation growing up. My parents always worked. They worked night shifts, so they wouldn't be able to pick me up, or they come back too late to drop me off school. So I didn't have that opportunity. And that's what buses are for, opportunity. It gives underprivileged children and students a gateway to a majority and a lot of stuff that they could do. Sports, social clubs like the Social Justice League at our school, Model United Nations. A lot of these things, I've seen people who didn't have reliable transportation have to quit or weren't able to join in the first place. I was part of the track team my sophomore year. I really enjoyed it. But towards the end of my junior year, I started seeing how like my bus passes, I didn't have any bus passes junior year, so I wasn't able to go as much meets as I could. And I saw a rapid decline of people who were going to the meets. People didn't have reliable transportation, even if it was in Hartford. And I've also seen students from freshman year, sophomore year, junior year, students who will come to school regularly, not come to school senior year, just because they didn't have the transportation. So I urge everyone on the board and everyone who has a say in this to bring back free bus passes. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. We appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of your day. Next up, Mia Perez. Good morning.
Hello, good morning. First, I want to say thank you to representatives, senators, and the honorable members of the committee. My name is Mia Perez. I'm a senior in University High School of Science and Engineering. So I come from a very privileged family. My mom works days and my dad works nights. So anytime during the day, my dad would be able to take me anywhere. So if I miss my bus, which I do, sorry, I do sometimes, my dad would be able to take me. When I have a doctor's appointment, I don't have to choose between academics or my health. My dad would pick me up from volleyball practices and games and sometimes bring my friends home. Most of my peers have parents that work during the day and cannot take them to school, pick them up from school, or take them to extracurricular activities. I was talking to this one friend about how after I joined the volleyball team, I felt like I was getting abs and my legs were getting stronger. And he was jokingly like responded saying, "Oh, I wish I was as buff as you. Like, I want to be as strong as you, but I can't. I'm broke." And I'm like, "Boy, you're just making excuses. Like, you're just lazy." And he said, it wasn't. I told him he was lazy because we literally have a free weight room club after school. And he was like, "It's not about the money that I have to pay for the gym. It's about the money that I have to put into the buses because no one can take me to the gym." And I was like, realizing how ignorant I was to not even realize the day-to-day struggle that all of my friends go through. And it's not just like 2 friends, it's almost like half of my class. And I hate seeing my friends being limited, not because they don't have any motivation, but because they don't have transportation. It's frustrating watching students not be able to reach their highest potentials because of something that is so attainable. By Section 7 of the bill, bring back free buses. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that testimony.
Yeah,
Really
thank you.
appreciate that. Next up is Jenna Gonam.
You said that correctly. Thank you. So good morning. My name is Jenna Goname, and I'm a junior at University High School of Science and Engineering. I'm a middle-class suburban kid and have used city buses in the past going to work in Hartford after school. Now, however, I have no need for these buses. 4 to 6 of my family members are able to drive and have cars. So access to transportation to work and school if I miss the bus is not a problem. I can also go out during weekends and after school. What is a problem, though, is the fact that my friends don't have proper transportation for after-school activities and can't go out on weekends. They can't afford to miss a school bus and can't work because they don't have a stable form of getting there on time. My friends are constantly thinking about ways to get to and from places before they can even consider going. More specifically, my friend's mom works from 6 a.m. to 11 p.m. almost every day and is one of the only forms of transportation that my friend has. My other friend can't even leave the house, because she knows she doesn't have ways of leaving and getting there. Most of the time, it's my sister or my dad taking them home after we hang out, or I'm paying for their ride home. Transportation, it's something I never worry about or take into account because I know that there will always be people available, and if not, I have a job to fund for a ride. But we are only high schoolers. Why do we have to spend our money on car rides when city buses could be free? High school is a crucial part of people's lives for social interaction and education, not for saving enough money to get to school. The option of walking is not available either, especially for girls. Hartford is not nearly as safe as it used to be, making the removal of free bus passes that much more significant. Limiting transportation limits one's future, and this is seen in the high absenteeism rates in Hartford schools. Students are expected to always be present and are rewarded for being present, especially with field trips, but are not given the resources to be present. It is unfair and lucrative. Free bus passes have helped students, but were taken too soon to allow kids access to a better future. And I wanted to quickly bring up Treasurer Russell's point earlier about parent involvement and them focusing on making ends meet. It is difficult for students to rely on parents who are not even financially stable, which is another way free bus passes can not only help the students, but help their entire family as well. Please bring back free bus passes. Thank you for listening, and I hope you take my statement into consideration.
Absolutely. I think we all heard it very loud and clear. Thank you so much. Next up is Andre Canino. You are the first to get a good afternoon.
Good morning. How's everyone doing? I'd just like to start with saying this is an honor to be in this position. I'm in front of important people who are willing to listen to a bunch of students complain, I quote, about not having free bus passes. Although I'm a minority, as many, And I come from a home of parents who are constantly working just to make ends meet. Living in Hartford CT for most of my life, near Greenfield Street, I have a passion for music, so I would naturally take my instruments to school. Although I would never use the bus. It was 9th grade, and I would never have a source of income. So I would walk the hour and 45 minutes from school and back home. With all that weight on my back, I was tired and ready to go to bed as soon as I got home. And even though it was my choice of bringing all that with me, I just wanted to put my place of saying, if I have a passion, I'm willing to do it. I'm going to strive to accomplish it. And without a form of transportation, how will I be able to do that? Now that I started working, I rely on the bus a little too much to get to work and get to home. Like one of my fellow students, Jenna, she responded with, we should not be worrying about how to get home or wherever we need to be because we're still in high school. We should not be saving money for a form of transportation. This is a sensitive topic, but my parents are recently divorced, so there's a lot more challenge when it comes to transportation. I find it harder to get to work on time because I have to make sure I pack everything in my bag and get ready to go to the bus. Whatever happened to us being your future? I was cultivated in a family that always wanted me to do better than them. We are your future, as I constantly say to myself. But we're faced with the realistic challenge that can easily be maneuvered with the help of plenty of people. Bring back free buses.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Representative Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much for your testimony. And I just wanted to correct something that you said. You said you were complaining, but in fact, you found a solution and you got it in a bill and you put it in front of us. That's called advocacy. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next up, we have Akila Crawford.
Good morning.
Good morning or good afternoon. Oh, hit the button on the.
Do I have to like hold it or
Nope.
like just, oh, okay.
You're good.
Okay, my name is Akelia Crawford. I'm a senior at UHSSE and I live in Hartford. Since my freshman year, Hartford kids have had to take the city bus and it's always been of no cost to us. Up until like a year ago when school buses for inner city kids were arranged, and as a result of that, plus COVID ending, free city bus passes were eliminated. This is a disservice to Hartford high schoolers such as myself because a city bus pass isn't just transportation, it's opportunity. A lot of kids who live in Hartford are disadvantaged in the way that we have no readily available transportation to extracurriculars such as sports and after-school enrichment. This has been something that's affected me personally since elementary. I wouldn't be able to participate in sports, clubs, or after-school enrichment because I didn't have a ride. When I got to high school and began receiving free city bus passes, this changed completely. With the city bus passes, I was able to participate in soccer, community service, and getting to work just so I can make money. The city bus also comes multiple times a morning versus just once like the school bus, meaning if I miss the first one because I have to make sure my siblings get on the bus, I still have a way to school. For that reason, the passes have also helped my attendance. Since the passes have stopped coming in, I've noticed that my opportunity is again limited, just like in elementary school. This year, I quit soccer, which I was really enjoying because I had to walk home almost 2 miles in 90-degree weather. I shouldn't have to pick between soccer or away home. Overall, free city bus passes provide me with opportunities I otherwise wouldn't have, and I hope that me and my classmates' testimonies will appeal to you all. I hope that you all will see that our state has a duty to fulfill, that duty being that every child has an equal opportunity for success. With access to free citywide transportation, underprivileged students like me are more likely to participate in school, be there every day, go to extracurriculars, and gain a better education overall. To continue to provide access to free city bus passes is to ensure a free, equal opportunity for success for all students like me, Akelia Crawford. Please bring back free buses. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. And last but not least, we have Sid Krishnan. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, and thank you for having me. I just want to first say thank you guys for having this hearing. It's really important to me and all my peers that you guys are giving us the space to advocate for ourselves. So thank you. My name is Siddharth Krishnan, and I'm a concerned high school student from University High School of Science and Engineering in Hartford. I'm here today to testify on behalf of my peers, my friends, and the students in my school community, all who have been directly affected by the decision to take away free bus passes in the state of CT. For some context, I'm a suburban kid. I'm from Wethersfield, and I've lived my whole life in an upper middle class family. And that means that all my years in the Hartford public school system, I've never had to worry about whether or not I was going to make it to school, who was going to pick me up, and how I was going to make it to my after school activities. And in all of my years in the Hartford public school system, it wasn't until this year, when students were starting to feel the effects of city bus passes being taken away, that I started to realize how much greater access to opportunity my transportation gives me. For the past 4 years in the fall, I've been doing cross country. And when I first signed up, it was my freshman year, and I did so on a whim. I didn't have to think about whether or not my parents would be able to pick me up even 2 or 3 hours after school. Now, 4 years later, teammates who have been competing alongside with me for the past 3 years are no longer showing up to practice. And that's because they were forced to make a tough decision: attend an activity or take the school bus home, or pay for a bus pass, or pay for an even more expensive Uber, make the 30-minute to an hour a walk back home. A lack of free public transportation has prohibited my friends from playing sports alongside me. Another thing that I use my transportation for is going early and staying after school. And usually that's to get extra help on classes that I'm struggling in. And it always helps to boost my grade. And when my peers in those same classes ask me, Siddharth, how are you doing well? Can I get some tips? I say it's simple, just stay after school. But it's not simple, I realize now, for a lot of students, because every day they have to stress to figure out how they're going to get home, if they stay late after school, if they can afford a bus pass this one time, and if their parents can pick them up if they're late. They're forced to pick between their education and whether or not they can make it home. One last thing is that I take University Hartford courses, as my friend Amy mentioned, and those courses have been beyond helpful to me. They've been helpful to me to figure out what I'm going to do in the future, to gain invaluable college skills and boosting my resume for my college applications. In theory, every capable student within my school community should be taking these classes, but this year that is not the case. Students who have been involved in University Hartford courses for the past 3 years are now dropping out of those courses because they don't have someone to pick them up after their 5 to 7 p.m. class. This is why I'm supporting Section 7 of the bill, an act concerning disconnected youth, because my access to transportation is actively setting me up for experiences and opportunities that are setting me up for success. And a lack of transportation is barring my friends from those very experiences and opportunities, and is honestly setting them up for failure. Bring back free bus passes. Thank you for listening.
No, thank you. I'm going to make you the spokesperson for your group. So can you talk a little bit about the organization that you've all kind of created at your school and the advocacy efforts that you've taken on around this issue, and kind of what your next steps might be?
Of course. So we started this club in October/September of 2023 after city bus passes were taken away. Our goal as a club is to uplift student voices, to get these testimonies out there for people to hear them, for people empowered to make changes based on them. So far, we've met with you, obviously, Representative Curry, and thank you for meeting with us. We've met with reporters. We've branched out within our school community to make people aware of the issue if they're not already, but we've also branched out outside of our school community to other schools in Hartford to convince them to take up advocacy on this issue. Even other districts, New Haven, we've been in contact with. We've been in contact with the private school, Loomis Chafee. So our goal right now is to move forward in banding together schools and students that are passionate about this issue. We plan to be more active on our social media to get the word out there. We plan to host a symposium in which we will bring together schools and students who are passionate about this issue. And we hope that our advocacy will really get to those empowered like you guys to really make a change.
No, that's all really fantastic. And I hope that the powers that be are watching and listening and hearing the passion in all of your voices, the resiliency that you all have demonstrated, not only for yourselves, but for your classmates and being here in front of us is not always something that is easy to do. And I know we all talked ahead of this, but you all were absolutely fantastic. And we thank you for your advocacy. Senator McCarty.
You want to say?
Oh,
No, you can go.
Representative McCarty.
I too wanted to add my voice to thanking all of you for your advocacy. You're really a model for how we can get things done, and to really hear your voices is so important to us. So I just wanted to express that to you. And it, you know, as we're talking on the Education Committee about looking for new ways to engage our disconnected youth, to improve attendance, I truly had not thought about a transportation issue until we heard from you. So I appreciate it very much, and I wish you all the very best. It's uplifting to hear from you today. So thank you.
Thank you so much. That really means the world to us that we're being heard. Thank you.
Senator McCrory.
I just briefly, I want to say, I want to thank you guys for you speaking your truth. You just explained to this public, even the fact that you attend a magnet school, and many of you are from my city of Hartford, Greenfield Street, out Bloomfield Avenue. Just in that alone, there's even more equity issues centered around just transportation. You demonstrated that your classmates cannot take college courses that we provide, that your school provide for you, just because they can't get there, not because they don't want to.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's access and opportunity. And just this simple issue alone explains to many of us who've been around this circle for years. I thank you. I thank you, young people, for advocating not just for yourselves, but for your classmates. You get it. You understand. I'm happy that we're going to have a future, because people like you who will take the initiative to come up here and speak the truth on something as simple as that speaks volumes. So I appreciate all you guys, your organization. And when you graduate, you make sure you bring some freshmen along to take your place, because I look forward to hearing from you all specifically every year, because there's an issue every year that will affect you individually and your future. Okay, so continue. Thank you all for coming up. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right, we do have more questions now. Representative Wheelander.
Thank you all for being here today, and thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. I just wanted to sort of echo what my colleagues are saying, but also I wanted to specifically bring up the fact that that was mentioned multiple times, which was safety. I think especially as young women, we have to think of things a little bit differently. Well, I'm not a young woman anymore, but when I was young, I had to think of something, differently. And I have a 7th grader and a 9th grade daughter, and then a junior who's my son. It's a huge concern for parents. And as a parent, I would imagine that knowing that your child has safe and reliable transportation, in addition to being able to expand their horizons and even just consider, I'm going to go here, I'm going to go there, let's see what I can explore in my city, would be a huge relief. So thank you for bringing up so many points that maybe we haven't thought about, that I am going to talk to my kids about, just about making sure that they're aware, and about what other, their peers of their age groups are processing. And thank you for your advocacy today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative Mara.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, I'm kind of all in on the city bus situation. That makes a lot of sense. It seems like, and I've heard you, that there's a lot of issues around your school buses just not getting you where you need to go with your after school, your before school things. But my question is this: is there some redundancy in the school bus situation? Like, are school buses coming to school empty because they're not proper options for you for transportation? For instance, if most of the kids are staying after school for sports, is that after school bus just not used? Is it going home empty? I'm just curious if there's some redundancies there. And I don't know if you're the one to answer, if your principal or whoever can answer that. That would be helpful for us to understand.
Yeah, I may not be the person to answer this, but I can say from my specific personal experience, from what I've observed, people are still using the school buses. It's just a balance because sometimes, like, like I only do a sport in the fall. So in the winter and the spring, that school bus is going to be very helpful to me. So people aren't always doing after school activities. It depends on the time of year. But I can also say that, yes, school buses are very helpful still. It's just we also need city bus passes.
Okay, so you guys are all using the school bus when it works with your schedule and the school bus is very functional.
I would say so, yes. Mr. Tommy.
So as we've added the school buses, University High School used to always have city buses for their kids as opposed to a school bus. So if you were 2 miles away, then you were given a city bus pass. But all of the kids use it because we have 2 city buses that come to the school every day. And you're accessing about 100 of my, so I don't know if you know, but like I'm a magnet school. So I have 400 kids, half are from Hartford or half are from surrounding towns. So transportation is a huge issue, but the Hartford school buses are not running at capacity. And in actuality, the 4 or 5 Hartford buses that we use cost as much as it would cost me to give a 10 ride bus pass to every Hartford student for the year. It actually costs about $8,000 less.
So I'm just a little bit confused. So you do give your students city bus passes?
No, we used to. And so for the first 19 years of the school, they had used city buses as their mode of transportation for Hartford kids. There were no school buses for Hartford kids. And
So
then,
why did that change then?
good question.
Okay, so this is really, it comes down to, my understanding is that the school system is not utilizing the city bus anymore. So we're looking at a legislative option.
Correct, due to under-resourced districts who
Uh-huh.
are trying to simply fund teachers and programs within their school systems, they are no longer able to.
But it's something that, like I said, like what had opened my eyes was that it's not just my university kids, it's kids all over the state. You know, and not just in your urban centers, but all over the state where they don't have access to transportation. And when we're talking about disconnected youth, connecting them to school, after school, before school, sports, opportunities like that are what really, like I started an esports program last year. 5 kids who had been chronically absent were no longer chronically absent. So things like that are what connect kids to school, and transportation is a major barrier for them.
Okay, and if I could do one more question, if you don't mind, because it looks like with this bill, it says specifically to state, if I remember correctly, it says to state buses. But if you're talking about all over the state, then there's a lot of regional buses that would supply that are not state buses. Is that?
So just a reminder, this is a first draft of a bill, and we will continue the conversations to ensure
Okay.
that as
Well,
it moves forward,
okay.
we'll hopefully. it includes
Right,
the
so
business.
something to keep in mind if we're looking at other districts that we might need to include
Absolutely.
the regional buses in. Okay.
Representative
you.
Zupkus.
Thank you. And that was going to be my question, and maybe to the principal, I'm not sure who can. So since this is the first draft of the bill, so what can we do with the school buses? Because they're not being utilized to the best that they could be utilized, I think. And I know in some schools, they have late buses for kids that do play sports and all. So what do we need to do with school buses that aren't being utilized?
I mean, you're in a conundrum, right? Because we have to provide kids the opportunity to get to school and get home from school every day. But then there are kids that are going to take advantage of that. But I live in Glastonbury and those buses are empty. So I think this is not just a problem. Like ridership in school buses is not just a problem in Hartford. I'm going to imagine that it's everywhere.
And in my town, most parents drive their kids because their kids are late or they're late, and so we have the same problem, but we have to pay for every seat on the bus, whether there's a kid in it or not. And so to me, it's extremely important that y'all get to go to extracurricular sports, all those things. But a bigger part of this is from funding and all these things. We need to look at the school bus situation and maybe do some adjustments there. So if you have any ideas or if y'all have any ideas, we're here.
Be careful what you ask for.
We need it.
Very eager and active group of folks. So are any of your parents here today?
It's my parents.
Yes, so just want to congratulate you and amazing students and children that you have, and you should be so proud. And hopefully the words that they're sharing today simply become the first in many that hopefully then wind up sitting on this side of the table at some point to actually be influencing policy. So we appreciate what you've done to offer this opportunity. Sure, come on up. It's a family
I just
event.
want to say the questions that you asked about transportation, and I've felt it over the years. My kids have gone through the public school system.
Can you do me a favor? Can you just state your name for us?
Sorry, I'm Sunita Krishnan. I'm Siddharth's mom.
Thanks.
I just want to make a quick point that this free city bus passes should not be overshadowed by the overall question that you have. We need to pass this first and then maybe solve that bus problem, because I've seen that for years. And I agree with you, but please don't let this be overshadowed by what you're asking. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Again, thank you all for your time. Feel free to stick around, hang out. But we definitely have another group of students that are ready to go.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And let us know how we can be helpful in your advocacy efforts moving forward. So do we want to do the same kind of thing and call up Ryan and Giovanni from Hartford Public Schools did you want to speak before your students? Oh, they're all, oh, thank you.
Okay.
Hi,
My name is Christina Jackson. I'm a junior at Hartford Public High School, and today everybody from my school is going to be testifying from this presenter window. I am proud to represent the second oldest high school in the country as the president of the entire student body. I am here to testify in favor of Bill number 5212, an act concerning education funding. As a part of the bipartisan agreement from last year's legislative session, Hartford Public Schools should see approximately $11 million in savings from the general education tuition cap. $11 million. $11 million. Let that really sink in. As mentioned before, I am the president of the Student Council at Hartford High. I am also a member of the Superintendent's Youth Advisory Council. These leadership roles have allowed me to see a completely different side of the Hartford Public School system. I have been able to learn how our district works through the budget, where we receive funds, and how it's allocated. I always knew that it took a lot of money to run our school, but I didn't really understand how it all worked. But now I have seen the budget, and $11 million could change a lot. One area of potential change is in our course offerings. At Hartford High, we currently have 2 pathways of learning that a student can choose after their freshman year: allied health or engineering. When my mom attended Hartford High in the late 90s, there were classes and complementing clubs for so many career paths, from teaching to technology, law to fashion design, architecture to aerospace. Did you know our school building has a planetarium? We could be preparing students to be astronomers, but here we are. The point of high school is to prepare students for post-secondary success. Is that goal really being fulfilled if students don't have access to more than 2 career pathways? Again, people become what they see. Hartford is a melting pot of cultures and unique people. We don't fit into just 2 boxes. Bringing back the pathway programs would give students a chance to see what's out there after high school. Hartford Public High School is more than just a school. For me, it's a part of my family's legacy, and a part of the legacy that I'm currently creating. My grandmother, my aunts, mother, and my brother went to a very different Hartford High than I did. I'm working to make the change that I want to see in Hartford High. You have the power to help me and all of my peers. Vote in favor of Bill number 5212, an act concerning education funding. $11 million in savings is just a start, but it's a good start. Really let this all sink in. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Michelle?
What'd you say?
No, I said thank you. Thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you. Next, testifying from Hartford High is Michelle.
There you go.
Okay. Hello, Chairman Curry, Senator McCrory, ranking members, and Senator Berthy, and Representative Matt Curdy, and esteemed members of the Education Committee. My name is Michelle Wilson, and I am in the 12th grade at Hartford Public High School, located at 50 5 Forest Street in Hartford, where I serve as a senior representative for the Student Body Council. I am honored to be here today to testify in favor of Bill number 5212. Sorry about that. As a senior representative for the student body at Hartford Public High School, I have seen firsthand the positive impact that proper funding and resources can have on students' education. I want to start by thanking the members for their continued investments in students throughout Connecticut, the policies that you have implemented and have been instrumental in helping us succeed both inside and outside the classroom. However, there is still much work to be done, and I am here to urge you to support this bill that will bring significant improvement to our educational system. As a part of the partisan agreement from last year's legislation session, Hartford Public High School should see approximately $11 million, as Christina said, in saving from general education tuition cap alone. I personally believe that since I am a product of Hartford Public High School systems, I believe that this money should be allocated to programming that benefits both students and teachers. Programs like the Student Success Center, which helps students struggling with credit recovery, or funding staff to provide more class availability. Currently, many students, including myself, are restricted from taking certain classes due to limited availability. This often leads to lack of preparedness for higher education and future careers. For example, I know several students who aspire to enter the medical field, but are not able to take chemistry classes at our school. Instead, they're forced or they're provided with the option to enroll in capital community colleges to earn this credit. I believe with proper funding, we could offer more classes, teachers, and tutors, which would create more opportunities for students to explore their interests and reach their full potential. I strongly believe that investing in our education system will be a significant impact on the future of our state. With $70 million in additional funding, Hartford Public Schools could provide more resources, teachers, and classes, which would benefit all students, regardless of background or socioeconomic status. When I graduate, I hope to attend undergrad school and then UConn School of Dentistry, and I believe that with the right resources and funding, I know that future students like myself will be able to achieve their goals and contribute to their community's success. Thank you for your time. The next speaker will be Gabrielle.
Hello and good afternoon, Chairman Curry, Senator McCrory, Ranking Member Senator Bertho, and Representative McCarty, and the distinguished members of the Education Committee. My name is Gabriela Nieves, and I'm in the 11th grade at Hartford Public High School, and I am the proud Vice President of the student body. I would like to begin my testimony by thanking you for your commitment and dedication to education policies that improve students' lives all over Connecticut. Investing in our students is the most important investment we can make. I am here to testify in favor of Bill number 5212, an act concerning education funding. As a part of the bipartisan agreement from last year's legislative session, Hartford Public Schools should see approximately $11 million in saving. This money would then be used for programming for students and teachers. This is especially important for the underprivileged inner city youth of Hartford, Connecticut, who are born into poverty and violence, where the odds of survival or even obtaining a decent education are against us, as if we are playing a game of Russian roulette with our future. I am well within my birthrights to describe the odds against the youth of Hartford, Connecticut. After all, I was born and raised here. I bear witness to the struggling single mothers of Hartford who have to put their children on a school bus to travel 40 to 50 minutes just so that their children can have a chance of obtaining a proper education. I know this too well because I am the product of a single mother who would worry every single day about how her 6-year-old daughter would have to travel by herself on a school bus for 45 minutes just to receive a decent education. Programs like the NAF Academy of Engineering and Green Technology, AP classes, honors, curriculums, sports, teachers, support staff, and student success programs, they will all be taken away for underprivileged youth, such as myself and many others speaking here with you today. I would like to start addressing the issue as to why I should have to travel 45 minutes to a whole new town to obtain this type of education, when I should have access to them in my old town, less than a 10-minute drive from me? Why can't we invest in our city, in our neighborhood, and in our neighborhood schools? Traveling to another town does not make it better, it makes it worse. The racism I received as a young Latina child does not make it any better. Traveling to another town made me experience racism on a first-hand account, and I was only 6 years old. My point being, and please do not feel offended by my next phrase, just because our schools are located in poverty does not mean we should be deprived by the tools, classes, and special programs that are offered in privileged cities. We need to start investing in our own neighborhood and our own school district in order to give the youth of Hartford, Connecticut a chance to change the future of Hartford. Again, my name is Gabriela Nieves, a proud junior at Hartford Public High School. I bear the right to be here before you because I am Hartford. I am your future. I yield my time to the chair. Thank you. Next up is Giovanni.
I got you.
My name is Giovanni Soto. I'm a 9th grader at Hartford Public High School, where I'm a member of the Student Council, a member of the Superintendent Advisory Council, and also a member of Model UM and the baseball team. First of all, I wanted to take a moment to thank you for the commitment you've made to public school students all over Connecticut. The policies that you've put in place are really important so freshmen like me can have a valuable high school experience and graduate ready for college. I am here to testify in favor for Bill 5212, an act concerning education funding. As a part of the bipartisan agreement from last year's legislative session, a general education tuition cap would save Hartford Public Schools approximately $11 million. This money could be then invested in things like extracurriculars from students and our teachers. I believe we should use this money to hire more teachers so we could have honors and accelerated classes because it will prepare us for higher education. I have just over 3 more years at high school to go and know that investing in public schools will help students like me graduate ready for success in college and in life. Thank you for considering my testimony. Next up is Ryan.
Good afternoon. My name is Ryan. I am a senior in Hartford Public High School located in 55 Forest Street. And I am also here proudly with my other classmates to represent the school. I'm the vice president of the Model UN, as well as a member of the school's advisory council and a member of the superintendent advisory council. Before I begin my testimony, I want to thank all of you who have started here and participated, and especially to those who have done a change and allowed for many good things to happen in not only in the Hartford district, but in many other school districts. I'm here to testify in favor of Bill 5212, as a part of an act concerning education funding. As a part of a bipartisan agreement from last year's legislative session, Hartford Public Schools should see approximately $11 million in savings from the general education tuition cap alone. This money is very important because it can be used in programming and students and teachers alike. Programming like the increase of teachers' wages, which I've seen a lot of teachers quitting their jobs because they haven't gotten a lot of money for their jobs and their knowledge of their job. And apart from increasing teachers' wages, we can also include other classes for people more in the STEM class. I've done surveys, I've interviewed my classmates, and they've all said they've wanted more STEM and science classes, more specifically in the areas of culinary, trades. They want computer science as well as honors classes for 9th graders, which is a very big part here, which in Hartford schools, and especially this one, I don't know a lot about other ones. They don't allow 9th graders to have they don't allow 9th graders to have honors classes. So the increase of this money will be allocated towards these projects, and we can allow for more STEMs and outreaches of our extracurriculars as well as our students' education, which is very important because, as we remember, the schools aren't just to prepare us for like the future, but it's to prepare the students to make the future of this state the state that is very proudly Connecticut and we are all a part of. So if we're supposed to invest that money, we should invest it towards our kids' future as well as us investing into the kids' future. We invest in the future of Hartford. Thank you for your time and sorry for my my nervousness.
Do not apologize. You were fantastic. Is there anybody left on your roster? I don't believe that we have any. additional,
No,
correct?
not really. Everyone went.
Excellent. So I think I'll speak on behalf of my colleagues here to just again, thank you for your time in advocacy. As students, we know that there's a lot on your plate already as you're in school, but to be able to take the time to do this and give voice to some of the stuff that we're trying to work on is really important. And we hope the right people are listening. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, next up, we're going to jump order real quick and go to Kenneth McClary.
Good evening, Representative Curry, Senator McCory, ranking members, and esteemed members of the Education Committee. My name is Kenneth McClary, and I serve as the Finance Chair of the Bloomfield Town Council. Today, I sit before you in strong support of House Bill 5212, an act concerning education funding, which holds vital importance for the educational well-being of our state and the students of Bloomfield. Later this afternoon, I'll be in a budget meeting with town staff and the Board of Education. Bloomfield stands to lose about $2 million if we do not pass this bill. Our community has a strong student body consisting of 46% of eligible students on free and reduced lunch, 5% multi-language learners, 20% of students requiring special education. Given these demographics, the importance of this funding is a critical chance at addressing the urgent needs of our students and the educational institutions in the town of Bloomfield and across the state. First and foremost, I applaud the bill's pledge to safeguard $150 million for K-12 education in fiscal year 25. The unwavering commitment to funding guarantees provides stability and consistency in education provisions critical for achievement of our students. The provision fully financed the educational cost sharing grant in fiscal 2026 represents a positive measure in promoting high quality education in the town of Bloomfield and across the state of Connecticut. HB 52 aims to support all public schools by ensuring fair funding for our local schools. The bill demonstrates a commitment to inclusivity and innovation. I saw firsthand working on the front lines on COVID-19, ensuring that our children had access to vaccines to allow them to go back to school and have in-person learning. COVID-19 has had a profound impact on our student population. This has shown educational inequalities that exist in our schools, and this bill focus on student-centered funding is timely and necessary as it helps build a bridge to the impending fiscal cliff. Resulting from the expiration of the federal COVID relief dollars. By investing in our teachers, tutors, programming, and resources, this bill ensures that our students will have the support they need to thrive academically and emotionally. Education perhaps is the most important function of state and local government. These words came from Chief Justice Earl Warren, and it captured the gravity of our duty to provide quality education to every child in our community. We can no longer rely on property taxes as they are the least equitable amongst most of our taxes in the state of Connecticut. So I firmly believe that this committee and the General Assembly should fully support it. Thank you, and I'm open to any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Any questions from members? Nope. We just appreciate the municipal lens on this as well. And so that's not only impacting the boards of education and the students, but the direct impact it has on the budgeting process for you and your colleagues. So I wish you luck at your finance meeting later today.
Thank you so much.
Senator,
Yeah,
Senator McCory.
No, absolutely. And clearly we hear the message loud and clear, and also the concerns about transportation. It may extend beyond just some urban school districts. It might have to extend it a little further than that. So thanks for your testimony.
Yes, Senator McCory, you're correct. And to answer the rep's question about education, as we had the discussion with the Board of Education, we cannot afford, if this money is cut, to provide after-school bus and late buses, so students will not be able to participate in after-school program because there will not be a late bus. So if you were to fully fund and make public transportation buses available to our kids, then we would not have to cut the after-school program. So I also want to support that provision too. Thank you.
Appreciate your comments. All right, thank you very much. Next up, we're gonna go to our next batch, and I think our last batch of students from Connecticut River Academy. Up first is Nora. And we'll say goodbye, I believe, to our university students, as I see your principal trying to usher you out. Just give it one moment so the annoying flip of the pairs doesn't.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Oh, sorry.
All righty. Floor is yours.
Good afternoon, senators, representatives, and distinguished members of the Education Committee. And thank you for this opportunity to speak on behalf of the disconnection between students and the funding for magnet schools. My name is Noor Abdul Hussein. I'm a senior at Connecticut River Academy at Goodwin University. I joined the CTRA community in 2020, around where the pandemic started. So unfortunately, I didn't have a normal freshman year. It was difficult to connect and socialize after the pandemic with all the restrictions of social distancing and the hybrid program. But since then, I believe schools like mine have made this effort to bring students back together, not just in reference to social distancing. We have Magnet Theme Day celebrating Black History Month, Hispanic Heritage Month, and Asian American and Pacific Islander Month. We have many clubs and communities throughout the school like Black Student Union, the Trium Music Honor Society, and Model UN, and more. What I can proudly say is that these communities were curated and strengthened by students who advocated for the need of bringing their peers together. There was one thing that almost stopped us from achieving that goal, and that was phones. At CTRA in my sophomore year, we had a semi-strict policy of not using phones during class time. Outside of that time, there is not one student who didn't have a phone in their hand. Even during lunchtime, students would engage with their phones instead of with the peers sitting next to them. Last year, as a junior, the stricter cell phone policy was implemented stronger. So now students are not allowed to walk in the school this year with their phones in their hands. They are handed in, kept in your bag, or left at home. Now, I know the idea of a cell phone policy throughout schools is not a bright idea for my generation, but I believe to be a smart one. Technology is advancing and growing every day, so it would be ideal to have a balance between talking face to face with peers and texting, calling, and so on. On top of that, the problem between students is having a certain level of equality. I personally am one who has a goal to always mentally see everyone eye to eye, regardless of age, status, race, grade, equity, and so on. Although that is not something we can physically control, I know staff can encourage it through bonding activities and community events at school. Magnet schools are designed to attract a diverse student body from many backgrounds, races, and ethnicities. That key aspect can help students have a broader perspective on the world and learn to mutually respect each other among different groups in society. As for the funding of magnet schools, CTRA is proud to have access to dual enrollment courses at Goodwin University. With that opportunity, scholars are able to attend college courses aligning with their pathway, which could be business, medical, liberal arts, community science, computer science, and more. Students can transfer the credits they earn towards colleges they would like to attend. If the funding for magnet schools were to be cut down, students wouldn't have the opportunity or access to an early college experience that would greatly benefit them with knowledge and that glimpse of being a student in college. Those magnet schools without an early college program, those schools themselves have higher and more specific courses where students have access to choose from depending on what they would like to pursue after high school. Thank you very much for having me.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your testimony.
No problem.
Next up is Princess Lewis.
Okay. Hello, my name is Princess Lewis. I'm a senior at Connecticut River Academy, and I'm speaking to request proper education funding specifically on behalf of magnet schools.
What I'd like to speak to from my experience in magnet schools is the importance of diversity. Students come from many different backgrounds and cultures, and it's important that everyone feels welcome in their school communities. At my magnet school, Connecticut River Academy, it's not only diverse, but there's an effort made to celebrate that. We have numerous clubs which promote positivity for many different groups of people, such as Girl Cut and Black Student Union. My school also has events throughout the year called Magnet Theme Days, which is a time for students and staff to appreciate the community's diverse backgrounds, cultures, and histories. Each Magnet Theme Day corresponds with the month's celebration. A few weeks ago, we had our Black History Magnet Theme Day, which the theme of the year was HBCUs. Being in a magnet school has given me a sense of acceptance, and I believe others can say the same. I'd like to end off by saying having proficient funding continues to give students an enriching experience throughout the school year. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your testimony. Next up is Anya Shaw. No, okay. Shiloh Miller.
Good afternoon. My name is Shiloh Miller, and today I'm attending this hearing to elaborate on my experience as a magnet school student. I've been a scholar within the magnet school system since age 3, and I'm currently 14 years old and in 9th grade at Connecticut River Academy. My educational journey has been enhanced by the opportunities and support provided by the Goodwin Magnet School system. As a student whose guardian's employment is within the magnet school system, I've witnessed the sense of community built by staff and educators firsthand. Unfortunately, the transition into high school can be viewed as stress-provoking and an intimidating experience. Although due to the establishment of family-like values within CTRA, I was given the opportunity to branch out, and I'm slowly creating my identity with the impactful guidance and help of staff members from the magnet school system and comfortability they have rooted within scholars. I fear that incoming scholars won't be able to share the same fundamental experience with magnet schools that I have. My anxiety has previously prevented me from partaking in opportunities like this very one. Being in this room today and openly expressing my experience would not have been possible without the encouragement from staff who pushed me throughout my educational journey. I truly hope that by advocating as Freshman Student Council President today, I'll be leading the magnet system better than how I found it. Thank you.
Represent your constituencies well. Thank you. Next up, Jaylene Nieves. Nope. Is Michael Oderinde?
Is this on? Okay.
Yep.
Hello, senators, members, and all members, sorry. Hello, senators, members, and all members of the committee. I'm Michael Darrenday, and I currently go to school at Connecticut River Academy. I'm a junior at the school, and I've been in the magnet school system since the 6th grade, and magnet schools have enriched my visions and further passions, as well as gave me a wider accessibility to STEM and more advanced coursework, which has helped students prepare for higher education. To illustrate, at my school, students often graduate with a year of college credit, meaning they're able to start college in a much more established manner, but also as sophomores, which saves them in terms of cost. Furthermore, I find that the specialized curriculum of magnet schools enables students to find an avenue that calls out to them the most. It'd be dangerous to the learning of the students if magnet schools didn't receive the funding to adequately continue to prepare students in a manner like this. Magnet schools have been what channeled my interest over the past 6 years. It was at a magnet school that I was first introduced to robotics. It was at a magnet school that I was first introduced to debating. Magnet schools have not only created a safe and innovating environment for students, but also helped to foster a diverse community. This is why it's important to continue fully funding magnet schools so that teachers, staff, and educators can continue and contributing to the environment so that students can keep growing in this environment so that the next generation of people can flourish in a space like this. Magnet schools provide a unique experience to students, and as an ambitious scholar who was once at both a communal public school as well as a magnet school, I find that endangering the public of magnet schools like this would create more harm than anything. And this is not to say that communal public schools are somehow inferior or to pit these different types of schools against each other. However, I do feel that putting magnet schools at risk will be an unfortunate loss for the students, staff, and educators that are currently enrolled in this system. The end result of the equity of the education of Connecticut scholars is the most important thing from this bill, which is why it's crucial to current students as well as incoming students that magnet schools continue to receive all the funding that they require. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. We appreciate that. And I think then to finish up with gums to get them back to school, David Day. What's that? Yeah. I know we were supposed to hear from New Haven public school students next, so we're looking to see where they might be.
Good afternoon,
Good afternoon.
Chairman Curry and McCory, ranking members, Berthel, McCarthy, and distinguished members of the Education Committee. I am David Day, Director of Operations of Goodwin University Magnet School System. It has been over 30 years since the initial filing of the Sheff versus O'Neill case. At that time, I was a third grade student at Martin Luther King Elementary School in Hartford. This court case opened my eyes to the fact that there were more educational opportunities outside of my home district and that we were not receiving appropriate funding at that time. Today, as a state, we're still trying to provide access to high quality education regardless of zip codes, but often find ourselves competing for limited funds. HB 5212 is a commendable proposal. I'm grateful for the tireless efforts of legislators and community members in attempting to alleviate and mitigate factors that continue to contribute to an education system of haves and have-nots. I support the Sheff Movement Coalition's position that calls for legislators to support full funding for all students. Last year, the legislature did a tremendous amount of work, good work, to begin to fully fund education for all students, but there's more to be done. For example, legislators should consider how the reduction in local tuition to magnet school funding can be addressed and take in consideration the cost of living, contractual increases, and continual resources needed to differentiate magnet school options for students. Hartford area magnet schools were created as part of a comprehensive strategy to address the court ruling reiterating the need to provide access to quality education, starting with providing appropriate funding for children regardless of zip code. Without the support of legislators, local school districts, and increased funding from the state, Hartford area magnet schools could be adversely impacted and penalize families who choose to make a choice that they deem necessary and the best choice for their child. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Representative Zepkis.
Thank you. Thank you for coming today, and to all the students. You did excellent. Thanks for your hard work and your advocacy to come up for your schools. It's, as we said to the other students, it's great to hear from you. I just have a quick question, and it's regarding busing, because we just heard about busing. I guess two-part, one question. Do you have issues with busing, city school busing, and any suggestions about school busing? Thank you.
Okay, great question. In regards to city busing, when it comes to magnet schools, that is an option in which it's provided where the district can provide bus passes, but it is at a cost to them. In regards to school buses, it is necessary in which districts will take the initiative and assess the volume and also the ridership. So that is a process that has to take place. Now, again, I'm saying it starts at the school level, but of course there's a much larger concern regarding transportation in terms of magnet schools. It is whether it is available in a timely fashion in terms of after school activities, as well as just the overall need. So you have to look at the data to drive results.
For the regular school bus you're talking about.
Regular school bus and after school bus.
And after school. Good. Thank you. Thank you for answering.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Seeing no other questions, we appreciate your testimony. And again, thank you to the students over at GOMS. We really appreciate you coming out and sharing your stories and highlighting the importance of our magnet school systems in Connecticut, the opportunity for choice, and the state's responsibility to ensure that can continue. I believe that we now have Harmony Cruz Bustamante online.
Hello, good afternoon, members of the Education Committee. My name is Harmony Cruz Bustamante. I'm registered to vote as Dave Cruz Bustamante. I am the senior representative on the New Haven Board of Education and the chief organizer of the Student Defense Collective. I support the idea of HB 5212. I think schools are the lifeblood of our neighborhoods and our communities, and they deserve to have all the resources they need to keep up with the rate of inflation. But I think that's exactly the problem. This bill, with the language that it has right now, does not support schools as a whole. It supports charter schools and certain magnet schools. I think there's a common argument that providing more support to charter schools and some magnet schools is good for quote unquote school choice. But what's never recognized is the fact that the state plays a direct role in why families need to make a quote unquote better choice in the first place. Charter schools only serve 2% of all Connecticut students. This bill, as it stands, allows politicians in Hartford to claim a disingenuous win for the next election cycle. So I ask that you please amend this bill to include neighborhood public schools and all magnet schools in the funding elevator. Schools like mine, Wilbur Cross, a very large comprehensive high school, are expected to do so much with so little. And yet so much incredible work from admin to teachers to students happens and radiates throughout the walls of neighborhood schools like mine. Our schools are a public responsibility, and we cannot leave our responsibility simply because it's not convenient. All of us, all of my friends, my peers, English language learners, working class and poor families, Black and brown students, and disabled and neurodivergent students deserve to be equitably served. If they were your friends, you too would know and you would understand, and you would fight for them, and you would include them and include neighborhood public schools and all magnet schools in the funding elevator as well. So I ask legislators that you be our friend and fund our schools equitably. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Harmony. We appreciate your testimony. We hope you're giving the same to your mayor and the chair of your local board of education. Next up is, I don't believe we have any other additional New Haven public school students yet. So if they pop back in, and I think our last student of the day is Benjamin Lee.
All right, well, good afternoon. Before I begin, I want to briefly thank Chairs Curry and McCrory, ranking members McCarty and Berthel, and the rest of the Education Committee for giving me the opportunity to speak this afternoon. Like the chairman said, my name is Benjamin Lee, and I'm currently a senior at Trinity College here in Hartford. I'm actually also interning for the chairman as part of the internship program here at the General Assembly. I'm speaking today in support of House Bill 5213, an act concerning disconnected youth, and specifically want to focus on Section 7, which, as we heard before from the students, deals with providing free public bus service to public school students in priority school districts within the state. I'm in strong support of this measure because I have personal experience with the benefits of a similar program in my home city. I grew up in Boston and attended Boston public schools. And in our school district, once a student reaches the 7th grade, they are no longer eligible for yellow bus transportation to school and are provided a free unlimited T-Pass, which is what we call our subway, at no cost to them. And it's valid for the duration of the academic year. As a student with parents who both were working full-time during my time in high school, I relied on public transportation every day as my means for getting to and from school and to and from activities and enrichment programs at the end of the day as well. Riding on the bus or the train every day made me an independent citizen, an independent resident of the city, and really prepared me well for the transition to, independent living in college on my own. Implementing a similar program here in Connecticut will give our students a flexible means to get to and from school, and more importantly, will reduce the burden on Connecticut parents, as it did mine, since they will no longer have to align their work schedules with the school bell schedule, which, as we know, never really aligns with the normal end of the workday. With this measure, our parents will no longer have to decide whether it's more important for them to get to work on time or for their child to make it to school on time. By passing this bill, specifically Section 7, both can be achieved. And furthermore, providing our students with a reliable means of transportation every day will hopefully work in reducing the very high rates of chronic absenteeism, which we see in many different districts here in Connecticut and in other states as well. And really briefly, before I conclude, I do want to comment on the proposal in Section 7 to allow free bus service for the 4 hours at the end of the school day. While the goal of reducing absenteeism will certainly be helped by providing transportation to school, The academic and social supports available to our students after school is just important as well. So allowing the free transit window to extend for those 4 hours following the final bell will allow students access to after-school enrichment programs, sports, extracurricular activities without compromising their access to transportation. For me, I would have never had the opportunity to, play a sport, join clubs, really get involved and engaged in the school community without this access to transportation. And as such, as we heard from the students, we know that they are interested, they're engaged, and they want to do these things. So because I know the value of a program like this firsthand, I urge the committee to pass this bill, report it favorably, and thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Lee? Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for your testimony today. Quick question, I may have missed this. At what age did in Boston Public Schools, what age did they start the transportation system?
Yeah, so that starts in 7th grade with middle school. From 7th to 9th grade, there's a little bit of more flexibility in that if a student lives there's a mileage distance from their school, they might still be eligible for yellow bus transport. But once you get to high school, it's completely not an option unless for students with accommodations or special education students.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any other questions? I don't see any online. I just want to commend Ben. As the intern in the office, this issue kind of came across his desk while he was doing just some research around a lot of the things, and he truly latched onto this. And I think so much so that you've now made this part of like your class project for your internship. And so I appreciate you taking the extra time to go above and beyond simply just doing some of the work that comes along with the interning here in the building. So thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Have a great day. Okay, next up is Rafael Rosario. Are they online? Nope. All right, we will go to Andrew Ferguson. Hit the button.
So co-chairs, ranking members, members of the committee, my name is Andrew Ferguson. I serve as co-CEO of Dalio Education. I appreciate the opportunity to testify. I commend the committee for raising Bill 5213, an act concerning disconnected youth, and hope others will follow your lead in seeking solutions for Connecticut's statewide crisis. 1 in 5, 119,000 young people are at risk of not graduating high school or are already experiencing disconnection from education and employment. Connecticut's state graduation rate has dropped for the first time in recent memory. Alarming rates of chronic absenteeism and students being off track continue. 41% of young men of color end up disconnected in Connecticut. Connecticut must act. Bill 5213 contains at least 3 specific ideas worthy of support. The bill brings much needed visibility to this population by defining their context and recognizing the continuum from at-risk to disconnection. The bill requires a statewide plan for strengthening collaboration in service of young people who are experiencing disconnection. And third, the bill also enables the sharing of information across agencies to better serve this population. I also encourage the committee to strengthen the bill in ways including but not limited to 1, including nonprofit service providers in the bill's provisions for sharing information among agencies, youth service bureaus, and other entities. 2, mandating that the state's P21 system publish annual updates to the 2023 report, Connecticut's Unspoken Crisis, so Connecticut may have accurate and timely information necessary to help young people get back on track. Third, require that school districts demonstrate the capacity to know in real time with accurate information which students are off track and why, and to support them in getting back on track. Fourth, require an interagency task force of state and municipal leaders with the mandate to support the 12,000 who are severely disconnected in Connecticut. And fifth, require a statewide plan for improving Connecticut's alternative education system. After all, 70% of students who experience this system, alternative education, end up disconnected in Connecticut. These are just a few of the many actions Connecticut can take to get young people back on track. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and thank you for your leadership in surfacing ideas for addressing Connecticut's statewide crisis.
Thank you, Andrew. You've touched on the P20 win system, and we often talk about being able to use data for to better inform us moving forward. Can you expand a little bit upon the P20 win system, your experience, and just kind of what ways in which we may make that system better and how to better integrate that into all of the agency's work?
Absolutely. So Dalio Education spent about a year working with Boston Consulting Group and P20 Win Systems and relevant state agencies who participated. The promise of that system is profoundly important. It offers a way to integrate data over many years to establish a holistic understanding of what's happening. There are many good-willed people in that system who are trying hard to make it work, but it isn't working as seamlessly as it could nor should. Within the testimony that's been submitted in response to this bill, there's a very detailed plan of concrete strategies learned from an experience of working with P20 Win, of how P20 Win could be strengthened, how the progress of that system could be further enabled, so that every year we as a state can know how many young people are at risk, who are disconnected, and not just that, but everything else we would want to know about what's happening in Connecticut. So point the committee to the detailed testimony that's been submitted by my colleagues and the plans there.
Thank you. And just last point, Barbara has been at this for quite some time, and she worked very closely with us when I was in East Hartford. I still live in East Hartford, part of the Board of Education. But I think we would all agree that not a single individual or philanthropist can kind of do this alone. Can you talk a little bit about who else should be leaning into this work?
Completely agree with your point, appreciate your question, and everyone should lean into this work. This statewide crisis is impacting every town, every city in this state. These are our children, or they are the friends of our children. Everyone needs to do their part. What that means, if you are someone who is elected to office, you have power and responsibility to offer solutions, offer ideas. I commend this committee for offering these ideas. These are some, and I encourage others to speak up too. If you're a teacher, you're already doing heroic work, and I say that as a former school teacher from New Haven. And I would encourage others to find ways to support teachers. If you're a parent, God bless you. Keep being a good parent and keep finding ways to share your experience and support other children in this state. So everyone has a role to play, and those are just a few of the examples to that point.
Thank you. Representative McCarty.
Just very quickly, I too wanted to thank you and the Dalio Foundation for the interest that you have shown in helping us figure out the solutions to bringing our students back in and to working with our disconnected and disengaged youth. It's remarkable the work that you're doing, and I just wanted to add my gratitude to the Dalio Foundation. Thank you.
Thank you for your leadership, and it's certainly, I feel privileged to support so many who are doing so much good work in this state.
Representative Poulos.
Good morning or good afternoon. I just want a couple comments. Since 2016, I have personally collaborated with Dalio Education, and I have on numerous fronts as a classroom teacher, as a not-for-profit board member. And I just want to comment that everything that I've witnessed, that I've observed from Dalio Education impacts students and teachers firsthand, directly impacts students and teachers firsthand. And so this work with disconnected youth is important, and I'm confident that your organization will continue to impact Connecticut students firsthand. And when I talk about Connecticut students, I'm in my 24th year of teaching. I wrote subplans to be here today. I just popped into my school email and got an email from a disconnected child asking me for some help and support. And I visited schools in every single district reference group in this state. I've talked to students and teachers from every single county in this state. And this is a challenge that we face, and we need to put some serious attention in how we're going to help our disconnected youth find ways to engage and participate in our communities. Thank you for your work.
Thank you. Senator McCrory.
Real quickly, Andrew, thank you for your testimony. But more importantly, thank you for the Dalio Foundation to actually doing the work and getting the numbers together. Being someone who's been an educator for 34 years in the urban community, this is not new to us. This data has been out for a long time. But I thank you for actually having the fortitude to bring it before people who didn't know about it. I live it every single day, but I appreciate you guys for actually doing the work and putting together and highlighting that it's not just an urban issue once again. My question real quickly, you mentioned something about lately how we can enhance this piece of legislation by having nonprofits share information. Give me an example of how would that work when you say nonprofits sharing information with, I guess, with the public figures.
Yeah, so certainly building on the strength of the bill by trying to include youth service bureaus, juvenile review boards, I think that's very helpful. In addition to that, there are many other nonprofits like Compass, like Domus, and many others that are doing really important work in collaboration with those very organizations, municipalities, boards of education in the state. And I would look for any and all way to ensure that we are enabling their collaboration in service to young people. And so within that, Senator, there are a lot of specific details within the language of state law and federal law as it relates to sharing of student information and respecting privacy that get wonky pretty quickly. But I certainly would point to that broader principle as a guidance for the committee to work through the details of how that would actually work.
Okay. And lastly, you mentioned in your data that within the numbers you researched, 12,000 are severely disconnected. Explain to me what's the difference between disconnected and severely disconnected. How would you define that?
So a young person would be experiencing severe disconnection if they are currently incarcerated or if they have no job and no high school diploma. That would be distinct from if you would experience moderate disconnection, which would mean you have a diploma from high school or the equivalent, but you presently have no job and no connection to post-secondary. And to that broader point, when we use this language of disconnection, moderate or severe, I just want to underscore, we're not at all talking about the young people themselves. We're talking about the condition in which young people in this state are growing up. And to your point, initially, we're trying to be as clear as we can to bring visibility to this unspoken crisis because too few know about it. Our basic belief is when more know about it, more will care. If more care, stronger action.
I'm glad you said that. Lastly, I want to make sure did I hear you right? Did you say 41% of men of color in the state fall in this range? Is that
41% of young men of color end up disconnected based on the data in this report.
Say it slow again.
41% of young men of color end up disconnected in Connecticut. That is a fact.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Representative Brennan Hughes.
Thank you. My question has to do with some of the causes. And as far as some of the causes, how would truancy factor into that? How great a cause is that to this problem?
So there's certainly many causes. And what we certainly see is truancy or chronic absenteeism is a significant driver of this crisis. And so I think what that looks like is, and you see it over years, not just in any particular year, nor just as a result of the pandemic. It precedes it, and it continues to this day. And so when I look at overall what are the causes, I certainly look at some numbers around truancy, which again is why I then point to the current data of how many young people are chronically absent in this state as evidence of this crisis continuing and compelling us to act.
And following up on the truancy end of it, when you have somebody with habitual truancy problems, is there follow-up in the state? Are there truancy officers, so to speak, that actually reach out to these families of the children that are not showing up at school?
There's certainly many programs in place on a district by district basis, on a state basis. I'm sure the Commissioner of Education would point to the LEAP initiative that they've initiated, but I also would point to the overall data. which is the amount of young people who are chronically absent across this state is huge. It is huge. And it requires so much more than we are currently doing as a state. And as I say that, it's every single town and city in this state. And so together, it's why I'm just commending this committee for surfacing ideas of how to respond and asking others to follow your lead.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? No. I just want to again thank you, thank Barbara, thank the foundation for all the work that you've done for putting the report together. Again, as this good senator said, it was not new information to a lot of us, but having it presented in a new and updated manner was very impactful. And I'm sure you, along with CCM and the forums in which they held around the state, hopefully we're going to see some good things come out over the next couple of weeks around some of these initiatives. So thank you very much, Andrew.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to go back because I believe they're now online. So Rafael Rosario.
Good afternoon, members of the Education Committee. My name is Rafael Rosario, and I serve as the Senior Manager for Communications and Development at the Connecticut Coalition to End Homelessness. I'm also a father to 2 teenagers in the city of Waterbury. So today I stand before you not just in my professional capacity, but as someone who has been personally navigated the challenges of homelessness. I'm here to express my strong support for General Assembly Raised Bill 5213, a vital legislation supporting disconnected and at-risk youth within our state. My journey into homelessness began in my teenage years, a period that should have been marked by learning and growth, not survival. The instability and uncertainty of not having a stable place to call home deeply impacted my educational journey and my overall well-being. However, it was through supportive services and educational opportunities that I was able to overcome these challenges. This personal experience underscores the importance of comprehensive approach outlined in Bill number 5213. This bill, focusing on addressing the needs of at-risk and disconnected youth aged 14 to 26, represents a critical step towards ensuring that young individuals facing similar adversities have the support and resources they need to thrive. By defining the key terms as at-risk student and disconnected youth and mandating the development of a 2-generational advisory board plan, this legislation acknowledges the multifaceted nature of youth disconnection and the importance of coordinated response. This bill's emphasis on an interagency collaboration, data sharing, and targeted support programs, including free bus transportation and dual credit courses, directly addresses barriers that prevent at-risk youth from accessing education and employment opportunities. Moreover, the focus on trauma-informed care and the development of alternative education and credit recovery programs is crucial for supporting students who, like me, may face challenges that threaten their educational progression and future prospects. Raised Bill 5213 not only recognizes the systematic barriers faced by at-risk and disconnected youth, but also proposes practical, evidence-based solutions to address these challenges. It is a testament to our state's commitment to not only recognize the potential of every young person, but also providing them with the tools and support necessary to realize that potential. In closing, I urge you to support General Assembly Bill Raised 5213. This legislation can transform lives of countless young individuals by providing them with the opportunities and support they need to overcome barriers and succeed. Let us seize this opportunity to make a meaningful difference in the lives of at-risk and disconnected youth across Connecticut. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you so much. I do not see any questions online or in the room. Enjoy the rest of your afternoon. We appreciate you.
You as well.
Next up, Lisa Hammersley. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Chairman McCrory and Curry, ranking members Berthel and McCarty, and distinguished members of the Education Committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today in strong support of House Bill 5212 and Act concerning education funding. My name is Lisa Hammersley, and I serve as the Executive Director as the Nonpartisan School and State Finance Project. I want to first thank this committee, legislative leadership, and the rest of the General Assembly who came together last year in widespread bipartisan fashion to pass a historic investment in K-12 education. House Bill 5212 would protect this historic investment in K-12 education that the legislature appropriated in fiscal year 2025 by expanding ECS weighted funding to students attending public schools of choice, magnet school students, and agri-science students, while increasing total funding for local public schools. This bill will finally ensure that all Connecticut's public school students are funded according to their individual learning need, as defined in our statute as those who are economically disadvantaged, multilingual learners, or attend a school with concentrated poverty. House Bill 5212 would save local districts tens of millions of dollars annually by maintaining the general education tuition cap charged by magnet school operators and agri-science programs in fiscal year 2025, before eliminating general education tuition altogether in fiscal year 2026. This is a critical time for education in our state. Our students in our schools have urgent needs that are not being met by the current system. Districts are facing significant fiscal cliffs from the expiration of one-time federal resources. Test scores are at an all-time low. 119,000 students are considered at risk or disconnected. Pandemic-induced student learning loss is estimated to cost our state $188.4 billion if not addressed in this over this century. And over 90,000 jobs remain unfilled, with employers citing fighting skilled applicants as the biggest problem to filling positions. As I said during my testimony last year before this committee, we need a comprehensive change to how we fund public schools in our state, a change that will make a positive difference in the lives of students and families across Connecticut. House Bill 5212 is that comprehensive change, and I urge you to support this important piece of legislation again. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and I look forward to answering any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from members? Representative McCarty.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to thank you, Lisa, and for your work in helping us understand the importance of this legislation. Could you just comment very briefly about how, because we've heard different conversations that if we did not put back the 150 million that we're talking about today, how that would impact student learning in our districts? Because we've heard conversations that there may not be any impact there. And if you could just clarify that, appreciate it.
Absolutely. So as you know, a portion of the bill is dedicated to providing general education tuition relief to sending districts. As you also know, when students decide to exercise choice, there is a financial responsibility back to the sending district that remains, even when that child is being educated outside their district. This includes general education tuition billing and includes special education expenditures, as well as, in some cases, transportation expenses. So by capping and eventually, hopefully, eliminating general education tuition billing, that allows those resources to stay directly in the district, which does have a positive impact on students that are being educated in that home district, because it would free up resources that could be used to hire teachers, maintain mental health support, hire interventionalists, any other expense that the district feels is necessary to properly educate their students. So by stripping these resources, it will result in fewer resources for students across the state, because every district in the state has some form of general education tuition expense, and it would directly impact the education opportunities that they receive in district.
Thank you very much for expanding on that and for your testimony today. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative.
Representative Zupkus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming today. You struck my memory with a question that I've had, and you were talking about special ed and the cost and outplacement. I just heard the other day from one of my school districts that, and I'm asking for clarification, that the Department of Education has the authority for the pricing on schools that if a special ed child is placed out of district, that pricing is controlled by the Department of Education. They gave me the example of it goes up 3% every year, but this past year it went up 10%, and they didn't get any more services or anything. And to me, that's a lot. Well, to them, it was a lot too. They were not happy about it, to say the least. So Is that true? Do you know that, does the Department of Education have the authority for the pricing of these?
Not to my knowledge, Representative Zupkis. I will say that for private outplacements, as well as students that exercise choice and attend another type of magnet or another type of public school, such as a magnet school, I believe with outplacements, the amount that is charged is in the contract between the sending district and that private provider. I know that magnet schools are pretty, there's no dictation as to how much they can charge for, or how much, there's no limit as to how much they can charge for services that they're providing to students that have an IEP in their district. But I would recommend that you confirm with Attorney Feinstein, who will be up in a few speakers to elaborate. The Special Education Task Force did consider and discuss possibly the state implementing a rate of services for different types of services offered. That Special Education Task Force, I don't believe, came up with a recommendation on that item. Massachusetts does have such a system, but to the best of my knowledge, Connecticut does not.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Rep. Chalesky.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So you talked about the impact for sending districts. What about the impact for a receiving district? Capping them at the 58%, I guess it is, and then eventually just eliminating the ability to charge the sending district. So what would be the impact to a receiving district, I guess? I mean, coming from Danbury, we have just the one inter-district non-chef magnet school, and that's been a revenue source for our district. So could you talk about that?
Yep, I would love to. So the $150 million that was appropriated in the last legislative session for fiscal year 2025 essentially represented 42% of House Bill 5003. And each type of public school operators provided resources in the state budget from last year. Those amounts for each type of operator is sufficient to cover not only the tuition loss from being limited into how much you can charge in tuition, but also to provide an increase in support that is reflective of your students' needs as calculated with the education cost sharing grant. So the amounts appropriated are sufficient to, one, cover revenue loss, and then two, to begin to phase in towards fully funding all students based on the ECS formula.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah. Seeing no other questions, I also want to take our publicly.
Thank you.
Is it just me or did the sound go out? Okay. Those on Zoom are unable to hear.
Oh, my mic was off.
Okay,
That's my bad.
thanks.
I thanked a lot of people, said we do good things. You know, we have to do more. Yeah, there you go. Next up, I don't think Juan is here or online. Daniel Fitzmaurice. Thanks.
I'm Daniel Fitzmaurice, the Director of Advocacy at the United Way of Connecticut. My pronouns are he, him, and I live in Orange. Thank you to the legislators and all the staff on the Education Committee for hosting this public hearing and for your service to the residents of Connecticut. I also want to take a moment to thank every teacher, every community organization, and every public agency that helped you all stay on track as a young person. We're all here today because of countless people, programs, and policies, many of them are here in this room, that provided us with the tools we needed to thrive. But across Connecticut, 119,000 young people are at risk of becoming or are already disconnected. They face challenges that threaten their education, employment, and ultimately their chance to succeed. Every year, another 60,000 young people across every zip code in this state fall through the cracks again. A problem that is this entrenched, this urgent, and this widespread demands an immediate and coordinated solution. These young people just deserve it. That's why I urge you to support House Bill 5213. This bill will create a statewide strategy and will create a lot of data sharing, but it's also about unlocking the potential of young people in every corner of our state, in every district of our state. It's about investing in their future, which in turn is an investment in the future of the whole state of Connecticut. The United Way of Connecticut is a proud collaborator with the Campaign for Work in Connecticut. This is a diverse and passionate coalition, some of which you'll hear from later today after me. And we stand ready to help you build this comprehensive solution outlined in the bill. Together, we can empower these young people and their families to overcome their challenges, contribute to their communities, and build brighter futures for themselves and our state. For all these reasons and the many you'll hear from later today, I urge you to vote in favor of this bill. Thank you for your bold commitment to young people who all deserve to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from members? Seeing none, thank you for your work. We appreciate the United Way also partnering in just ensuring that we are talking about disconnected young people and all trying to find a way forward to get families everything that they need and deserve here in Connecticut. So thank you.
Thanks, Representative Curry.
Next up is, do we have, yes, Jordy online. I see you're there.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi. Hi, my name is Jordy Ojides. I'm with the Youth Advisory Committee, and I'm here to support bill number 5213. And I would just like to say that it's a great idea to have all these different organizations come together to help the youth actually find education and help them with creating job skills. Because personally, I can say I was pretty affected by something like that. I was incarcerated for 8.5 years. I didn't really finish school because I was just distracted. I didn't have no direction. And I feel like these organizations can provide something like that with the kids that they lack motivation and direction towards like a goal or I guess a career path, and give them the opportunity to like have these goals to achieve instead of just like trying to make it on their own and not really finding a way. So I would support all of this because personally I believe that it will help in the long run in creating a better future for our youth. Thank you.
Thank you so much
Thank
for your testimony today. I don't see any questions from members. Again, appreciate your advocacy and enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Thank you.
Next up, is Christina Barman online? Do not see. Then that would be Bria Parkman McCullough. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Co-chairs, Representative McCrory and Senator McCrory, ranking members, Senator Berthel and Representative McCarthy, and distinguished members of the Education Committee. My name is Bria Parkman McCullough, and I am a proud teacher at Central High School in Bridgeport, Connecticut, and a proud member of Faith Acts for Education. I am here this afternoon to urge you to vote yes on HB 5212 and protect the $150 million investment our government finally made in K-12 education. This isn't just a line in a budget. It's personal to me and to the kids in my classroom and to the students throughout this state. The decision made in this room and in this building have real consequences that real kids will feel on a daily basis. This is why I testified and fought for the $150 million investment last year. It's why I stood on the steps of the Capitol with more than 340 other people on National Day of Prayer to demand that we fund one Connecticut system that equitably educates all kids. And we were told that it would happen. When the bill passed last session, I thought of the reading interventionists we might finally be able to hire, or how we might be able to use that money to train teachers on reading intervention, which is a very different skill than classroom teaching. I thought we might finally get the resources as educators to do what needs to be done for our kids. Instead, we are now told that this money all of us fought for is now in jeopardy. Our state has long failed to deliver on the promises of an excellent education for all of Connecticut's children, and now the governor wants to break yet another promise to rectify that. And the kids know. They know that their peers in other schools are getting an entirely different experience. My kids know that their peers in schools in Fairfield are getting X, Y, and Z, and they are not. And they know why. The passage of the $150 million funding package last year was a light and a hope. To take it away so quickly is an insult that cuts to the core. It goes to our kids' self-efficacy and how they view their value and how much effort and attention they'll put into their education. They desperately want and need someone to care, and they are the future of our state. As I told this body last year, Connecticut needs to invest in education in order to see a return on investment in the form of educated, enlightened individuals. Otherwise, the state of Connecticut will address this failure by funding welfare, juvenile detention, and adult prisons. You, our elected leaders, can decide and fund the type of Connecticut we want. And funding one Connecticut education system where all students are treated fairly, you would be investing in all of Connecticut's children, and there is no better investment. It was the right choice last year, and it is the right choice this year. Fund our kids. Please vote yes on HB 5212. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bria, for your testimony. Don't see any questions for you. Enjoy the day.
Thank you.
Next up, Violet Sims.
Greetings, honorable chairpersons, ranking members, and distinguished members of the Education Committee. I'm Dr. Violet Jimenez Sims. I'm the Managing Director of Academic Programming for the Connecticut Teacher Residency Program, or TRP. I've been an advisor, teacher, administrator, and leader in educator preparation in Connecticut, public schools and universities for over 20 years. I'm an immigrant, bilingual, bicultural, first-generation college-educated woman who joined the most impactful profession in the world via an alternate route to certification. National Center for Education Statistics data show that 3 times as many Black educators enter the field via alternate routes compared to via traditional teacher training programs, and about twice as many Hispanic educators do the same. I lead with that because I'm here today to share a message I also shared with appropriations recently, requesting that the State Department of Education budget include a new line item designating a minimum of $1.5 million specifically for the Connecticut Teacher Residency Program to support district partnerships. HB 5212 might be a good place to include this funding. In considering the state's commitment to remedying the inequities confirmed via the Chef versus O'Neill ruling, we can't forget the importance of diversifying the teaching profession while our schools become increasingly diverse. At TRP, our vision is to prepare quality teachers and candidates to create opportunities for all children and transform schools to be diverse and inclusive environments. As of right now, only 11.2% of Connecticut's educators are people of color, while 52.5% of Connecticut students are of color. There has been a slight increase in the number of educator of colors in the past couple of years, but the students' population increased diversity actually continues to outpace the rate at which we're recruiting, hiring, and retaining educators of color as a state. The teaching profession is an increasingly difficult one to attract candidates to. As well, the state's attrition rate for educator preparation program completers contributes to that racial disparity that we see among our student versus teacher population and exacerbates what we refer to as the teacher shortage. In numbers, 58.7% of EPP completers are employed within the first year after completing a program. So we lose a lot of people who don't even go into the profession. By year 2, 76.6% of those are employed within their first year. So that's 44.9% of graduates remaining in the classroom. In comparison, TRP completers have retention rates of 92.5% or above for 4 cohorts that we have been following of over 90% candidates of color. So in closing, our program exists because of your support and advocacy. For that, we're grateful. We've had great success in not just delivering excellent teacher training, but retaining teachers in Connecticut schools. Our model is successful and scalable, but our current funding structure, combining private grants with district participation fees, is not sustainable, and it is also not accessible to all districts. We're providing an invaluable service and benefit to Connecticut public schools that will impact generations. As such, we're an important part of the EPP ecosystem, and really would like a commitment to a modest ask of a line item of $1.5 million. Thank you so much for your time and attention today.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, thank you so much. Next up, Cass Gillion. From intern to superstar.
You're making my heart go. Chairs Curry and McCrory, Ranking Member McCarty, and distinguished members of the Education Committee. My name is Cassandra Gallion, and I'm the Policy Director at Connecticut Charter School Association. I'm here to express my support for House Bill 5212 and to encourage you all to please help deliver on the promise made to Connecticut students just 8 months ago. House Bill 5212 takes steps towards addressing the longstanding achievement and opportunity gaps that have persisted in our state. As an organization supporting nearly 11,000 students at Connecticut's 21 public charter schools, we have seen firsthand the needs of these school communities and the value of an equitable school funding policy. Our public charter schools serve predominantly students of color, more than half of whom come from low-income households. These student populations have long dealt with the lack of funding relative to their peers across the state. We thank this committee for hearing the concerns and being part of the solution during last year's legislative session, helping put forth legislation that ensures that all students have what they need to be successful. However, in light of the governor's recently proposed budget adjustments that would scale back the $150 million promised to K-12 public education, we are calling on this committee to once again be a part of the solution that puts children first. We urge you to uphold the unanimous decision made last year to approve a student-centered funding model for public education. In addition to protecting that investment made for all public schools, House Bill 5212 directly addresses the needs we see in our public charter school community by doing the following: protecting the phase-in percentage established last year, ensuring these schools can adequately plan for the funding they'll receive; expanding ECS-weighted funding to students attending public schools of choice while funding for traditional public schools is protected. It gives public charter school full
full weighted funding starting in fiscal year 2026, bringing them closer to funding parity with all public school models. And it institutes an inflation-adjusted foundation starting in fiscal year 2027 to equip schools to handle financial challenges. The most important step this bill takes is simple: ensuring that all public school students are funded based on what they need to succeed, not based on where they live or the type of school they attend. It gives districts the financial stability to make meaningful long-term investments in resources such as teachers, counselors, social workers, school psychologists, and student support services and programs. A student-centered funding policy allows the state to get the most out of every dollar they invest in public education. Every student deserves an opportunity to succeed, and House Bill 5212 will be a critical step toward that goal. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Any questions from members? Seeing none, have a great day.
Thank you.
Okay. I don't see Carol Gale in the room. Oh, wait. Oh, okay. No, all good. Justin Carbonell, City of Middletown. Afternoon. Nice to see you.
Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, Senator Berthall, Representative McCarty, and the members of the Education Committee. My name is Justin Carbonella. I am the Youth Services Director for the City of Middletown, and also serve in the capacity as the immediate past president of the Connecticut Youth Services Association. And I'm here to share my support of HB 5213. Middletown Youth Services is a department of the City of Middletown, which serves roughly 50 to 100 youth annually through our diversion process. While we believe that diversion plays a critical role in supporting youth in the pivotal moment of an arrest, the charge of Statute 10-19M empowers YSBs to play key coordinative roles in communities. As highlighted in the recent Dalio Education Report, communities cannot wait for young people to fall off the proverbial cliff before we respond. Even waiting for a first arrest can be a step or two too late when other types of interventions may be available. There must be centralized roles helping communities research and assess needs, advocate and plan for services, and coordinate supports utilizing all available resources. Properly funded, resourced, and supported youth service bureaus are positioned for these roles and primed for that impact. In Middletown, we are ready to launch a number of pilot programs that break down silos between schools and community providers so that we may work to the best of our collective abilities to support at-risk and disconnected youth. This includes key data sharing work that will allow us to provide wraparound support for youth across sectors, while also collecting key metrics in a centralized youth dashboard so that we may target interventions and investments as effectively as possible. Some of this work has been years in the making and bolstered by existing data sharing agreements between our YSB and school, a model agreement that we see proposed in this bill. This work is a credit to leadership over the course of my 18-year career, to mayors who have viewed our YSB as a shared service to support our schools, and superintendents who have advocated to embed our YSB within school infrastructure, such as school-level meetings, so that our expertise around community resources could be ever present, and the support to school staff and students. This cannot be about turf wars or jurisdictions. In this work, all kids are our kids. To that end, I recognize that not all communities operate in this way and benefit from said access and partnerships, and that's why I fully support this bill. As impossible as this work seems at times, especially in these years following the pandemic, we must recognize that at times the drivers of these challenges are of our own doing. Politics, personalities, and policy, or potentially the interpretation of it, can prevent us from achieving the key partnerships that our communities and young people both deserve and count on us to provide. HB 5213 would be a watershed moment in not letting us get in our own way.
Thank you for your testimony. I think this is one of, I mean, they're all critical pieces of legislation, but I think this one can really have the impact that it was intended to when I think the YSB were created, and the partnerships that we all likely talk about but don't actually follow through with ensuring are created. Especially in the most impactful way possible. I know Middletown has kind of led on this. There was testimony, I think, from the administration with respect to FERPA issues and all the like. You've worked very closely with some of the leading education attorneys to ensure that that is not the case in these agreements. Can you just talk a little bit more about that.
Sure. I think it's potential that the State Department of Education is applying a rather narrow interpretation of FERPA. It is, I think we reasonably believe that with the right agreements and governance structures, that YSBs can operate within the schools. And I would just go back to the Dahlia report, the testimony of Andrew Ferguson. It's these types of partnerships we know young people and communities need. There are roughly 119,000 disconnected and at-risk young people in this state that would have benefited from this bill years ago. And I think we need to look at each and every reasonable tool in our toolbox to make sure that we are supporting them using the existing resources that we have.
Excellent. Thank you for that. Any other comments or questions from members? Look forward to your continued partnership in this work. Thank you. We're going to go back. I see Carol is now online. Carol Gale.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Dear chairs and members of the Education Committee, my name is Carol Gale. I am a Hartford teacher and I am president of the Hartford Federation of Teachers. We are certainly part of the Connecticut for All Coalition as well. I am here to testify on this House Bill 5212. I support the bill, but I ask legislators to make it equitable for neighborhood public schools and for the magnet schools, for all of them. HB 5212 puts some schools, but not all schools, on a funding elevator, which would increase the funding for charter schools and certain magnet schools based on inflation. However, they would not be applying the same inflation elevator to neighborhood public schools, nor to the magnet schools that are run by our local boards of ed. I see this as a glaring inequity. Decades in the classrooms of Hartford public schools, spanning a local charter school, magnet schools, and district schools, has given me ample empirical evidence of the inequities that exist between neighborhood schools and other schools. For example, while in a magnet, I had adequate resources and supplies, whereas the years I worked in neighborhood schools, I spent hundreds, probably thousands of dollars out of pocket in order to outfit my classroom. In magnet schools, I taught students who were from a mix of economic backgrounds, whereas in neighborhood schools, my students were all eligible for free lunch. In magnet schools, there was more extracurricular programming. In neighborhood schools, there was more special education students in my classes with less support. The one constant in every school, every classroom in our state is that they're all filled with children who want to be successful students. They should all get the same opportunity for success and not have to experience opportunity gaps based on the zip code in which they reside. Our neighborhood schools welcome anyone and everyone who enrolls in their district. They educate higher percentages of English language learners, students from families that earn poverty wages, and Black and brown students. Our neighborhood schools have the greatest needs. Therefore, they should have the greatest support. I urge you to amend this bill so that all schools will get increased funding based on inflation, not just some. The inequity is also especially concerning given that charter schools are privately run and are not as accountable or transparent to taxpayers in the way that public schools are. As a taxpayer in this state, I want to see public dollars supporting public schools that have the accountability and transparency similar to that of boards of education and be held to the same standards as required by the State Department of Education. Charter schools serve a small percentage of Connecticut students. Please ensure that this bill addresses the needs of all of our students, especially the neighborhood schools in urban districts like Hartford. Thank you very much for this opportunity. Happy to answer any questions if you have.
Thanks so much, Carol. So you talked about the different ways in which it is perceived that the state is treating charters versus, or public charters versus our traditional public schools. Do you have a couple examples that you might be able to provide so we can better understand and possibly work towards the goal of allowing
things like certification requirements that are different from charter schools to the neighborhood schools that are under boards of, or schools that are under a board of education is certainly one example. having a different governing structure. They don't have an elected Board of Education, which makes differences. And in terms of enrollment, caps that can exist that don't exist in other schools, neighborhood schools, they can't cap enrollment. They just have to stretch staff in order to make sure every student is, has a teacher in front of them.
Thank you for that. Any other questions or comments? Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And could you just go into a little, if you can, a little more information regarding the special education aspects of the schools that are our local public schools? Shikhan?
Yes, we have been experiencing in Hartford a higher and higher proportion of students that are identified as special ed. And as the charter and magnet schools have increased, Hartford has resulted in receiving a disproportionate number of students with special needs. And again, that is because Hartford, as a default district, has to take them, whereas charters or magnets don't have to. Parents can opt to leave those schools. And I have seen some administrators kind of encourage parents to leave some schools where they have the option to do so. I have witnessed this firsthand. And so therefore they go to their default district, and for Hartford, that means that we get a disproportionate number, such that a lot more of our funding now of our budget is going to special ed. I believe we spend 25% of our total budget on special education programming in the city.
And just one follow-up question, Mr. Chair. What impact does that have on the students that are not special education?
It has a disproportionate comprisement in classrooms. So for example, I've been in a classroom where I have your standard, say 24 students, and then you have a few that are special needs, and you have the support of a special education teacher, and maybe or maybe not a student has a para educator support, but you've got enough adults to spread around those students. With a high degree of special education students, we are now having 5, 6, 7, up to sometimes a quarter or a third of a class. And I've worked in classrooms where a third of my students were identified with IEPs. And you don't have the ability to spread yourself to all of the individualized needs that those students present. And they deserve it. They deserve to have the adult support to the degree that their IEP specifies, and to have smaller classes such that they are getting all of the modifications, all of the attention that they certainly need. So in terms of the number of kids in a particular classroom, it is affecting all students in the sense of increased disruptions, and that of course, if they are, some of our special needs kids are also kids who have behavioral problems. If you have, and we're getting an increased number, particularly an increased number of students with autism are entering our schools in our lower grades. And that becomes problematic if you have too many disruptions from students who are acting out or who are nonverbal and who aren't understanding the directions, and there isn't adequate support, then of course instruction stops. And so yes, there is an impact on the other students who are not identified as special ed.
Thank you so much for sharing your observations with us, and thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Carol, thank you for your testimony today.
You're welcome. Thank you.
And just as we transition to the next speaker, just a quick point of clarification. You are not permitted to discriminate with respect to special education on who is allowed to apply and enroll into a public charter or a public magnet school. If you remember last year, we passed legislation where we standardized the application process so that that was no longer something that was being identified on a piece of paper. So I just want to make sure that we are clearly understanding that anybody, that's why they are considered public traditional, public magnet, and public charter. Anybody can go ahead and apply. Just want to make sure that is very clear. And then also, obviously, we hear the anecdotes about families being pushed out. I would prefer anecdotes become actual conversations and real world examples, of which I have not had the experience to have any of those conversations. So maybe that's something for the future. Next up, Emily Morrison.
Good afternoon, members of the Education Committee. My name is Emily Morrison. I am a Putnam resident and Director of Development and Prevention Services Division Director at United Services Incorporated. United Services is a certified community behavioral health clinic serving 21 towns in northeastern Connecticut. We operate more than 30 programs under our one administration, including outpatient mental health for adults, children, and families, substance use treatment, primary care, crisis services, domestic violence programs, family and parenting services, and prevention services. We are the designated Youth Service Bureau and Juvenile Review Board for 6 towns in northeastern Connecticut. Of those 6 towns, 3, the towns of Killenly, Plainfield, and Sterling, were identified by the Dahlia report as having 30 to 40% disconnected youth. Additionally, 3 towns in United Services coverage area do not have a designated YSB, and we serve them because if we did not, no one would. We receive 0 state funding to do so. One of those towns, Hampton, also was identified by the Dahlia report as having 30 to 40% disconnected youth. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on HB 5213, an act concerning disconnected youth. United Services views our Youth Service Bureau and our Juvenile Review Board as critical prevention programs operating on the front lines of the children's mental health crisis. These programs within our agency have experienced a 155% increase in the number of youth served in the last 3 years. And the acuity of the children that we are seeing is significantly higher than it was before COVID. We are continuing to see tremendous depression and anxiety in children, leading to chronic absenteeism and fighting and using substances at school in many cases. We appreciate the legislator addressing this important issue. We say it all the time, the kids are not okay. Our concern is, as it so often is, funding. United Services has long been advocating for additional funding for YSB and JRB programs. We see their value, but it certainly seems that the state does not. United Services receives just $46,121 per year in state funding to technically serve 6 towns, but we're really serving 9. We've been serving around 190 youth per year each year for the last 3 years. United Services uses private grant and fundraising dollars to fill the gap between the limited state funding we receive and the surging community need that has been knocking down our door. It is still not enough. Our current state funding does not cover our current program costs and certainly would not cover the additional duties outlined in this bill. We would love to do more with our YSB and our JRB. Please provide us with the funding to do so. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you so much for your advocacy and your work. I don't see any questions. Enjoy your afternoon. Next up, Jenna LaVecchia.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm speaking to encourage you to support the bill HB 05213 to maintain the $1.2 million line item to support the Uplift program for all public schools and districts in the state of Connecticut. My name is Jenna LaVecchia. I serve as the middle school Spanish teacher at 6-6 Magnet School in Bridgeport, Connecticut. Our school district has worked with the Resk Alliance trauma coordinator for cooperative educational services, and we benefited at the classroom level as well as school-wide. I attended the Uplift Foundations of Trauma-Informed Care in October. Since then, I've been able to implement the teachings in both my teaching methods and also how my class is set up. I have since modified how I approach students who are activated and more successfully able to help them through a challenging situation. I've also looked at my curriculum and syllabus and modified how I approach late assignments, quiz retakes, etc., to better infuse a trauma-informed lens into my existing practices. This shift has been critical for the well-being of my students. 6-6 serves a diverse community that brings a lot of wonderful assets. Students and families also carry trauma. After my team and I attended the training together, we have been able to structure our team meetings to better understand and support challenging student behaviors with specific protocols and action steps. Our family conferences are now also very informed and speak more holistically about our students. Together, we can envision a future where schools across the state embrace a trauma-informed approach in their practices, recognizing its crucial role in enhancing student well-being. This shift has the potential to create a positive impact on the overall school climate, leading to improved academic performance, higher graduation rates, better health outcomes, and enhanced support for mental health issues, ultimately fostering a more conducive learning environment. I urge you to support funding for training in trauma-informed care in all school districts in Connecticut. Together, we can help our children thrive. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jenna, for your work. We appreciate it. Have a great afternoon. Next up, Brian O'Connor, CCM.
Co-chair Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, ranking members Senator Berthel and Representative McCarty, and the rest of the members of the Education Committee. I just want to thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of HB 5213, an act concerning disconnected youth. My name is Brian O'Connor. I'm the Director of Public Policy for CCM. This past fall, CCM held a series of regional forums focused on disconnected youth after reviewing the results of the comprehensive report that's been alluded to earlier today in reference Connecticut's Unspoken Crisis, commissioned by the Dalio Education and conducted by the Boston Consulting Group. As an organization, we were taken aback by the number of young people who were disconnected from both the educational and employment systems within Connecticut. Overall, the report determined that 119,000 young people ages 14 to 26 are either at risk or are severely disconnected from the school and the workforce. This situation had been rising over the last decade, but it has been exacerbated by the pandemic. Bringing it down further, we already talked about the 12,000 that were severely disconnected, but also the 51,000 that are also at risk in Connecticut. And I think one of the things that we're really concerned about is what the economic impacts this are, and also the educational impacts. You know, the disparities between the students that are disconnected and those who go through the high school, maybe go post-secondary, go to a trade school, is enormous. And we have to, first of all, reduce that number, but also make that disparity less. And what's really concerning is that, you know, you look at it today, there's 56,000 young people that are actually in school and they're at risk of dropping out or becoming no longer enrolling in school. This is alarming. But I think one of the key things about this report that was commissioned is that it does help define or create a path forward that'll help reduce the number of disconnected youth and change the direction of many young people's lives. It starts with good data. Building off the model used to produce the Unspoken Crisis Report, CCM recommends continuing its operation and integrate it into P20 so that it is a yearly endeavor. This way, the state can analyze the data, evaluate different programs and initiatives to see which ones are effective, which ones might need a little bit of tweaking, and which ones may not be working. And I just want to conclude that I think one of the key things is looking at the services by the nonprofit community, how we can tie those in with the public sector and make it work. I think the touch points, we know who these kids are. We know who these people are. It's important that we address this and coordinate and collaborate, because I think by having a holistic safety net, we can do the state right, both economically, but also the students to make sure that they get the education that they need and have an opportunity to succeed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brian. Any questions, comments? Just want to say appreciate CCM and especially Joe DeLong's leadership on the issue around disconnected youth and your willingness to provide opportunities around the state for various forums and stakeholders and interested and affected people to really help get the message out, and look forward to things to come.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Have a great day.
You too.
Next up, we have Constanza. Are you on line? Nope. So then we will go to KTS. While we have one teacher coming up, we'll give a shout out to the teachers here on the Education Committee, who, again, as I said earlier, have taken time to prepare lessons so they can sit here in their role as state representatives and helping to inform the Education Committee.
And there's truly nothing more fun than writing sub-plans.
Good morning or afternoon at this point. I'm Kate Diaz. I'm the president of the Connecticut Education Association. Proudly here representing over 40,000 teachers in the state of Connecticut who are watching these discussions very closely. You know, there's a twofold kind of marriage of interests today. It's interesting to me how important you can have on a very short agenda. The idea that we have to even introduce additional funding legislation is disappointing to me in that we did the work last session. So to have to rehash this, restate the importance, once again tells us the frailty of our process in some regard. We are at many locals having to fight back on cuts to teachers that are looking at things like cutting literacy specialists as we're sitting here talking about the importance of literacy. So the irony is not lost on me that as we're sitting here fighting for funding, once again, we're also talking about the impact of those funding cuts, which is disconnected youth. For those of you who don't know, I started my professional career in an alternative education program. I started working with the kids who just didn't feel connected to school. They didn't feel important. They didn't feel seen. They didn't feel valued. And so I spent the first part of my career dedicated to finding ways to engage children who didn't necessarily want to do that. And it was a great job. And it was one of my favorite things of my entire career to do. But it got cut. The whole program. After decades of tremendous service, it was cut, and it was budget issues. So we have to understand that these two issues are so closely linked that what we really want to see is fully funding our public schools so that we have the opportunity to do some amazing work. I think back to my early years of education and how much fun it was to teach, how much creativity I could infuse, how much energy, enthusiasm I could really sculpt that learning experience. And I'm excited about the Disconnected Youth Bill because I think there's an opportunity in all of this to rethink how we approach education. There's a real opportunity to look at what should our graduation requirements be outlined as? Where are the opportunities to build flexibility and creativity and joy, not just for our babies when we talk about play-based learning, but for my babies who are often 16, 17, 18, who don't look like babies, but are. And they should have joy too. They should have an opportunity to engage in learning at the highest, most exciting levels. And so should the educators, because one of the things we've done by over-regulating education is reduce joy. And I guess my time's up.
All right. Representative Johnson.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to say thank you for bringing up alternative schools because we had one and it was cut because of budget issues in Wyndham. And we just started it up again, I think probably because of the increase in what we were supposed to get all these years in education cost sharing grant funds. So I'm pleased by that, but I'm looking at trying to make sure that everywhere we go, we have access to alternative schools for the students that just don't quite fit in with whatever is going on in that particular community.
Absolutely. And I would encourage us to continue to think even more broadly and talk about our system as a whole and how we can be sure that there's space for every single child to be their best self. And I think, you know, alternative programs certainly play an important role in that.
Thank you so much for raising that issue. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative McCarty.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I'm glad I made it back in to hear your testimony, Kate. I think what you bring out is important about the alternative education, but do you also envision that within our traditional schools that we can do more, and what do you envision there? I know you bring up the playful learning and joy of learning, which I think is so important, and the work that CEA is going to be doing to help us look going forward. But do you have any suggestions of how, and I heard the commissioner this morning talked about what we can do online with the students that are disengaged, but do you have any thoughts about that as well?
Oh, I have many thoughts. Matter of fact, I spend a lot of time thinking about this because to me, the core of the issue is does our school system value align with the things that we believe? And so we have a lot of practices utilizing our school report card to really be thoughtful about what we want for our children. And we do that community by community, but the amazing thing about looking at our portrait of a graduate across the state, every single school district has one, but there's tremendous consistency in the vision, which tells us that Connecticut has a core set of values. So the question is, are we aligning our practices, our day-to-day, our structures to those values? And so when I look at our structures in place, we're relatively rigid because we have to be. We're tied to, an extraordinary quantity of standardized assessments, really very rigid curricular expectations. And I think it's a time for us to really think about what it is we most want our children to experience, and are we building capacity to do that? So, for example, something like an internship experience, right? Making that a universal value. We all agree that workplace experience is a high value for students, but we don't build that as an actual aspect of our education system. We don't necessarily look at the trajectory of opportunity to build student self-advocacy. And what does that look like? And how do we infuse that into the practices of our school district in a way that says, listen, every child is going to learn how to be a self-advocate, how to be perseverant, right? How to really get through difficult circumstances, have some resiliency, but you have to practice that. And we have to build opportunities for children to do that. And so I think when we reflect on things like the graduation requirements, I suspect there'll be an opportunity to leak into other places and say, how does this look as we track children back to pre-K? So there's opportunity in this conversation. That's kind of what gets me excited, because I think there is huge opportunity to change, develop, and grow, and actually make this an exciting profession for all of us and make it really exciting for the kids.
And thank you. And I look forward to the continuing work with you. Thank you.
Representative Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Kate, for your testimony today. I couldn't help but think, and you talked about the joy of teaching. As a classroom teacher myself, I've been there. I understand that. And some of the mandates, some of the things that the state has put on teaching has made it hard to be joyous in the occasion, which then translates to worse experience for students, right? I started to think about teacher professional development, and I would like to ask what your thoughts on funding and funneling some funding to professional development that is more meaningful to teachers, as opposed to just the district mandated stuff, which we spend so many hours on every year. But I think, to my own experience, the last time I had a joyful professional development experience was 2011. And I know the year because I remember it clearly, how joyful it was. And I still take so much of what I learned in that conference with me into my teaching. So if you could expound on that a little bit, of professional development opportunities and funding for that, and how that could maybe restore some joy to teaching. Thank you.
Oh, absolutely. I think, I had a really fabulous experience last election day. We put on a Joy in Education PD for teachers. We had a blast. We brought in a board teacher comedian to make sure that we centered ourselves with laughter and humility, and made sure that we spent the day thinking about how to build our capacity as learners, our own curiosity, and our own creativity, so that we could be our best selves with our students. But part of what we do need to infuse back into professional development, and I've been around this career a little while, so I do remember the early years of my career where I was afforded the opportunity to self-select learning, where it wasn't sort of the stock, okay, it's Tuesday, it's election day, we're all going to show up and we're going to do PD on Microsoft Office. And yes, that did happen. And so you have this sort of stock experience that's sort of very planned. It doesn't feed your curiosity or your interest. So if we were to set funds aside that would allow teacher autonomy and teachers to select learning experiences, I think that would be an amazing opportunity because we are naturally curious. We are natural learners. We want to go out and experience new things and try new things. And often it's time and money that prevents us to do that. And it's so interesting to me because if we were literally any other career, the concept of investing in the adult individuals and their learning is just a natural part of the process. If you work in hospitals, of course, we want you to go and be trained in the newest techniques, the newest pieces. If you're in business and industry, of course, we want you to be trained. They spend an extraordinary amount of time directing learning for the adults so that they're doing something that they are excited by. And I think that is an opportunity where we really could bring teachers in and talk about what gets you excited. Because when we give teachers that opportunity, you can feel it for days, weeks, and months. After our workshop, we saw teachers go back into the classroom. There was a lightness to it. There's a joy. There's a sense of, recentering why and what we come to the table to do every day. So there's real power in those opportunities.
Any other questions? No, I would just say to the good representative and to Kate, be on the lookout for not the next public hearing, but I think the one after that, in which we will be taking up the issue of mandate relief, which also includes professional development to hopefully provide flexibility around the required hours so that you can do just that. Have meaningful experiences that give you professional growth and development, and hopefully at the end of the day, bring you just a bit of joy, because 13 years of no joy is not very joyful.
I know we're going to bring you to something. I don't know what, but I got you, Representative Brown.
Thanks so much, Kate. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Next up, Jocelyn Delancey.
Good afternoon. I'm Jocelyn Delancey. I'm the Vice President of the Connecticut Education Association, and I too represent the over 40,000 active, aspiring, and retired educators here in the state of Connecticut. I think it's very interesting that we're speaking about two things, funding and the bill on disconnected youth, because I think our investment in our public education system and in our teachers and in our students directly impacts our ability to connect and engage with our students. And I think that as we see how we've put legislation forward, we've put a lot of policies forward last year, which we are so grateful for, play-based learning, evolving our teacher evaluation system, and looking at school climate. All of those things will impact our ability to connect with our students. We won't see that impact directly. We won't see it for a long time. I think about these students in the Dalio report, some of them in their 20s. When I think about where they started their academic careers in the early 2000s, right? So when we think about that, that was when we put No Child Left Behind in place. And we can see how well that did. So I think that as we look at what we're doing, we have to look at the investment that we're putting forward. We can't just put policies in place that impact change if we're not also putting the funding in place to support that. And we really need, what we know impacts our engagement with students the most is connected, engaged, and supported educators. And so we need to ensure that we are securing the funding that we have in place to do this work. I've sat in two spaces this week, some joyful, some really not. I've been doing Read Across Connecticut in Bloomfield this week. We brought in some really creative and dynamic ways. We brought in NFL players and college football players and women's student football, flag football team players. And they were able to work with these middle schoolers and engage them in opportunities to show how we love reading, how we love learning, and the connection between your visions and moving forward and having fun and joy in that process. And it's been great. My mornings have been wonderful. My evenings have been spent at Board of Ed meetings, fighting for our teacher positions. And in one Board of Ed meeting, I think it was Tuesday night, no, Monday, I'm not sure which night it was, but they voted to cut library media specialists, all literacy coaches in turn of tutors, and a whole bunch of assistant principals and other student-facing positions that we need in place. When we remove those things, we lose our ability to connect. And we're not losing them in middle school. We're losing them in kindergarten and first grade. And so we really need to make sure that as we're moving this forward, that we put all of those pieces in forward. We can't connect and engage without the investment and the state precedent of investing in our public schools. Thank you.
Thanks, Jocelyn. And I appreciate the way that you framed all that because, and as I said earlier, but my mic was off, we never believed that funding is the one answer that's going to solve everything and that it's a multi-pronged approach. And so I know a number of us have been talking and trying to find a way to get at some of our lowest performing districts in a way that puts attention on family engagement, around performance, around accountability, and also around budgetary conversations. So recognizing that there's no one magic way to do this, it is the only way that's going to help us kind of evolve through this process. And with respect to the disconnected youth, I do want to thank you and the other educators in your association for partnering on this and being active members of a number of these forums around the state of Connecticut. You are boots on the ground, and it is you and your students who are going to give us some of the greatest feedback on how we can prevent another 120,000 from becoming disconnected. So thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions or comments from members? No? Have a great day.
Thank you.
Next up is Vania.
Yes, hello, Vania Galicia.
Hi, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Vania Galicia, and I'm here testifying in support of HB 5213. I'm a resident of Windham, Connecticut, and I'm also the director of programs at Grow Windham. I'm here to talk about the serious crisis right now that's happening across our state, and specifically here in our town. I think as a community, we need to step up and really move forward with some generative change for our youth. It's really important and key for us to continue to fund programs like the one that I work with, and also other programs across the state that this act would continue to do. I'm concerned that many of our youth may not continue to have access to resources that are really supporting them and continuing to be engaged in our communities. I think our youth have been labeled as disconnected, and I think that's far from the truth. I think our youth are really connected and are really engaged to one another, and I think they're trying really hard to continue to really succeed and thrive in their communities. But I think that as mentors, leaders, and other supporters of our youth, we really need to step up and continue to support them to not only be able to chase their own personal goals, whether that be academic or career-wise, but also name things that have been systematically placed for them to not be able to do that. I'm here talking to all of you today as adults, and yet this act really affects all of our youth in our community, and they can't even show up to this meeting and really voice their opinion. Even from the moment that, they're in school and they're already overworked and tired, to even ask them to come and show up their voice, that's a lot of work for them. And I think about even the barriers wise of how they can't log into a Zoom meeting at 2:30 p.m. or write a letter because they're already really tired and working on schoolwork. I think specifically here in Windham, we are one of the lowest income communities across the state. But I also think besides this being an educational issue, this is also a racial justice issue and an economic justice issue, where here in Windham, we are already disproportionately disadvantaged. And compared to other towns across the state, there's a clear distribution of resources and funds that's just not adding up. So I think supporting this act is a step in the right direction to continue to support those programs and already initiatives that are moving towards, racial, economic, and educational justice. And I think it is just key for us to continue to do that work and move forward in that way. Thank you.
Thank you, Vanya, for your testimony and all your work you're doing around this issue and what you're doing in Windham. Any questions from the committee? Yes, Representative Johnson.
I just want to thank you so much for your testimony today and pointing out the issues that affect a town like Windham that has a large group of disadvantaged students, yet they work very hard to be part of a community. And I think that your work is so important. And could you just tell us a little bit more about Grow Windham? Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, so Grow Windham is a food justice program here in Willimantic. We run programs from building community bases, such as youth advocacy voice and building up youth so they can go out and, really use their own voice to amplify the issues that they care for. But we also use agriculture as the basis of that work because everyone eats and everybody needs food. And that's also one of the biggest issues that affects our youth, which is food insecurity. And we believe that it is important for us to hand over back the resources to our youth so they can make sure that they're working in their community and doing the work themselves instead of us as adults or people who may not actually be facing the same exact issues that they're facing today. So they have the clear perspective and the resources to get the work done. So that's why I'm coming from perspective of I have over like 30 to 50 youth that are so engaged. They're in 3 to 4 clubs. They're even run tired themselves. They're like young people that are really, really trying hard. And even for themselves, they're having a really hard time to meet their own personal career goals and their own personal, choices and things to just thrive as a human being. So I don't think our youth are disengaged. I don't think they're disconnected. I think they're very well connected to each other. I think they're really engaged. And I think where we're lacking the lineup is where they don't have enough resources and where their starting line has been started way farther back than a lot of other youths and a lot of other people already. And I think that is a clear disparity that is showing across the state. And in Connecticut specifically, we know that the wage gap is just disproportionately, at one of the largest gaps with, for example, Fairfield County having the double income per capita compared to Wyndham.
Great. Thank you so much for that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, again, thank you for your testimony. Up next, let's see, we have Rebecca Millicent from, I want to say, New Haven Public Schools. Rebecca? Okay, we'll come back to Rebecca. Daniel Pearson from Educators for Excellence. Daniel. You say no? No? Okay, moving right along. Mike Roseman from Effective School Solutions. Mike, are you up?
Yes. Hello, Chairman McCrory and Curry, ranking members Berthel and McCarty, and members of the Education Committee. My name is Mike Roseman, Senior Vice President for District Partnerships at Effective School Solutions. I'm here today to testify on HB 5213 and that concerning disconnected youth. By way of some background, Effective School Solutions delivers comprehensive in-school mental health services in over 130 districts across 12 states. In Connecticut alone, we have partnerships in over 25 districts across the state, including working in urban, rural, and suburban settings. Our focus in all of our districts is on providing students and families with equitable access to mental health treatment, because we know from research and experience that students are 6 times more likely to access and complete treatment when it's offered within the 4 walls of the school. I'm here today in support of the House Bill 5213. The at-risk students that this act concerns are many of the kids that ESS sees in our daily work. We see students that have crippling anxiety that prevents them from even stepping foot in the building, and therefore they're chronically absent due to their significant mental health challenges. We treat students that have explosive behaviors, and these externalized behaviors are oftentimes a result of untreated mental health challenges. And this can lead to potentially increased suspensions and expulsions. And when students can't attend school, whether psychologically or physically, there's a direct impact on their academics, and in turn, this can prevent them from achieving their full potential. Schools have always been focused on educating the whole child, but coming out of the pandemic, they've been thrust into serving a more prominent role, specifically in supporting student mental health. A common refrain in education is you can't teach Maslow before Bloom, which basically means that until a student's physical and psychological well-being is secure, you can't fully unlock their ability to access their academics. So using a data-driven approach to identifying and supporting at-risk students will ensure that we can intervene early and appropriately for students. And we believe it's imperative that schools improve their data systems to identify students in need and also establish strong relationships with external providers, such as ESS. Separately, as schools become the epicenter for mental health activities, we feel it's critical that funding for services comes from both education, but also healthcare dollars. Accordingly, we'd like to see Connecticut investigate the landmark legislation that California just passed under the California Youth Behavioral Health Initiative, which will make all school-linked mental health services reimbursable, both through Medicaid, but also commercial insurance. Simply put, in California, if a mental health service is being offered within the school setting, schools can get reimbursed for the services. Similarly, while Connecticut has expanded Medicaid reimbursement for mental health to include.
You could please summarize.
Yep. Lastly, we would like to see Medicaid reimbursement expanded to students with IEPs. Thank you for providing me with this forum to express my support for House Bill 5213 and to share the mission and work of ESS.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony and your advocacy at the federal level, which is very important also. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none? Again, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, everyone.
Next, Amanda Wears. Okay. William Rice.
Good afternoon, Chairs Curry and McCrory and the members of the Education Committee. My name is William Rice. I'm Assistant Executive Director here at ACES, and I'm testifying about HB 5213, urging your support for disconnected youth and the dedicated professionals who educate them. The lasting impact of the trauma from the pandemic has been profound, affecting the lives of students and their families, as well as the educators who work tirelessly to support them. Disconnected youth, those who may have struggled to engage with traditional education even before the pandemic, have been disproportionately affected. The disruption to their education, combined with economic and health uncertainties, has created a pervasive sense of trauma that cannot be overlooked. Many educators that have worked with these students have experienced secondary trauma, witnessing the struggles and hardships faced by their students and those families. The emotional toll on the educators is the critical aspect that cannot be ignored, and it directly impacts their ability to provide effective support and guidance for those students. By allocating resources for trauma-informed support, we can address the unique needs of disconnected youth, helping them overcome barriers to education and fostering a sense of connection to their school, neighborhood, and their families. I urge the Education Committee to prioritize this funding to support disconnected youth and the educators who play a crucial role in their lives. By doing so, we invest not only in the academic success of our students, but also in their overall well-being and future contributions to society. I have also submitted written testimony for HB 5212 as the Resk Magnet School operator. I encourage you to consider the funding formulas that you have outlined in 5003 to support our ability to provide excellent services for the students that we educate without being in competition with the surrounding districts that we also would love to support in increasing opportunities for great education for all the students in Connecticut. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, again, thank you again, Michael, for your testimony.
Thank you.
We can go back to Rebecca, number 61. Rebecca?
Hi, can you hear me?
Absolutely.
Alrighty, thank you so much. Dear chairs and members of the Education Committee, my name is Rebecca Michelson, and I am an art teacher at Dr. Mayo Early Childhood School in New Haven. I'm a part of Connecticut for All, and I'm here to testify on HB 5212. I ask legislators to prioritize equity for neighborhood public schools and for all magnet schools. Barely 2 weeks ago, I testified on behalf of public schools' fiscal needs, asking for support. I'm here again because apparently some 2% of Connecticut students served by charter schools are up for financial safety nets that the rest of us are not, and this is highly disappointing. They all deserve support, but that includes us. With everything I have seen about the misuse of charter schools in other states and school choice, it makes me nervous seeing them receive financial priority. The schools that serve the other 98% of our student population in Connecticut, namely English language learners, families of color, students who suffer under the glaring wealth inequality in this state, are left to go without. Charter schools and a select few magnet schools are slated to get extra perks while also exempt from the same accountability measures that the rest of us have. Teaching has changed a lot over the past few decades, as it should. We are expected to be more rigorous and thorough in attending to shifting standards, both in our content areas and in how we care for our students as people. And I support this. But with these changes comes an increase in workload. We are aiming for more inclusive, socially conscious, and emotionally literate approaches to how we educate our fellow humans. And this is more work. It is good work, but also requires more energy, more emotional labor, more expertise, more time dedicated to each student, and we cannot meet the needs of an ever-increasing diversity of students with clear, calm patience when we are not being given the resources we need. Anytime those in power opt not to fully prioritize the foundation of society, a substantial, thorough, and publicly funded education, I can't help but think that maybe it's time to reread Yertle the Turtle by Dr. Seuss. Go ahead and prop up a few Yertles. Meanwhile, the rest of us are like Mac, shouting from the depths to be given the most basic of considerations. I urge you to amend HB 5212 so that all public schools will get increased funding. The resources exist to fully fund our schools, so find them and make our school system the envy of the world. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Any questions for Rebecca? Seeing none, again, thank you again. We're gonna go back to Amanda. Oh, I'm sorry, we did Amanda. William Rice. We did William. I'm sorry. Oh, Miss Evans Clark. I ain't gonna butcher your first name, so say it loud and clear so everybody can hear.
Co-chairs Representative Curry and Senator McCrory, ranking members Senator Berthel and Representative McCarty, and distinguished members of the Education Committee. Good afternoon. My name is Dwanisha Evans Clark, and I'm the Executive Vice President of Strategy at Faith Acts for Education, and I'm here to speak in support of HB 5212. I testify before you today as a leader of Connecticut's only Black-led, faith-based education advocacy organization representing more than 100 churches and 11,000 congregants across our state. Our work at Faith Acts and the work done in this room today impacts thousands upon thousands of children. I'm here to speak with you about one. My daughter, Ada, was born during the pandemic, inheriting a broken education system at a time when the cracks, gaps, and chasms exponentially deepened. When the governor proposes taking money previously planned for K-12 education in order to fund early childhood, he's not just pitting my daughter, her classmates, and other preschoolers against older children. He's pitting my daughter against a future version of herself. He's suggesting that we plant seeds today that will not bloom tomorrow. He's depleting the school system my daughter and her peers will eventually go into. He's proposing that we fund her preschool journey so that she can go into a resource-starved public school experience. He's asking that we tell her what our government has told Black children for generations: settle for less, wait your turn, accept a system that is simply unequal and unfair. I refuse this choice for my child and for any of our children. I refuse it especially because it is a false choice. We are one of the wealthiest states in the country, and one that has enjoyed a budget surplus, not just this year, not just last year, but over 5 years. We do not have to rip away funding from K-12 education in order to fund early childhood. That our government would choose to neglect is immoral and unconscionable. Just 8 months ago, our governor ushered in a $150 million increase to public education after tireless advocacy from the broadest coalition ever assembled in support of an education issue here in Connecticut. I support HB 5212 because we deserve a Connecticut that doesn't tell my 2-year-old daughter that she deserves funding for 1 year, but not the next. Please vote yes on this bill and fund one Connecticut. Do right by our kids. God bless.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none, once again, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Next up, Representative Thomas O'Day. How you doing here, Representative?
Very good, Senator.
Oh, right.
Great to be here. Chairman Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, ranking members Senator Berthel, and Representative McCarty. As you know, my name is Tom O'Day, State Rep for the 125th District, and I couldn't have been placed in a better spot to speak after that wonderful prior presenter. So I'm here speaking in favor of 5212, but I want to think outside the box for a moment. And bear with me. You all have forgotten more about education, certainly my colleague from the 132nd has, than I've ever known. So, but what I do know is we are failing our inner city youth horribly. I'm from New Canaan, Connecticut. My children all went to public schools in New Canaan, Connecticut, and we were blessed to get a great education. I'm here to try and give that same type of fantastic education to those in the inner city and those with faith acts. I agree with them that we need to spread our educational system out and help out those that don't have the benefit of a great education. And the idea is, again, bear with me, add to line 9 an or, section D, a parochial school program. All right? So line 9, just add section D, a parochial school program. And then in section at line 182, add a number 3. And for fiscal year ending, and I'll put this in written testimony, but in fiscal year ending June 30, 2026, and each fiscal year thereafter, a parochial school in a district that receives at least $15,000 or more of funding. So we're limiting it to those districts that get more money from the state. Okay, so New Canaan wouldn't qualify because we only get a very little bit of money from the state per student. So the idea is we're focusing this on those districts that get the most money because they're the most in need. And for those districts, they are entitled to a grant in an amount equal to the sum of 1/3 of the quote total revenue per pupil that's defined in this bill received from the state to go towards that parochial school, and the remaining 2/3 of that state grant, so the remaining 2/3 stays with the district. If you just bear with me for one moment, the actual funding per pupil in the district will increase for the public schools because you're only taking 1/3 and you're eliminating the child from that. For example, Colby Cathedral in Bridgeport, it costs roughly $8,000 for the tuition at Colby Cathedral, and they have a 100% graduation rate. The average student in Bridgeport, my understanding, gets around $20,000 from the state, 18 to 20,000. So let's take 18 for the sake of numbers. So 1/3 of that money, that 18, would go to Colby Cathedral, $6,000. The remaining 12 stays with the district. So they don't have to educate that child. So they can focus that $12,000 among the rest of the student body that they have to educate. So the per pupil money that they get will actually increase. So they can give teachers raises. They can hire more teachers. They can hire aides. So in other words, the district will get more money because they don't have to educate that child. The parochial school, whether it's through Faith Acts or through Colby Cathedral, a Catholic school, they'll get the 1/3, but 2/3 stays with the district. So the actual money the district has per pupil increases. So we're giving more money to the district, and we're putting more of a burden on the parochial school because we don't cover the entire cost, but we cover 1/3. The parochial schools are on board with that, and I think that would help educate. There's no dispute. We all agree we're failing our city youth in their educational system. That's not disputed. So the question becomes, how do we fix it? And I believe 5212 is an effort to try and get the money back and completely fund the educational programs. But my idea, if you just add those two things, we'll have desegregation, we'll have better educational outcomes, because there's no dispute that where you have this type of a program, we increase the educational outcomes. So anyway, that's my little spiel. I apologize for going over my time.
No,
but thank you.
No, I was going to ask you now. Explain what you're trying to say. So I'm going to ask you that question, but I got the explanation. Any questions for the committee? Yes. Who's it?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Has anything like this, you've been here longer than I have, so has this been proposed in the past?
So in different forms, yes. And like a voucher program, or that we can fund the Catholic schools, help fund the Catholic schools. This idea though goes along very well with Bill 5212, because it gets more money. So it only applies, my idea only applies to those districts that get the most money. So the ones that need the most help. So smaller districts, the districts that don't get as much state aid, that doesn't apply to. So, but yes, to answer your question in a long-winded way, it's been proposed, but it's never, like my bill that I've kind of squeezed into 5212 didn't get a hearing this year, but this is a perfect vehicle, I think, to add that kind of a theory or that kind of an idea to the educational system. So yes, it's been proposed. It hasn't gotten to the floor of the House yet or the Senate, but maybe through 5212, we can get across the finish line and have the governor sign it.
I do feel our parochial schools can be part of the solution for our neediest districts. I feel like that's an untapped resource, and I feel they're more than willing to be a partner to help serve our public school students. I was also approached with a idea that we could offer perhaps a tax credit law, so that taxpayers can redirect a portion of their state taxes to scholarships or things like that. Has that ever been proposed in your?
Yes, that has been proposed. And my good ranking member, who again, as I said earlier, she has forgotten more about education than I've ever known. But so that has been proposed. That's not in here, 5212. I do think that's another vehicle by which we can help. My idea, I was trying to tailor towards what's being proposed in 5212. But yes, to answer your question, that has been proposed. Again, when I've had some conversations with the teachers union, everybody agrees that we need to do something different. And the definition of insanity, as Einstein says, is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different outcome. I think whether it's a tax credit, a full voucher system, those have failed when we've tried to propose them. But my idea here, just adding a couple lines in a couple sections here, gets more money to the districts so they can pay teachers more. They get more, and then we put a burden on the parochial or some faith-based schools, but they're willing to take on that burden for just a little bit of money more, and the districts can have more money themselves. That's the concept.
Thank you, Representative. And again, I feel our parochial school system is something that, we should look to tap into to help solve some of our challenges. So thank you, Representative. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Representative McCarty.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I just wanted to welcome you, Representative O'Day, to the Education Committee. I know you have a very strong interest in trying to have quality education for all of our students in the state of Connecticut. Did you submit testimony today? Because I know a number of people are asking for a little more clarification and where in the bill you see.
Yes, I have not. I apologize. I apologize that I haven't spent more time. This is, I think, the second time I've testified before the Education Committee. And I do believe it's one of the most, if not the most important committee, because so go our youth, so go us as a state. So I'm very passionate about it. And I will submit testimony before hopefully the end of today, but certainly the end of tomorrow. But yes, I will submit some testimony.
That's good to hear. All right. Thank you very much.
Any other questions from the committee? Representative.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. So I love the outside the box thinking. I have a couple questions. One, do we have parochial schools in these districts that can take capacity already?
So yes, so certainly I'm not as familiar outside of Bridgeport, but I know Colby Cathedral, if they can get funding, they can expand right now because the They are at capacity financially. They can't take in more students, but if we provide them with just a little bit more funding, they can increase their capacity. So I do know in Bridgeport, there is room for more students to be taught parochially if we can provide the funding. I'm not as familiar outside of Bridgeport in communities that need the help, but I got to imagine there is the capacity if we provide a little bit of funding.
Okay, and then my second question is, and if you haven't thought about it now, if you can think on it before you submit testimony, one of the issues we have when we're talking about funding publicly some of the schools is when kids have learning disabilities in their special education, and that's typically what shoots up the cost. So I appreciate that the parochial school can teach at $8,000 a head, but do they have kids? Are they accepting kids with special issues, learning disabilities or anything? And if you have thoughts on that.
So I do, and that's one of the that was one of the points or issues that opponents had. Like the Catholic schools will take the higher achieving students, and then the students that have special needs are left behind. That's the beauty of this idea, because if we allow this to happen, the districts will have more money for the special needs students. They'll have more money. So we're taking away a student that needs to be taught, and we're leaving 2/3 of the money. We're only taking away 1/3 of the money. So the school district will have more money for the special needs students. I'm not trying to replace the public schools educational system. I'm trying to enhance it and grow it and get the teachers more money in our public schools so that they can be paid what they need to be paid to teach. And we give them more time, we give them more money so they can focus in on the kids that need most. So that's the beauty of this idea, is we give more money to the district by taking away a smaller part, but the parochial schools are going to take on that burden as long as we just give them a little bit.
Okay, thank you so much.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions? So I'm sitting here listening, and I don't want to continue the conversation, but there's a whole lot of questions I could ask.
I'd love to buy you coffee.
I'll just wait. Representative Winfield.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I tried to contact you. As with the chair, I have a lot of questions I could ask, but I will only ask one. When you talk about parochial schools, I just want to make sure I'm clear. You're using the traditional definition where we're talking about Christian schools, not Jewish and Islamic schools and other faiths?
No, I used the word parochial only because I didn't know a word. I tried to figure out how I could, any faith-based school or any school, any religion. It's not just limited to Christian. The idea would be any school that's willing to take on a student for 1/3 of the funding that the district gets would be entitled to that. So whether it's a Islamic, any type of school, any independent school, the idea is to open it up to anybody that wants that funding. Think of it as almost like a voucher program for 1/3, but the only eligible districts are those that get more than $15,000. So the minimum amount that a school would get, whether it's a parochial or not, would be $5,000, and the district keeps the rest. So they would have more funding per pupil than they currently get.
Yeah, thank you, Rep. There. I grasp your concept. As you know, I have a lot of questions, and you and I will spend a lot of hours sitting in judiciary, so I'll ask you those questions there. Thank you.
Looking forward to it.
All right. I'll just ask a half a question. So what if the tuition at the parochial school is $15,000 a year, but yet in this method you're only getting $5,000? How do you subsidize the difference, the $10,000 addition for the kid that lives in a poor community?
So Colby Cathedral has, I think it's 99% or 98% of their student body gets some form of aid. Anyway, so the diocese, and I'm meeting with the bishop on this exact issue, they're already subsidizing 100%, close to 100% of their students anyway. So it's just a matter of to what degree. So you're right. So where are they getting that extra? If it's $15,000, unlike Colby's, what, 9,000, 8 or 9,000, some schools may be 15,000. So that, but they can only get 5,000 of that. So they've got to raise the money privately. Colby Cathedral, who I've spoken to directly through the diocese, they're willing to take up that difference. In fact, they're funding most of it without any money. So the $5,000 to them is more money than they're getting now, and a lot of students can't afford even that tuition. So when you say where you're making up the $10,000 difference, they're getting it by way of the state. Even that, just that $5,000 makes a huge difference.
Okay. I have some more, but I'll pause right here.
I'm buying the coffee. Any questions you have, I'm driving to you.
All right. Any other questions? Seeing again, thank you, dear Representative, for your.
Thank you for all you do. Truly, I believe our kids are the #1 priority for us, and I appreciate all you do in this committee. Thank you.
All right. Eric.
And Representative Curry, I'm sorry I missed out. I'll get you up to speed later.
Like I missed something.
Okay. Next up, Eric Pultis. Is Eric? All right.
Yes.
You're up next, big guy.
Thank you. Honorable chairs, ranking members, and distinguished members of the Education Committee. I appreciate the opportunity to voice my support for House Bill 5213, as it represents a comprehensive approach to address many of the issues that negatively impact Connecticut's youth. My name is Eric Protulis, and I serve as the Executive Director of EastCon. As one of the 6 regional education service centers, or Resks, in Connecticut, we work every day with children and youth who live with the impacts of trauma across Connecticut. As a Resk, we develop programs and services to support school districts and communities in our regions, and we work together as an entity to address larger statewide needs. I encourage your support for House Bill 5213, and specifically for the regional trauma coordinators in Section 12. With a single year of funding, the Resk Alliance developed a research-based train-the-trainer model for implementing a trauma-informed, resilience-focused system within school districts and trained over 2,500 school staff. We hosted a youth forum where we trained over 100 young people on foundational knowledge of trauma and trauma-informed care. The training model, known as Uplift, aims to establish Connecticut schools as models for integrating trauma-informed practices into existing frameworks. Realizing this shift in practice is critical for student well-being and will positively impact school climate for all staff and students, resulting in improved outcomes. In the first year, districts participating in the Uplift pilot phase recognized the value of this training. 90% of participants reported the concept as relevant to their work with immediate application. Additionally, 95% of the surveyed students felt the practices were useful to their lives and saw value in their schools becoming trauma-informed. With House Bill 5213, the Resk Alliance can fulfill the original intent of providing schools and districts with evidence-based practical tools and practices to become models for trauma-informed care and improving student well-being. Together, we envision a future where schools across the state embrace a trauma-informed approach in their practices, recognizing its crucial role in enhancing student well-being throughout their lifetime. This shift will have positive impacts on the overall school climate, leading to improved academic performance, higher graduation rates, better health outcomes, and enhanced support for mental health issues, ultimately fostering a more conducive learning environment. If we continue to ignore the impacts of trauma on young people, especially in areas of Connecticut like the Northeast where I work, we will only see more disconnected youth. According to the Connecticut's Unspoken Crisis, recently published Boston consulting group Dalio Education Report, between 20 and 30% of young people aged 14 to 26 in Stafford, Lebanon, Pomfret, Brooklyn, Canterbury, Scotland, Chaplin, Sprague, Griswold, and Voluntown are considered to be disconnected. That percentage jumps to 30 to 40% in Plainfield, Killingly, Sterling, and Putnam, and Thompson, Hampton, and Ashford. And in Wyndham, our largest community, more than 40% of youth experience disconnection. This comes at a cost to the individuals, their communities, and our state. I urge you to support House Bill 5213 in its entirety for the benefit of children and youth in all Connecticut school districts. Together, we can help our children and young adults thrive. On behalf of the Resk Alliance, thank you for raising this bill, as it represents a comprehensive path to address many issues related to disconnected youth and puts all of Connecticut in the position to lead the way in addressing the needs of its young people.
Okay.
Lastly, I would just like to share a friendly reminder that the Resk Alliance 2024 Virtual Legislative Forum is this Thursday, February 29th at 8:30 a.m. Thank you for your time.
And thank you for that plug.
Any questions for Eric? No, Eric, thank you very much for your testimony. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Next up, Jay, Transport Hartford.
Good afternoon, Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, and distinguished members of the Education Committee. Thanks for the opportunity to speak in support of House Bill 5213 and act supporting concerning disconnected youth. My name is Jay Stange. That's just like strange without the R. And I'm speaking on behalf today of the staff board and community members that we serve at the Center for Latino Progress over on Park Street in Hartford. I'm also a former high school teacher of at-risk youth, math and special ed. The Center for Latino Progress's mission is to advance the socioeconomic conditions of residents of the Capital Region at large with emphasis on our Hispanic community members. And we do that through education, training, youth programming, supportive services, leadership development, and advocacy. We specialize in providing cost-effective programs that support marginalized and disadvantaged residents of Hartford and neighboring communities in order to help our constituents enter the economic and social mainstream. We also have our BCCO and Transport Hartford Academy programs that work to ensure that walking, bicycling, and transit opportunities are equitable, affordable, and accessible, which is a critical need in our city where 1/3 of our residents don't have access to a car, which is among the top 10 highest rates in the nation. HB 5213 it rightly identifies the need for an accurate inventory of resources which can be focused on our at-risk youth, along with an accounting of those students most in need. However, few, if any, of these very valuable resources in and out of school will deliver their full impact if students cannot access them because of transportation challenges. So at the center, for example, we budget into our youth programming for bus passes to allow our students to attend after school and summer programming. As much as $5,000 per program is needed for bus passes, and we provide 10 separate youth programs to 450 students annually. There's never enough bus passes available. We provide transportation to our youth program participants, not because it's in our scope of services, but because we buy bus passes because they are a ticket to opportunity for students in the neighborhoods we serve. There's a vast number of similarly situated youth programs across the state which rely on state funding for all or part of their budgets, and paying for bus passes with youth program funding is a common practice. In conclusion, I'd just like to say that we thank you very much for this thoughtful bill, which is well-timed and skillfully aimed, and it would be improved if we extended fare-free bus service to all students across the state. It wouldn't be that expensive. And while CT Transit is the largest transit district in the state, there are many priority schools in other transit districts that are not state-run and operated. Thank you for considering my comments. I have provided written testimony as well.
Thank you, Jay. We appreciate your testimony. Obviously, were you here with all the students sharing their stories? Yes. So, I mean, it sounds like you have a whole new army of folks who are likely going to be able to help you push on this. Is there any information that you think might be useful for us as we continue to have the conversations around and with the Department of Transportation specific to this issue?
Yeah, thank you, Rep. Curry, for the question. During the COVID pandemic, a federally funded fare-free transit pilot program resulted in huge increases in ridership here on CT Transit buses, which, although we heard some testimony about some full buses today in Hartford, there are many buses with a lot of capacity on them in the state of Connecticut. So this federal funding ended at the end of March 2023. Ridership in New Haven, Stamford, and Hartford plummeted to 1.9 million rides in April of 2023 from 2.5 million rides in March of 2023. That's the last month that fare-free service was offered. The state of Connecticut declined to commit to funding this really valuable program. And, in terms of equitable transportation going forward, we think that our best guess is that there's about 2 million out of 38 million annual rides that are youth rides in Connecticut. And if you factor in bus pass purchases and you factor in discounts for educational entities, it's about $1 a ride for youth rides. So we think we can provide every kid in Connecticut with a free bus pass, not just before and after school, but all week long for less than $3 million. And I think that that would add massive impact to the excellent programs and the new initiatives that you all are considering funding.
Have you worked directly with any school districts in the state on this issue to see how to better utilize the public transit system, to see if there's a balance between what current busing contracts are versus the availability for the public transit options?
Rep. Curry, I haven't, but I can tell you that last year when we were pushing for fare free transit for everybody in Connecticut, which is a significantly larger, revenue loss ask, I should say, maybe $40 to $50 million it costs statewide for everybody to ride the bus for free for a year in Connecticut. We were in contact with Dr. Torres Rodriguez, who did let us know that there were significant benefits. As you've heard from other superintendents today, significant attendance benefits from having fare-free buses. A kid that might get up in the morning and miss their school bus or miss, an opportunity to get to school with their neighbors, can get to school on a city bus, maybe 1 or 2 hours late, but still be considered present for that day and still not missing an entire day of education.
Thank you very much. Any comments, questions? President Morrow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just curious, you were talking really about just CT transit, but have you discussed this with any of the regional operators or thoughts on that when you, like, if you're talking about the whole state, obviously CT transit's not in all the districts. So if you have thoughts on that.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Rep. Mara. I know that last year when the federal funding was provided by DOT, there were equity concerns that are required by Title VI of the Civil Rights Act, federal statutes. And so it's important when you offer fare discounts to everybody that it's evaluated statewide. So places like the Greater Bridgeport Transit District, which is not technically a CT transit entity, also receive this funding. And so if we move forward as a state to provide fare-free youth bus passes, then I think it's a really important consideration and conversation to include the other folks that are outside the state-operated transit districts.
And then do you think that the funds are similar that under, what was the amount that you said you?
Pardon me?
You mentioned the amount that you could do this under for all across the state. Is that including with the regional transit districts as well?
Yes, we think that based on the best data that we have through the chair, based on the best data that we have, it looks like about 5% of the people that ride buses statewide in Connecticut are youth 18 and younger. And so that's just a rough estimate of what the cost would be or the lost fare box revenue would be to provide this service to our youth in Connecticut. And I think that Connecticut DOT is the best place to get the more accurate information. My information comes from DOT, but it's based on estimates, and a full study hasn't been completed.
Great, thank you. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you so much for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
We're going to go back. I believe number 64, Amanda is on. Amanda Weir, you are online now. Yep. Floor is yours.
Thank you. Hi, my name's Amanda Weirs. I'm a teacher in Cooperative Arts and Humanities Magnet High School in New Haven, Connecticut. It's a performing and fine arts magnet school in the public school system, New Haven Public Schools. I was educated in where I grew up in upstate New York through public school all the way K through 12. And then I went through undergrad in the public college system in New York, which is called the SUNY system. And then I came to Connecticut for a job in chemistry and a master's in education at UNH. And this is my 14th year teaching. I'm the lead science teacher and the SPMT chair at Co-op. And I am here to talk about the bill HB 5212. I think it should be amended to put more money into the public education system, because this is the system that covers all of the students that live in Connecticut. It creates equity and opportunity for all kids who live here, especially our highest need kids, and especially within our city systems. We know that those schools are funded a little bit lower than the other more wealthy districts outside. And so we are educating and supporting the highest need students in the state in our public schools, and we're already underfunded. So to take more dollars away from the public school systems, I think doesn't make sense. We really need every dollar to support our classrooms, to keep our buildings in good repair, and to have enough staff to teach and to support all of our students and their educational needs. Right now we have a lot of openings for teachers, and part of the reason for that is that we don't have enough funding to offer competitive salary compared to other districts in the state. And that is one thing that can be alleviated by having more public funding for education for the public school systems. We have classrooms that need repairs and supplies. I often have to modify lab activities or make larger lab groups because we don't have enough supplies for certain things. Things are breaking, things are not being replaced. And the same for other activities, not just lab supplies, but other active classroom activities that require, consumable things that we use all the time. It's difficult for us to plan to go on field trips. We still do it, but it doesn't happen as often as we would like because it's too expensive, especially for the transportation for those field trips. That becomes a barrier to having us have those enriching and world life experiences for our students. We also need to upgrade our technology. We do have student laptops, we have Wi-Fi, but there's gaps. It's not perfect. It needs constant maintenance. It needs constant repair. And all of that stuff costs money that we run out of every year. If we were fully funded, our classrooms would all have teachers and we would have lower class numbers. We would have about 15 to 20 students instead of what we have now, where most of our classes have 25 to 27 in our academic classes. And we would have engaging, fun, challenging activities for kids every single day, things that harness their curiosity and their sense of wonder. And we would be able to really help students level up their skills to the maximum that they're capable of so that they graduate as strong writers, strong readers, and productive citizens that are going to want to stay in the cities that they grew up in, return to their communities.
To summarize for us?
Huh?
If you could summarize for us, please.
Oh, sure. I think we need to be putting as many dollars as possible into the public education system because there are huge gaps, and some of those gaps can be fixed with funding. So.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Representative Comey has a question for you.
Sure.
Hi, Amanda. It's good to see you.
Good to see you too.
I just want to thank you for coming out and sharing your thoughts with us today. And I want to thank you also for your commitment to the SPMT, the school planning management team, and your leading that over the years. It's been so important to have a collective body that's working on the issues that are facing the school as a whole. In full transparency, my child goes to co-op, so I was wondering. I was on parents' evening sitting in the classroom for, I believe it was chemistry. And you mentioned you're the science teacher. So I'm wondering, as far as your labs are concerned, you were mentioning, I guess the teacher was saying that they couldn't do some of the typical high school experiments because of your lack of resources available in the classroom, as well as the setups of the classroom. Can you just briefly discuss that?
Sure. Yeah. So in chemistry, we tend to use a lot of Bunsen burners and things like that with flames. But our building is, I want to say, a year older than I've been in the building. So I think the building is 15 years old. And there's a problem with the gas lines in the chemistry lab. When they're on, they leak into the third floor history department office below us. And we've had to evacuate the school several times because of that. And we've had Southern Connecticut Gas out here to look at it. And they said that it can't be repaired. So we can no longer do labs that require fire, which is quite a large percentage of the labs for chemistry. So that's a real detriment to our students. So we do supplement, we use hot plates, and we have some portable Bunsen burners, but they're not robust enough. Oh, sorry, my lights went off. They're not robust enough for certain things that require sustained high flames. So the students are missing out on those opportunities because we literally don't have a facility in the building that we can do them with. So that's one of the things that the chemistry teachers always like to just give the kids a heads up on, because they're not going to be doing a lot of the same labs that their peers are doing in the other buildings in New Haven, because we literally can't turn the gas on. So there's that. And then we're also just like, there's certain things like we have a flammables and an acid cabinet that are here, and they've been sitting here waiting to be installed. So we can't fill them with supplies. And we've had a lot of problems getting our supply requests filled. So we have a lot of things that we used to do previously that we have now like run out of the amount of glacial acetic acid we need in order to do that lab. We are running out of aprons, so we have to, you know, borrow them, share them, or only some kids in the group get to be the ones that do the things with the hazardous materials, which is always the fun stuff in science. So yeah, it's been a little bit of a struggle in terms of materials and supplies and keeping the labs going and at their highest level. And then in terms of like just the building facility is degrading, and we need help with that. And some money to put in new gas lines would be really great. Then we could return to all the standard labs that kids always get to do in chemistry that I'm sure we all loved and remember when we took it.
Thank you so much, Amanda, for highlighting the inequities within some of our school systems. And if I remember correctly, that building, the school, is relatively new as well. So
it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much. And it's good to see you. Hope to see you soon.
Thank you.
Representative McGee, excuse me, McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say thank you, Ms. Weirs, for coming to testify today. Ms. Weirs was my chemistry teacher, I think junior year of high school. I'm a proud graduate of co-op. And one of the various reasons why I passed chemistry and found it to be not only amusing, but relatable. So thank you for testifying today. And the building is fairly new. I was a part of the freshman class that got to experience 4 years of a brand new co-op. But like I said, I thank you for your testimony today, and keep doing the work that you're doing and making impact on students. Like I know you have my graduating class into the classes that you are teaching now and forward. So thank you for testifying today.
Representative Zepkis.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And what a nice compliment from your student you just had. So I agree that schools are underfunding. I don't think there's any school in any district that is fully funded. But my question is, do you know, because I think you said, and I'm not sure what school, like a New Haven school versus a Southington school, do you know the funding per child?
Thank you for the question. I don't know it off of the top of my head. I know it has been a part of some of our presentations that we've received from our district in the past. So I can certainly find that information and send it to you.
I just did a quick Google search while I was sitting here, and I saw that New Haven from the state gets $11,000 per child. I just picked like Southington, and it said they get $3,898. So again, that was just a quick Google search, but I just wanted to know if you knew of schools, because when you said every school doesn't get the same amount of money, I was just curious.
Yeah, so it's possible that I'm mistaken, but I seem to remember that a portion of our funding comes directly from certain pots at the state, and then some of it also comes directly from the municipality that we're in. So a place like Southington having higher property values and higher taxes, not taxes like percentage wise, like mill rate, but like overall numbers of dollars that go towards that. I believe that when they supplement with that, then their dollar per student ratio is higher than what it is in New Haven.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? No, I would just say I appreciate the testimony. We often talk about on this committee that words matter. And so we often are reminded to ensure that we use our words very carefully. And so I just want to correct something that you may have said or may not have meant to say. Any legislation that we have before us is not taking money from anyone. The legislation that we approved last year and continue to discuss this year simply puts more money into every public school system. And when we say public school systems in Connecticut, because they accept all, that is our traditional public schools, that is our public magnet schools, and that is our public charter schools. So just a quick just reminder for anybody listening at home that that's the case. I do appreciate your testimony, your advocacy, and I hope to have you be part of the conversation moving forward. Thank you so much, Amanda.
Thank you.
All right, next up, we have Naomi Nova. Oh, hit the button. There you go. Nope.
Yep. Nope.
And there it goes. Chairman McCrory, Chairman Curry, Representative McCarty, and distinguished members of the Education Committee, thank you for hearing my testimony today. I am the Vice President of Special Education Equity for Kids in Connecticut, and the majority of my comments today concern raised Bill 5213. Excuse me. The urgent need to intervene and address Connecticut's high number of youth that are either disconnected or at risk of becoming disconnected is at a critical point. Dalio Education recently issued a report finding that 1 in 5 of our state's young people were either at risk or disconnected. In 2022, 1 in 3 Connecticut high school students was at risk of not graduating. Their report found that the number of at-risk students is up 29% since pre-pandemic levels, if you look back to the 2017-2018 school year. This is a disturbing trend that absolutely merits legislative attention and a call to action. It is also not surprising that this issue largely and disproportionately affects students of color, students who have attended a high-poverty high school, and students with disabilities enrolled in special education. SEEK is very supportive of the spirit of the raised Bill 5213, but strongly urges the inclusion of a plan to address the role of exclusionary discipline practices in exacerbating the crisis of disconnected youth. We are deeply concerned that the failure to address exclusionary discipline will render 5213 hollow. The Dalio report relays information that we know from our practice to be true. School suspensions are linked to lower math and reading achievement, the probability that the student will be arrested in the future, the failure to advance grade levels, and lower graduation rates. Students with a history of being excluded from their education are at significantly increased risk of becoming disconnected. CSDE's report on student discipline from February 14th, 2024 reflects a 14.4% increase in out-of-school suspensions and a 31.4% increase in expulsions since 2018 to 2019 school year. 1 out of 7 students subjected to exclusionary discipline, which we're defining as in-school suspension, out-of-school suspension, and expulsion, was either Black or African American. 1 out of 11 was a Latino. In summary, when students are excluded from school, we lose them. We strongly encourage legislature to consider the role of alternative education programs and adopting policies aimed at further reducing the role of exclusionary discipline.
All set?
All set.
the questioning look you gave. Any questions or comments for our good friends at SEEK? No, we appreciate your testimony today. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next up, Bishop Diamond.
Co-chairs, Representative Curry and Senator McCrory, ranking members, Senator Berthel and Representative McCarthy, and distinguished members of the Education Committee. Good afternoon. My name is Bishop John Diamond. I'm the senior pastor of Cathedral of Faith, Church of God in Bridgeport, and co-founder of Faith Acts for Education. I'm here to voice my support of HB 5212. We began this work at Faith Acts 9 years ago with the dream of making sure every child receives a world-class education. Every child should grow up with the tools they need to be gainfully employed, take care of their family, and fulfill their God-given potential. And so we fight. We fight for equitable opportunities. We fight against systems not built to help us. We fight for our children and for necessary change. The fight has been going on across years and decades. Last year, Faith Acts brought the weight of our 100 congregations, 11,000 parishioners, and more than 6,000 committed voters across Connecticut to this building when we fought for and won the $150 million funding increase our kids need and demand. And we were not alone. The funding approved just 8 months ago was implemented after overwhelming bipartisan support and sustained advocacy from the broadest coalition ever assembled on behalf of an education issue. We fought for a decade for an increase in funding that would partially close the more than $700 million racial funding gap between white students and students of color in Connecticut. We agreed on a landmark funding package that moves us forward, funding one Connecticut education system that equitably educates all children. Now the governor is threatening to strip this money away. The proposed $60+ million in cuts cannot stand. The promise to our children must not be broken. To suggest that this money should be scaled back in order to fund early childhood education, itself a vital service in need of full funding, is akin to robbing Peter to pay Paul. We can't pit children against children and balance the budget on their backs. There's an old saying back in the Caribbean: the cattle is starving while the grass is growing. We have $3.3 billion in surplus, and we fondly refer to it as a rainy day fund. Our children has been faced with Category 5 hurricane winds and rain for decades. So I pray today that this body uses its power to preserve the increases to the education budget as agreed upon just 8 months ago, fund one Connecticut education system, and fully fund our children. Please vote yes on HB 5212. Thank you.
Thank you, Bishop Diamond. Any questions? I don't see any online either. I just want to thank you and the organization for your continued partnership in this continued conversation and unfortunate fight to keep what we thought we already had taken care of, but there's always more to do, so we appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes, sir. You're welcome.
Next up, Hector Rivera. Online.
Good afternoon. State Senator McCrory, State Representative Curry, and other members of the Educational Committee. I am Hector Rivera, President and CEO of Our Piece of the Pie, known as OPP to the young people across the state, a youth development agency here in Hartford, and I am here testifying in support of HB 5213, an act concerning disconnected youth. I acknowledge and commend the committee for considering this bill, and as an organization, OPP has extensive experience with supporting disconnected young people in Hartford and Eastern Connecticut for almost 50 years. We serve disconnected youth in a vast amount of different service types, but today I would like to bring the attention to those who are disconnected from education. A recent Boston Consulting Group report commissioned by Dalio Education, as you know, reveals that over 119,000 or 19% of Connecticut's young people are either at risk or already disengaged from their education and their futures. This number continues to alarmingly increase every year. Described as overaged and underaccredited, these students who are older than typical for their grade level and have not earned enough credits to be on track to graduate in 4 years, such as a 17-year-old with only enough credits to be a freshman or a sophomore. Various factors lead to disconnection, including failing classes, educational interruption, language challenges, including school safety concerns, learning differences and challenges, early parenting, mental and behavioral health challenges, or involvement with the juvenile or child welfare system. Why is this a crisis? Not having a high school diploma has a lifelong consequence. Without access to decent jobs, young people fall into homelessness, substance abuse, crime, a vicious cycle of poverty. Beyond our moral obligations, there is an economic issue as well. High school graduates earn 28% more over a lifetime, adding up to almost $1 million in a career. Beyond the personal cost to young people who will not reach their full potential, the cost to the state is enormous, upwards of $650 to $700 million a year in lost economic earning power and increased use of state resources. Once back on track, these young people will become productive citizens and taxpayers. With the right kind of supports, they will graduate and obtain good paying jobs with sustainable wages and benefits. They will build financially stable families and have healthy children who will grow up to do the same, sparking a cycle of building for the next generation and economic mobility. What do we need to do? We need to see and identify these students. They have become functionally invisible to the systems designed to support them. But identification is not enough. We need to develop and support current, effective, innovative, and support-driven programs that are engaging for non-traditional students. These young people have struggled in traditional settings, and sending them back to the same educational settings doesn't make sense, even if we could convince them to try again. Recuperative schools such as OPP's Opportunity Academy can successfully provide the different learning structure and culture that these students need to succeed. OA, as it's known, uses a flexible school model integrating student-driven, flexible, individualized, creative learning approaches. Students earn credits as they master materials, not based on how much time they spend in the classroom. Flexible scheduling allows youth to attend to their family, personal, and financial needs that get in the way of these type of education. Wraparound supports help students navigate the challenges and barriers to learning, create a positive social environment, and connect youth to post-secondary options in education and employment, including career and technical training. Most of all, these young people need caring adults in addition to outside-the-box educators who emphasize and understand their challenges, who sees the youth as not as a problem and believe in their fullest potential, who teach and challenge with support, help, and not judge.
Can you please
Thank you.
summarize?
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hector. Don't see any questions in the room or online. I appreciate your work on this. I had the opportunity to hear you at one of the Dalio forums in Weatherfield, I believe. So we are definitely look forward to your partnership in this continued work. Thanks so much.
Thank you for your time.
Next up, CJ Burton online. Or no. Then we have Elizabeth Horton-Schaff. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Okay. All right. Chairman, ranking members of the.
Pull that mic down.
Oh, pull the mic down? You can't hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. All right, let's start that again. Chairman, ranking members of the Education Committee, those folks online, those in the room. A special shout out to the students who are not here, but still they deserve a shout out. I am Elizabeth Horton-Schaff. I'm the mother of the named plaintiff in Schaff versus O'Neill and the co-chair of the Chef Movement Coalition. Now, Bishop Diamond spoke about something that I've heard my mother say on numerous occasions when we were growing up, and that is robbing Peter to pay Paul, right? And I believe in my heart of hearts that that's how Connecticut has funded education for as long as I've been involved in the issue of Connecticut funding schools. So when I attended the meeting, your press conference on the 15th, I was delighted to hear you all say things that I've been saying since we filed this suit in 1989. Connecticut's insistence on acting like 169 sovereign states. the implications of uneducated workforce on the future economy of our state, the constitutional obligations of elected officials to provide education for our students. So, I was delighted to hear all of that. It's like, wow, they finally got it. But then it dawned on me, this is 35 years later, and I'm still hearing the same thing. What we have done for the past 35 years in Chef versus O'Neill, and what I know you are trying to do up here in this hallowed hall, is to try to talk about education. The only way to make education equal is to fully fund education. All right? That's the education cost sharing grant. We need to talk about making sure that towns, urban centers like Hartford, Bristol, New Haven get their full pilot funding, which would help them in their budgets. So there are myriad of things we can do to ensure that all of our children are afforded the kind of education that will allow them to use their potential to become great citizens for our state and global citizens in our world. I'm not sure what 5212 does. I hear what you say, but I heard what you said last time. So I'm not certain. The jury's still out for me on supporting or not supporting. I just want to encourage you all in these rooms to make sure you keep our children's education in the forefront. And lastly, I would like to support something that Governor Lamont said during his remarks in February that will probably get me run out of town. And that is, we have to look at regionalism in this state. This is a postage stamp. This state is a postage stamp. We could fit in a barrel in New York, right? Yet we insist on doing things as though we have no connection to each other. One Connecticut, right? Thank you for your time and attention. I bid you continued strength.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Are there any questions from members? I don't see any.
No, I just want to thank you, Ms. Chef, for all the hard work you've done for years trying to level the playing field when it comes to education for all children in the state of Connecticut.
Thank you.
I thank you. I appreciate all the work you've done.
I appreciate that. It's only been 35 years, Senator. What's a few more years?
Hopefully it's not. Hold on. Representative McCarty.
Okay, thank you.
Elizabeth.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hi, Mrs. Chef. I just also wanted to add my remarks, and I certainly appreciate, I've attended some of the meetings with you.
Oh, yes.
And I appreciate, because I'd like to make the comment that education has to be a bipartisan issue.
Yes.
And that we care about all of the children in the state of Connecticut. So I appreciate certainly the conversations and for including us in that conversation. Thank you.
You're welcome, and you're welcome to come back anytime, but to put the timeline in perspective for you before I head on out, Milo is a named plaintiff in Chef versus O'Neill. Milo has a son named Milo who has a son named Milo. That's 3 generations of Milo. Come on, people.
Well,
Thank you
Milo
very
House.
much.
Thank you so much. Next up, we have, let's see here, 76, doesn't look like it's online. John Flanders. Come on down.
To think I was worried about having to come after the kids. Good afternoon, Chairman McCrory, Chairman Curry, Ranking Member McCarty, Ranking Member Bertel, the members of the committee. My name is John Flanders, and I am the President of Special Education Advocacy for Kids of Connecticut. SEEK is an organization of attorneys, advocates, and parents promoting systematic change for the benefit of kids with disabilities in Connecticut. You're hearing from a number of us, and I'm going to limit my comments to 5212. frankly, we are delighted with 5212. We were delighted with 5,003 last year, and continuing that work is a good thing. I appreciate Chairman Curry's clarification on what's being done in this. The fact is that we have a lot of choice for students in many parts of the state, but the funding mechanism, the way that that gets paid, goes all over the park. And when districts are paying tuitions to these other public schools, it is taking money away from their per pupil for the kids who are in school. The kids we represent are the most vulnerable of those, so that we are very, very cognizant of the fact that they need the benefit. By moving money to cover those tuition, you're putting that money back into the general fund for the schools and benefiting our kids, and we very much appreciate it. The one qualification that we have is 5212 does not address the cost of special education for students who are operating choice. We think that that needs to be a consideration. Our advocacy thus far for this year is that you change the ECS funding formula and include a 25% weight for students with disabilities. That way, all of our districts, not only our urban districts, but our poor rural districts, are going to get funding to support a real significant financial need that's going on in their districts. And that seemed to us is the way to do it. And I think for the first time, I am not going to get beeped off in many years of doing this.
Thank you so much, John. And yes, those are the conversations I think that a number of the advocates are having around the additional weight to that to the ECS formula, the increase in identification and the need for supports and the lack of resources to be able to provide all of that is quite troubling. And to be honest, I think it is shocking that we haven't actually seen more matters go before the courts in the area of which we are likely not providing what we should be providing by law, but that is not for me to take on, as I am not an attorney. So
very much appreciate your work, and we very much appreciate being part of the conversation in this. And we look forward to moving forward.
Any other questions, comments? Seeing none, you're all set. Thanks, John. Next up, it is his partner in crime, Andy Feinstein. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Earlier, both of you gentlemen talked about how much you appreciated seeing young witnesses, and that's why I'm appearing today. Wasn't a joke. I want to move to 5213. Look, we have no objection to the bill as it stands, but it misses the point. We think one reason teens drop out is because they feel that school has nothing to offer to them. They find the curriculum boring, abstract, meaningless, irrelevant. They find school to be like a law enforcement agency, not a warm, welcoming environment. They do not feel like they belong. Frankly, if these round pegs do not fit in the square holes that we're providing for them, it's no big surprise that we have staggering numbers of chronic absenteeism. There's a simple, immediate, and direct way to substantially reduce the number of students, of at-risk students and disconnected youth. End expulsion and out-of-school suspension. Ban them, end them, make them illegal. In their zest to enforce rules, some school superintendents have forgotten their job is to nurture and develop youth. Instead, they make believe that education is a privilege that should be withdrawn when the kid does not follow the rules. We've created a generation of at-risk and disconnected youth in part because our schools have kicked out students most in need of support. Let's seal off the school to prison pipeline. Kids who exhibit troubling, disruptive, dangerous behavior are kids we ought to be holding close, not kids we ought to be pushing out. We should be providing them with a full panoply of social, behavioral, and mental health supports. We should embrace these kids. We should love these kids, not reject them. And in terms of alternative education, a couple of years ago, I had some data on alternative education in one district. District spent $20,000 per pupil on a kid, generally, about $30,000 on average for a special ed kid, and $10,000 for alternative education kids. We're not providing an alternative education. We're not providing support. We're doing a custodial program. We're wasting our money and our time, and we're wasting our future. So let's end exclusionary discipline altogether, completely, full stop, and provide the sort of social and emotional and behavioral supports that these kids need. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Representative McCarty.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and good afternoon, Attorney Feinstein. Thank you to SEEK and for your continuous advocacy for our students. But I think we are paying attention now to something you have been promoting for a long time. We need to continue to look at our practices, and that is ongoing work right now. But I'm pleased to hear you say that that's only in part some of what's going on in our schools, because as you are well aware, that over the past few years, we have seen a substantial number of our students with mental health needs and anxiety and trauma. And I think if you look at the statistics, you're going to understand that that's a very large portion of our students. So we need to not categorize that it's just the exclusionary or suspension, which I agree, we need to do more work there. But as today we're learning, all of these nonprofits coming in and the Dalio Foundation, everybody, I think we need to all work together collaboratively to find the right solutions for our students. I'm particularly worried, and we'll be talking about it shortly, that a number of these students have lost parents, siblings during this time period, and a good deal of that's a large percentage that are not attending school or that have school avoidance. So I just wanted to say to you, thank you, but I'm glad that you said in part.
Oh, no, absolutely.
Because it's very important that we realize that there's so many factors that contribute. And, you know, the Department of Education, all of us were, I think this committee, I recognize again, the leadership that this is a #1 priority for this committee this session to really help in that regard. So I'm not correcting you, but I just wanted to say, glad that you said in part.
Okay. I'm far be it for me to ever argue with Representative Kathleen McCarty. I agree, it's just in part. But the mental health issues and the anxiety issues are in part because the school environment is not the safe sanctuary that the school should be. It does not provide the full panoply of social, emotional, behavioral supports that it should. And in many cases, as I said before, the curriculum is not relevant to the students, and that's a further cause of stress. So I don't think these are two totally separate issues. Yes, exclusionary discipline results in a certain number of kids who become at risk or disconnected. But I think a lot of the kids we're losing with anxiety and school avoidance and trauma could be kept if we had better social, emotional supports within the schools, which I know is something that we've all been working on together. And my leader on that, Mr. Hernandez, is up last as your witness tonight. So he can comment on that. That's what he gets.
That's what he gets for crossing over.
I thank the chairman for allowing me to say, and I would like to recognize you for supporting last session, the school climate bill, the nurturing school climate bill that we have out. And I believe that as we continue to implement that bill, that we will see far fewer expulsions, far fewer exclusionary practices. So I just wanted to add that to the conversation. Thank you.
And on that, I entirely agree with you.
Yeah, Senator McCrory.
Well, I don't need a comment. I'm just saying, thank you for your testimony. You said a lot of good things, about how we're doing education, how kids are not, it's not inviting to them. This 21st century child we're trying to educate in 20th century formats, it's not working. It's something there that you're saying, absolutely right. And you drove it home when you said we spend about 20,000 average per school district, but about 30,000 special ed. But that kid who's disengaged that we kicked out, 10,000, and that's the kid that needs the most resources and support. So thank you for saying that publicly. Appreciate you.
And if we don't pay now, we're going to pay later.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's a lot of the conversations like my good co-chair and ranking have talked about it. And what you highlighted is the need to reimagine what school looks like and what it is providing for our students. And I think that's what we're trying to do in a lot of the language that you'll see, not only in some of these bills, but some of the bills that you'll see over the next couple of weeks, and providing that flexibility to be able to create a place that students want to go and want to learn and have every possibility exiting thereafter. So we look forward to your partnership in that.
Well, thank you. And, we at SEEK love you guys and love this committee and want to keep on working together, even on the occasional chance that Representative McCarty and I might disagree on something.
And we appreciate your work on the special ed task force that I know has been working very hard over the last year, and will hopefully continue to have some good conversations over the next.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Leslie. Nice to see you. You're up next.
Good afternoon. I'm reporting from my car. I'm pulled over. It's good to see everybody. Good afternoon, Representative Curry, Senator McCrory, and members of the Education Committee. My name is Leslie Blatteau. I'm the president of New Haven Federation of Teachers and Pre-K Divisional Vice President for AFT Connecticut, and we're part of the Connecticut for All Coalition. It is refreshing to come after so many thoughtful speakers that I was listening to on my drive across town, and I would like to address their remarks because agreed on so many fronts about the need to really center the whole child when we are really working in this still crisis moment post the pandemic. However, my comments specifically to this afternoon are about HB 5212. And I'm asking you to amend 5212 so that there's real equity for neighborhood public schools and magnet schools run by local boards of education. The schools serve 90% of all Connecticut students and the vast majority of our students in Connecticut with the most complex and immediate needs. As it's written, this bill puts charter schools and other so-called choice schools on a funding elevator, so their funding will increase based on inflation. And I'm asking, why isn't this inflation elevator applied to all neighborhood public schools and magnet schools? Here in New Haven, not only do I represent educators in this city who, because of a legacy of underfunding, which has been acknowledged several times this afternoon, we're forced to make do without enough resources in our schools. In addition to representing these workers, I'm also a parent of a third grader in New Haven, and she goes to what many would call a traditional public school. I would argue her school is far from traditional. Her third grade class has 27 students who collectively speak at least 4 languages. Her teacher's incredible. Earlier this month, they were working collaboratively to design, build, and test their roof designs for a STEM project in science class. So picture it. Third graders working collaboratively to develop the engineering skills that we need to face the problems that are currently in existence. So I'm looking to you all. We are looking to you all as our legislators to hold up your end of the bargain and ensure that those kinds of classrooms in our school district and school districts across the state have the resources we need to fix our actual leaky roofs and under-maintained facilities. It's really hard to believe that the resources, the facilities, the opportunities provided to children in this state are still aligned to the wealth that the town or city is able to generate through property taxes. Wealthy towns aren't coming here to petition their way to equity. And there's something problematic and troubling about that premise. So I want to applaud this committee's efforts to address these systemic inequities. And I want to urge you to keep our students in neighborhood and locally run magnet schools at the forefront of your efforts to fully fund public ed. Because let's be honest, not all schools are on the funding elevator. And that is an inequality that must get addressed. The vast majority of English language learners, families earning poverty wages, Black and brown students in our state attend neighborhood public schools. So I'm asking you to amend the bill to make sure that those schools can benefit from the funding elevator as well. And let's be real here. We're talking about the state of Connecticut, the wealthiest state in the wealthiest country, where we should be able to ensure the necessary funding so all students can get an excellent education. So I'm urging you to consider other measures as well. Let's fix the upside down tax system in our state. Let's create workarounds to the fiscal guardrails. Let's fully fund a public education system that everyone deserves. We have a state with $6 billion in reserves. Our wealthiest corporations and wealthiest residents are prospering. And the governor's budget is attempting to pit us against each other. So I'll close saying we need to fully fund early childhood, public schools, childcare, community colleges, and public universities. I thank you so much for your time and your efforts on this issue.
Thanks so much, Leslie. Appreciate your comments. I do not see any questions in the room or on Zoom. Enjoy the rest of your drive. Next up, we have Catherine Doobie, because I don't think Catherine Whitney is online. Nope. Oh, hi.
That's okay. Do I need to, I don't need to press button. Okay, I'm good. All right, well, I will start. Good afternoon, Representative Curry and honorable members of the Education Committee. My name is Catherine Whitney and I'm a program manager at the Connecticut Coalition to End Homelessness, representing the collective efforts of the CTCAN and Homelessness Initiative statewide. The Youth and Young Adult Homelessness Subcommittee of the CTCAN Initiative is a powerful group of stakeholders working together to address the needs of youth experiencing homelessness in Connecticut. Youth with lived experience of homelessness, advocates, providers, and state agencies come together on the subcommittee to work together to break down barriers to safe and affordable housing experienced by many minors and young adults. I actually just ran here from a meeting with our subcommittee where we were discussing the various systems that youth are running into, where connections could be improved, which would improve the social and economic well-being of the youth who are the future of our state. We support HB 5213, an act concerning disconnected youth, because it incorporates significant recommendations for disconnected youth. Its focus on collaboration, community mapping, data sharing, and access to credit recovery programs are critical. We recommend that this legislation include an additional provision to consult directly with youth who are currently or formerly unhoused. Additionally, young people have consistently told us that access to transportation is an almost insurmountable barrier that they frequently experience. For that reason, we applaud this provision in the bill. The critical report on disconnected youth commissioned by Dalio Education and conducted by Boston Consulting, Connecticut's Unspoken Crisis, details the experiences of an estimated 119,000 youth and young adults in Connecticut who have either dropped out of school or in danger of dropping out and are unemployed. The report also clarifies the connection between disconnection and homelessness, including finding that 63% of those experiencing homelessness ended up disconnected, and the likelihood of disconnection was 2.7 times greater for youth who have experienced homelessness. You'd be able to find more specific data in my written testimony, but at the risk of running out of time, I will just say youth homelessness and disconnected youth are intertwined, and we urge this committee to pass this legislation to address the needs of this vulnerable population. And I thank you for taking the time to hear my testimony today.
Thank you so much. We appreciate you coming out and all of the work that the coalition does. As a former board member there, I know just how hard you all work and what an uphill battle it is always seems to be for you. So thank you very much.
It's nice to hear. Thank you.
Next up, Catherine.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, Representative McCarty, and esteemed members of the committee. Thanks so much for allowing me to be here today. My name is Catherine Doobie. I'm the Executive Director of the Connecticut Youth Services Association. I'm here to express our support for HB 5213, specifically sections 3 through 6. The Connecticut Youth Services Association, we support 103 youth service bureaus across the state, and that within that represent 137 cities and towns. Last year, we supported 350,000 youth and their families. Based on the work that we're doing, as cited in State Statute 1019M, youth service bureaus are the designated coordinating units of community-based services and really play an integral role in educational success. Based on that, we are uniquely positioned to support those at risk of disconnection. We provide prevention, comprehensive delivery of prevention, intervention, treatment, and follow-up services. All of that work is done utilizing, really recognizing the importance of data and really looking at the data that we have and analyzing it to see what works best, what tool in our toolbox works best to assist the children under our care. And one of the barriers that has been really recognized over more immediately and over the past few years is our limited access to data. So we have data from the work we're doing, but unfortunately, we're unable to access the data from school districts and other important partners in our communities. And so HB 5213 is really a critical step in addressing this challenge, and it allows YSBs to get the important data that we need to allocate the special resources for the kids that we are serving. And it really gives us the other opportunity to gain deeper insight into the circumstances and complexities and work as a partner with the school districts. And so this work, in addition to helping us work with the kids that we're working with today, it helps with early identification as well. And really brings home the need for this type of information to continue to do the work and really have meaningful impact on the children that we serve. So thank you so much. I'm happy to answer any questions. There were a few things that I just wanted to address based on previous testimony, if that's okay. One of the comments about the fact that there aren't YSBs in every town, a city and town throughout the state, and that is true. YSBs are focused on the delivering services the community dictates. So they work within their community to provide the level of service that community has asked for. And the other piece that I just wanted to address as well is the data that the State Department of Education has online about truancy and chronic absenteeism is really a great first step. And we utilize that in looking at aggregated data through, as we do our work in looking at different communities. But having that next level of individualized data will really give us a greater opportunity to utilize all of the tools that we have and resources to get underneath the issue of at-risk youth. So thank you.
I appreciate the comments and for the additional notes on the points made earlier. And, a lot of times the legislature, I think, creates various entities or initiatives to get at certain problems, but never or doesn't always provide all of the necessary connections and collaborations, and often is seen as going outside of our purview or making requirements that wouldn't have otherwise been made. But I think that this conversation here and the language that we have in the bill is one of those necessary connections to really get at this, to hopefully prevent what we're seeing, especially within the Dahlia report, and the prevention piece to ensure that we're not filling those 120,000 pairs of shoes with 120,000 new pair. So
absolutely,
I appreciate your work. Any comments or questions, Representative McCarty?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and welcome to the Education Committee. Just a very quick question. On line 121 in the bill, it talks about the MOU and sharing the data with the school boards, and it references on a monthly basis. I'm wondering if you could comment, do you think that's the right time allotment, or how do you envision that?
So I think ultimately by looking for monthly, looking for a frequency that we can gain enough data to be able to utilize it. I think the challenge has always been it's kind of we're talking about last year's data, and the opportunity has really passed by then to be able to utilize or put in place things that can assist with figuring out why things are happening or addressing something before it gets to the next level. And so I would say, monthly is the preferred level of data we would like. However, we understand that we need to be flexible as long as we're getting more routine data that we can really utilize and makes some impact with, really.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, to that point, I mean, it's, if you go quarterly, I mean, too much has possibly happened to a student's life. I mean,
Right.
monthly almost seems too long to be getting some of this
does, I mean,
information. But I
right.
know in places like Middletown, they're looking to connect and tie in to some of the systems that the school and the municipal side may be on and or able to share to be able to get some of that information in real time.
Yeah.
So I think that this proposal in front of us is a good first step of hopefully getting people to understand the importance, and that we can kind of build off of that.
Yeah, I think it's the building, right? It's the connection, it's keeping data that obviously keeping it in a secured and trusted, and we would be utilizing it just to help us further understand what might be going on in a specific student situation. And really looking for, again, using those tools to be able to access services and provide a level that we haven't been able to provide previously because we haven't had access to this information.
Yeah, and just a point with respect to your comment on chronic absenteeism and being able to kind of get at that through some of the work with the YSBs. And we are X number of years out of COVID, and I'm not really sure that we've set a new floor yet when it comes to our absenteeism rates and our chronic absenteeism rates. I think that those would have likely increased regardless of a lot of the initiatives and or programs that we may have invested in. But that's not to say we shouldn't still continue to come at this, but I think the YSBs are a little bit different in the populations in which they're trying to help get at some of that issue. So I appreciate the work that you are all doing directly to that. I just worry that we use that the success of those numbers currently to an advantage that's not really a reality.
Yeah, and I mean, there's giving us the opportunity to see many levels of data and different things, you can really put those things together, right? And because we may not, the indicator that we have today or have had in the past may change, but there are other things that we could be looking at to help figure out, what could we do to assist this child or student, and looking at the whole picture. And it'll help us get back to what is the reality and what is the real indicating factor. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right.
Appreciate you coming out
Thank
today.
you.
Next up, I don't believe Dana is online. Isabel is not online. Michelle Piccirillo. I apologize if I said that wrong.
You did not, actually. That was actually more correct than I've had it pronounced. Good afternoon, members of the Education Committee. My name is Michelle Piccirillo, and I am the Secretary for the Connecticut Youth Services Association and the Director of Cheshire Human Services, which is Cheshire's Youth Service Bureau. I am sharing testimony today in support of HB 5213, an act concerning disconnected youth, specifically sections 3 through 6. The Connecticut Youth Services Association, as you know, and have probably already heard a few times today, plays a vital role in supporting youth and families across Connecticut. In 2023, our YSB supported 350,000 youth and families. The mission of YSBs at its core is to engage youth and families and to keep them connected to their communities, to their schools, and to the critical resources available to support their overall well-being. In the report recently released by Dalio Education, they stated that in 2022, 1 in 5 of Connecticut's young people were either at risk or disconnected. These are 119,000 young people who have either dropped out of school or are in danger of dropping out of school, and who are, for those aged 18 to 26, unemployed and in many cases unemployable. YSBs are a driving force in bringing this concerning number down and connecting or reconnecting youth across Connecticut. A cooperative relationship with other community and state agencies is essential to a YSB effectively serving youth and families, whether it be a local police department, health department, or youth serving agencies like the YMCA. It is also an absolute necessity to have a positive and collaborative working relationship with the local school system. In Cheshire, our YSB works very closely with our local school system. We collaborate regularly with support staff and are even in the schools throughout the school day to meet with young people. However, when we are dealing with cases of chronic absenteeism, it becomes increasingly difficult to engage the student and in some cases the family in a relationship. And without that engagement, we do not have access to student data or family history that would help us to develop a comprehensive and effective approach to meeting the needs of that student and their family. In addition, we have had previous cases in our juvenile review board where information on school attendance and support services was essential to us being able to move these young people forward in a positive way and on a more productive path. In cases where families are not engaged, we are prevented from accessing this critical school data. It is for this reason that I am expressing my support for HB 2013, specifically sections 3 through 6 regarding data sharing. The ability for YSBs to access and analyze pertinent school data on the young people they are serving will position the YSB to provide more effective and meaningful programs and intervention. It will facilitate early identification and prevention efforts and will help determine the effectiveness of treatment and programming. Connecticut Youth Service Bureaus are committed to engaging and connecting with youth and families in their communities. Should we be permitted with this bill to access pertinent school data, we will be better positioned to reduce the number of disconnected youth and have a positive and meaningful impact in youth and families across Connecticut. I do just want to add, because this thought occurred to me while I was driving up there, that although this is about the schools sharing data with the YSB, the other benefit here would be the YSB being able to share really important data with the school system. When I sit in on a PPT or something for a student, I often have really important and critical information to share. So I think the idea that this is a data sharing situation, I think is really important to note.
Thank you so much for coming out this afternoon. Representative Representative Zupkis.
Thank you. Thank you for coming up today. I know that y'all do great work in Cheshire, and I just wanted to thank you for coming up. And your suggestion is really great about sharing information, because that doesn't happen sometimes, which is completely, it seems very obvious and common sense, but it's great that you shared that. But thank you for what you do in Cheshire. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. Any other comments or questions? No. Thank you very much. And again, for highlighting kind of something that maybe we have missed in the past and providing that connection. So hopefully we'll be able to get this over the finish line.
Thank you.
Next up is Mark Donald online. Mark?
Good afternoon, Representative Curry, Senator McCrory, members of the Education Committee. The great things about going number 85 is you've heard all the statistics and the quotes from all the good stuff that my predecessors have done here today. So I'm here to speak in support of 5213. And, you know, it's rare that anything outside of an athletic event gets me excited, but I think the potential for this bill to impact the young people we serve is immense. I'm the president and CEO of RIASAP down in Bridgeport, and we run programs from the gamut, trying to bust the school to prison pipeline, from working with the Bridgeport public school system to keep young people in school, to training Fairfield Public Schools on restorative practices and social emotional learning. We work closely with the Bridgeport Police Department and other community organizations to reduce youth gun violence. And in regards to this bill particularly, we work closely with the Youth Service Bureau as we run the Juvenile Review Board. So, you know, I think what strikes me with the biggest potential of this board is on my quote unquote side hustle, where I teach a community college course inside one of the prisons here in Connecticut. And I've got 14 students that wish a bill like this existed to help preventing them from going down the path that they ultimately end up doing. And they even say things to the effect without being aware of the bill itself. In 2020, we at RIASAP created a program we call Park City Career Pathways, specifically to get young people on a career path through existing workforce development, through community college, through four-year colleges, et cetera. And what we found was that young people weren't aware of so many of the opportunities that existed for free, you know, including free community college, including the workforce development. So the needs for asset map and capacity building is huge, particularly in Bridgeport, and we're learning that more and more every day. The presence of a data sharing agreement between public school systems and the YSB is also immense. In our schools-based work, we're seeing more warning signs at younger ages. And if more than just the school system has access to this data, we can intervene and guide the young people back on track much better. And I think the potential in that relationship is massive, and it prevents data hoarding, or it enhances the number of eyes that can get into the early intervention systems. The other piece I think that has the opportunity really is the fact that we're recognizing that there is a spectrum of these young people that we call disengaged and disconnected. And we do not have a one-size-fits-all. And these young people need case management in addition to just the simple opportunities. We often hear internships and apprenticeships. Yes, that's part of the solution. But some of our young people engaged or starting to become engaged in gang and gun violence need a little bit more. And this bill offers that opportunity, and I'm thrilled to support it.
Okay.
Thank you so much for your comments today. I don't see any questions in the room, but I would just ask if there's anything, and you don't have to answer this now, if there's anything else you think that we may be able to include that has a touch point or is cognizant of our committee, please definitely reach out and let us know. I know Representative McCarthy Fahey has been trying to get me down to you, as well as Representative Leeper, so hopefully that will happen also sooner than later. But again, thank you for your testimony today.
Great. Thanks to all of you.
All right, next up, John O'Connor online.
Good afternoon, Senator McCrory and Representative Curry, and all the members of the Education Committee. My name is John O'Connor, and I teach in the Sociology Department at Central Connecticut State University. I'm one of the leaders of CSU AUP, the faculty union that represents college professors at Central, Southern, Western, and Eastern. CSU AUP is part of the Connecticut for All Coalition. I'm here to testify on HB 5212, an act concerning education funding. I support the bill, but I would ask legislators to make it more equitable for neighborhood public schools and for all magnet schools. As you know, this bill puts some schools, but not all schools, on a funding elevator. HB 5212 would increase the funding of charter schools and certain magnet schools based on inflation, yet it would not apply the same inflation elevator to neighborhood public schools that are run by our local boards of education. All schools in our state operate in the same economic context. Inflation hurts all schools. The vast majority of English language learners, families earning poverty wages, and Black and brown students in Connecticut attend neighborhood public schools. And I urge you to amend this bill so that neighborhood public schools and all magnet schools will get increased funding based on inflation. The inequity of this bill is especially concerning, given that some charter schools are privately run and are not accountable and transparent to taxpayers the way the public schools are. It should not be surprising that someone representing higher education faculty would be here advocating for students in K through 12. I've been teaching at CCSU for 20 years, and it's become increasingly clear to me that the educational path that all Connecticut students embark upon is complex and riddled with all sorts of challenges. What happens in their classrooms is often connected to the struggles seen in their communities, and the impact and consequences of under-resourced and understaffed schools at the K-12 level will be felt later in our community colleges and our state universities. When it comes to education, there is no way that we should accept an accumulation of disadvantage, which destroys a student's hope and opportunity. We know that educational research has convincingly shown that the more money that schools receive positively impacts student learning and achievement. Extra funding in neighborhood public schools will help close our achievement gaps and is a real move toward educational equity. Regardless of whether my K through 12 teaching colleagues are in East Hartford, New Haven, or Bridgeport, the students that they are teaching today will be the students at our colleges and universities tomorrow. We all have a responsibility to make sure that they are successful. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in front of you today, and thank you for all the work that you do.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Again, Mark, thank you for your testimony. Next up, we have John O'Connor. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, John. That was you.
I'll go again if you'd like, Senator.
Aiden Gonzalez.
Hi, dear chairs and members of the Education Committee. My name is Aiden Gonzalez, and I am a full-time substitute teacher at Metropolitan Business Academy in New Haven and a proud member of the New Haven Federation of Teachers. We are part of the Connecticut for All Coalition, and I am here to testify on House Bill 5212. I support the bill, and I ask legislators to make it equitable for neighborhood public schools and for all magnet schools. The dire consequences of Metro's systematic underfunding reverberate throughout our educational system in a multitude of ways. As we grapple with 4 critical staffing shortages at Metro in essential areas like physics, biology, technology education, and Spanish, we are effectively building barriers that hinder the dreams of aspiring doctors, scientists, nurses, EMTs, educators, and more. These students are denied access to prerequisite courses vital for their journey towards pre-medical undergraduate and graduate degrees, truncating their academic potential and limiting their career trajectories. At Metro, I also work unofficially as an academic tutor. Every day, students seek me out for support in their classes. Each day, I'm confronted with every student's unwavering desire to learn, and I'm disheartened to see that our school is unable to adequately meet their needs. It is an affront to our collective conscience that we are not fulfilling our duty to these eager learners who yearn for nothing more than the opportunity to learn and thrive academically. As I imagine a fully funded Metro, I see a flourishing school where every student's aspirations are nurtured and supported, and that propel them towards success in whatever area they choose. I imagine a Metro where talented educators aren't leaving en masse to higher paying jobs in neighboring suburbs, and where every student has access to dozens of adults who can support them through every step of their academic journey. In Connecticut, we are the wealthiest state in the wealthiest country in the world. We have enough for every student to get an excellent public education. So why does the governor's budget leave our pre-K through 12 schools, community colleges, and universities underfunded? I urge you to fix the upside-down tax system in our state and eliminate the fiscal guardrails to fund the public education system that all students deserve. I ask the committee, will Metro's funding increase yearly based on inflation? Further, are you willing to amend House Bill 5212 so that neighborhood schools funding will also increase based on inflation? As written, House Bill 5212 puts some schools, but not all schools, on a funding elevator. The bill would not apply the same inflation elevator to neighborhood public schools, nor to the magnet schools that are run by our local boards of education. This is a glaring inequality that is highly concerning. The vast majority of our English language learner students, families earning poverty wages, and Black and Brown students in the state of Connecticut attend these neighborhood public schools. I urge you to amend House Bill 5212 so that neighborhood public schools and all magnet schools will get increased funding based on inflation, just as charter schools will. And I'd like to share I'd like to end my testimony with a few words from students. In celebration of Black History Month, students at Metro organized an exhibit on Black history and present. At the end of the exhibit, students were asked, Martin Luther King had a dream, what's yours? And here are some student words. To feel free, equally divided wealth, for everyone to have equal opportunities no matter their background. And I hope we can work together to help realize students' dreams of equitable education. Thank you for your opportunity to testify.
Thank you, and thank you for your testimony. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you once again. Next up, we have Daniel Lumpkin. Daniel?
Oh, it's a pleasure to be able to speak before the committee. I apologize. I would like to say, my name is Daniel Lumpkins. I'm testifying in support of HB 5213 as a proud resident of Plainfield, Connecticut, and member of the Connecticut Youth Employment Program and EastCon School Directions Work Readiness Program through the Eastern Workforce Investment Board. Growing up, I was the 9th child born from a family of 14. Throughout my childhood, I had to deal with the constant fear of having no food or being attacked by the people my mother bought drugs from. A few years ago, my father got into a near life-ending accident and was out of work for close to a year. During that time, I was the sole provider for the household while continuing my education at Plainfield High School. I was also working I apologize. I was also working an exorbitant amount of hours at McDonald's to help keep my family afloat during the time that he was out of work. I graduated from Plainfield High School a semester early. However, things caught up to me with my exorbitant hours, my body from the cyst, limiting my ability to walk for an extended period of time. In the fall of 2023, I enrolled in QBCC, but with the lingering medical issues and my mental status, I had to drop out of school. I'm no longer eligible to receive funding from PACT. The one bright light I have had is the programs I was fortunate enough to take part in, such as Core Directions and the Connecticut Youth Employment Program. These programs provided support services to help me obtain a driver's license, multiple paid internships, and advised me onto the Manufacturing Pipeline Initiative, and provided me the transportation to the MPI program located in Groton, Connecticut. I completed the welding program and earned a certificate as well. Electric Boat has offered me a position earning $23 an hour. I've also been a long-time participant of the Connecticut Youth Employment Program for the past few years, and I've completed multiple internships and participated in many leadership roles. This is a program that has exposed me to what exactly I want to do in life and the skills I need to achieve that dream. And in this coming fall, I plan to continue my education at one of the state universities. There's one growing issue with the programs, however, and that is the lack of information easily available about them. With my time as an intern showing me that the programs were nearly completely dependent on flyers, school announcements, and the occasional radio broadcast, this leads to kids not knowing these exist, therefore not taking advantage of the programs. There is no time to lose. That is why I chose to join EastCon to participate in the Opportunity Youth Initiative, a coalition that has provided a plan to support Connecticut taking meaningful action. HB 5213 includes essential steps such as developing a comprehensive statewide plan to support the success of disconnected youths and expanding a shared data system to improve coordination and outcomes. Thank you for the time that you have given me.
Thank you, Daniel, and thank you for your testimony. And I continue good luck on your continuing education. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, we'll continue on. We're going to go back to number, I believe it's 58, Carrie Cassidy. One second.
Hi.
Hello.
Good afternoon, Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, and members of the Education Committee. My name is Carrie Cassidy, and I teach 6th grade science in Stonington. I'm speaking today about HB. Excuse me. Sorry about that. I'm speaking today about H Bill 5213, an act concerning disconnected youth. While this bill takes important steps towards addressing this vital issue, there's more that must be considered. My students are not yet 14, but I work with students who are disconnected. They're not engaged at school. This is not only a high school issue, it impacts classrooms at every level. I've had a handful of disconnected students in any given year, but that number has grown since the pandemic. During the pandemic, I became very familiar with ceilings and the occasional forehead. During this time, school was not relevant to the lives of my students. They were preoccupied with things that were happening at home and the reasons they were not in schools and in our classrooms. We need to find new ways to engage all students at every level, to give them a variety of ways to participate in our communities. We need to find ways to break through the barriers that keep students from being successful in school and in life. We also need to remember that not every student wants or needs to go to college. Students who choose a path other than college should feel that their skills and interests are valued. By letting our students know we value their interests and skills will help foster stronger relationships between educators and their students. And this, in turn, will increase student engagement. If students are engaged, they will have the opportunity to learn the skills needed to be successful. Of course, this work needs funding so that all barriers to success can be removed. Thank you for your time. Carrie Cassidy, sorry.
No, thank you, Gary, for your testimony. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, once again, thank you for your testimony. We can go back to number 73, CJ Burton. You're up next, CJ.
Hello.
Hello, CJ. How are you today?
Hi, I'm fine. Thank you for having me. My name is CJ Burton. I am a teacher at Edgewood and at New Haven Public Schools. And I have a question before I give my testimony. And I've been kind of trying to do some research into the bill to better understand what exactly is going on. So I'm just looking for some clarity about HB 5212. And my understanding is that the bill has a funding elevator for charter schools. And I'm wondering how this will impact neighborhood schools.
So the purpose of a public hearing is so that we're able to hear from those in the public and not necessarily engage in dialogue. But I think maybe let's take the opportunity to clear that up, as a number of folks have had that conversation today. I think the intent around the legislation, as it was last year in 5003, was to show the differences between our traditional public schools that also have a municipal investment and the schools that you are referencing do not.
Okay, thank you for your clarification. So I just wanted to, as far as my testimony goes, again, I am a public school teacher, and I did attend public school as well. And mainly, I just wanted to, I had a more recent incident where I had to plan for a field trip as a social studies teacher, and we didn't really have the funding available. Working at a neighborhood public school, we didn't have the funding available, and I had to, we tend to have to fundraise. We tend to have to, go outsource, go to our PTO, things like that, in order to make the funding available. And then that's all contingent on whether or not it's actually approved. So, one of my concerns in terms of the bill is just making sure that neighborhood public schools are also included on the funding, in the funding elevator, and making sure that they are getting the same amount of funding, so that those students who are most affected, which would be our BIPOC students, our students who have low socioeconomic status, who are coming from inner city areas, as those are the 90% of those students do attend neighborhood schools. So my biggest concern is making sure that they have the same amount of funding to promote equity and ensure access for all. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your comments today, CJ. And yes, I think it's important to note also, the rural districts in Connecticut that we often don't speak about are facing the exact same issues that our urban centers and our suburban ring communities are also seeing. It's unfortunate that you, as an educator, have to go into your own pockets to fund a number of things within your classrooms. And it's also a little, I wasn't sure to celebrate or be embarrassed that we're spending, $4 million in federal monies to fund donor choose projects for teachers, when, we should likely just simply be able to provide resources in an equitable and a fully funded manner. So thank you very much. Next up, we have Carrie Cassidy online. Oh, did we hear? Oh, sorry. Alex Knopp. Hey, Alex, how are you?
Thank you, Jeff. Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Alex Knopp. Since 2012, I've served as the plaintiff's representative in the Chef case, and prior to that, I served 15 years in the General Assembly and 4 years as mayor of Norwalk, and then taught as an adjunct at Yale Law School. I'm here to suggest that the goal of the committee ought to be to align the school funding mechanisms with the state's legal obligations under the Chef case. Here's one brief example. The students today who testified from the magnet schools and other schools about transportation, I thought were terrific and eloquent. So looking at what they urged you to do, instead of looking at it as a transportation and funding issue, look at it as a Chef compliance issue, because the better transportation that exists for magnet students, the more families will apply to magnet schools. And the Chef agreement from January of 2022 simply says that every Hartford resident minority student who wants a seat in a Chef school is entitled to get one. But it has to be matched with socioeconomic status and balance with suburban students. So getting more transportation options will help the state meet its Chef obligations, That's why it's a good thing, in addition to obviously helping kids with their activities. This is the same reason why we support, in principle, House Bill 5212, because the dealing with the magnet tuition cap issue to restore what was done last year is another way to help the state comply with its CHEF obligations. Similarly, adding the 3%, I'll call it cost of living adjustment for Resks and Goodwin magnet schools is a way to help them preserve their need to present really enriched opportunities to attract families. And the 3% increase in the floor for the open choice student enrollment is another way to encourage suburban districts to offer more seats. And again, that helps align the CHEF obligations of the state with that funding system. Finally, I've been sitting here all day listening to this excellent testimony, and I just want to say, I think obviously Commissioner Russell Tucker and OPM Secretary Jeff Beckham have a point about the issues of fully funding through ECS and providing state shift in terms of the magnet caps. But in part, that's the price we pay for a voluntary system. There are ways to make it tighter and financially more efficient. And I think that means having a better state planning effort to coordinate the enrollment of students from different districts, both in magnets and open choice, with funding. And I think we could reach a better system, but it will take some effort. And I think at the moment, the need is to make sure that the magnet tuition cap from last year is not tossed out. And that's why I'm here today to support that part of 5212. And I want to thank members of the committee for their diligence today. I used to sit in these long hearings and know it can be a bit of a strain, but I really commend you for doing it. And I want to thank Representative Curry for his outreach to the folks at CHEF, and say hello to my new state rep, Dominique Johnson from Norwalk, who I see on the line. Thank you. I'm glad to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Alex. I don't see any questions in the room or online. Just thank you for your work through the CHEF Coalition, and we appreciate the support.
Great. Thanks very much, Jeff.
And for those on the committee not at home, we are turning to the last page of people we have testifying today. So number 92, Sarah, that would include Steve Hernandez. Sarah Fox, you're up next.
Good evening. Honorable Representative Curry, Senator McCrory, Representative McCarty, Senator Berthel, and esteemed members of the Education Committee. I'm Sarah Fox. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the Connecticut Coalition to End Homelessness, and we are dedicated to preventing and solving homelessness across the state. CCH leads the statewide initiative towards solving homelessness, and that is the Connecticut Can End Homelessness Initiative. And we work closely with youth in our youth work subcommittee and committee to sort of lead the path and what it means to connect with youth experiencing housing crisis across the state. I will share on a personal level. I experienced homelessness myself, but also similar to so many other people, I was able to come out of homelessness and receive an education, but my big sister was homeless at 16. And she faced a ton of challenges. I stayed at home. There was trauma there too. But that level of disconnectedness then has led to her being homeless also as an adult, and just recently, being evicted and living in a hotel and being unsheltered. There's real challenges for people who face poverty, who face housing insecurity. And for me, I ended up attending Cornell, becoming a CEO. But for many years, I didn't know I was smart. And so even in high school, I didn't have a plan to go to college. And so much of that had to do with housing insecurity and the trauma of living in poverty and not knowing that I'd have a home to call my own. And so when I speak about the youth across the state, I think it's really important to connect to the level of disconnectedness and the fact that we have, through the State Department of Education, many McKinney-Vento liaisons working in schools across the state. But what we do not have is a connected system to connect with youth in every school district across the state, whether they're disconnected or experiencing housing insecurity, struggling with transportation. We have to really think holistically, and we are well prepped to do so. We have P20 working to connect data systems. We have on the homeless response side, we know through the McKinney-Vento definition, there are 5,000 youth experiencing homelessness, but there's so much more that we can do. And that level of connectedness that I see through this bill, HB 5213, to connect with disconnected youth, this act will help pave the way for that level of connectedness that is truly necessary to make sure that all students across Connecticut can strive, can thrive, and have a stable home to call their own. Thank you.
I just first and foremost want to thank you for sharing your own personal story, and I know you often do when sitting down with me or our colleagues in the legislature, and really putting a face to an experience to a problem that many of us have not experienced ourselves. And whether it is through this legislation and the 2Gen Advisory Board or another entity outside of the legislature that truly takes this on, I think it would be in their best interest to ensure that you and your organization are sitting at that table to inform them on a number of issues for the unhoused and unsheltered, but to highlight also the coordinated effort that you all have kind of created and take part in, and is really a model for what we could and should be doing elsewhere in the state. So thank you very much for that testimony today.
Thank you.
Any other? Representative McCarty.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I too wanted to echo some of the same sentiments and thank you for all of the work that you're doing. I mean, I don't think there's anything, and we have to realize that homelessness is very much related to what these disconnected and disengaged youth are experiencing. We don't often think about all of the other factors that enter into it. If you have any other solutions, you mentioned connectedness a few times. If you see or think of anything more, and I appreciate the comments of the chair, perhaps you could share those with the committee. I really think we've got to do something. 5,000 would be too many. So we have to really concentrate on what we can do in the housing and ending childhood poverty.
And we know that 63% of homeless youth are disconnected or considered disconnected through the Dalio report. And I would just offer, through Connecticut Can End Homelessness, our statewide initiative, we work with the Youth Action Hub, who are people and youth who are leading the path, who have experienced homelessness themselves. And there is there's a true importance to engaging youth who have experienced homelessness, who are leading in this collaboration, and really thinking through their understanding of the education system, of the level of disconnectedness that they have experienced, and what would have helped to connect them further through the entire, through their entirety and their entire process with schools and their education and all the people who sort of work with them as from day to day. So that we can help connect some of those dots for you all, and we'd be happy to serve in that role.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
We're going to go back. 82, I believe, is online now. Dana Bosio. Dana.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
We can now.
Good afternoon. I apologize for being a little bit late. I just wanted to say thank you so much, honorable members of the Education Committee, for having me here today. I'm here in support of House Bill 05213, in particular Section 12, which speaks to the inclusion of regional trauma coordinators through the Resk Alliance. I am Data Basio, as I said, and I serve as the Regional Trauma Coordinator for Cooperative Educational Services in Trumbull, Connecticut. And I'm working with a good number of schools and districts in Lower Fairfield County and learning about the prevalence, the universality of trauma, particularly in our post-COVID world. In our schools, when we came back from the pandemic, we really focused quite a bit on filling in the learning gaps and filling in learning loss. And as a psychologist, I know that when we are in a state of stress, all of the functions that we need that are essential for learning, our ability to encode and retain new information, our ability to process language, our ability to express ourselves effectively, our ability to stop and think before making an impulsive choice are all compromised significantly. So we're not getting to learning. So when we encouraged folks to come back and fill in those learning gaps, we didn't acknowledge the dysregulation of ourselves, the lack of safety in the adults as well as our kids. So when we think about the statistics in Connecticut at present, about 50% of the adults are identifying as having anxiety or depression. So those are our educators, those are our kids. And so we're seeing increasing numbers of difficulty with behavior and coping with behavior. And we're seeing significant overturn of staff in schools. So when we think about the things that are essential for learning, trusting relationships and connections, we have kids that are disconnected and disengaged and staff that are leaving. We're not having the opportunity to build those connections. I know a lot of folks earlier on were speaking about the importance of hearing from kids. And one of the things that we did via the Uplift program that's been developed was we spent time conducting focus groups. And we met with over 100 kids from very diverse backgrounds. We had kids from very affluent communities in Fairfield County, and we worked with kids who were incarcerated and earning their diplomas. We asked them to reflect on the 6 principles of trauma-informed care, which are safety, trust and transparency, peer support, collaboration and mutuality, empowerment, voice and choice, and cultural humility. And I often say to folks when we're in trainings, when you hear those words, they don't make you think about trauma. They make you think about climate and culture. So I wanted to share with you a couple of the things that the students we met with had shared. And these are literally quotes from them. I ask one teacher for help and they tell me to ask another. I give up and I don't ask for help. I don't think anyone can help me feel safe. I was asked to take a survey to see if I needed help and I didn't make the cut. I feel there should be peer support programs because kids feel comfortable with other kids. I think mental health should be a discussion that is talked about through school from kindergarten to 12th grade, not just limited to health class. In my school, if you do something disrespectful, they kick you out and put you in the quiet room. Instead of looking at why I left and seeing that I was emotionally not okay, they only saw that I walked out of class without permission. I know that in my prior district that I worked in, something that was resoundingly clear is that of our high school students, many felt disconnected from the adults in the building. How do we get back to teaching kids and not content? Through this program, we've educated about 1,700 educators and professionals who have received training in our foundational module, Foundations of Trauma-Informed Care. 90% felt that it was relevant to their work and they could apply it immediately in practice. And they, for the most part, overwhelmingly indicated they would love more time to digest, reflect, strategize, and learn how to be a more trauma-informed educator. Despite the fact training, in summary, we need to support our kids, but we also need to support our adults, and including funding for the Uplift program would help us do just that.
Thank you so much for your comments. And yeah, I think you make an important point in that we have a lot of these conversations around the impacts of COVID and coming out of that with our students and the disconnected young people and the youth. And we don't often talk about the teachers and those who also are coming in and also dealing with things. And it's kind of like the whole oxygen mask on the airplane thing. But we started some conversations with our school-based health centers and FQHCs to see, can we adjust some of the work that they're doing to provide not only the mental health services for our students, but also for the teachers and for the staff in the buildings, because you have to obviously get them where they're at. And so, those teachers can't really fully help these students unless they themselves are helped. So we appreciate you making that point. Any other questions? I do not see any in the room or online. Have a great afternoon.
Thank you.
Next up, Nakia Hall. Hey, Nakia.
Hi, Senator. Co-chairs Representative Curry, Senator McCrory, and distinguished members of the Education Committee. Good afternoon. My name is Nakia Hall, and I am the Director of External Relations for Achievement First 10 Public Charter Schools. I am here in full support of HB 5212. I first want to thank this committee for its commitment to all of Connecticut's public school students. You understand that our children are our most precious commodity, and we are responsible for ensuring that they are set up to meet their full potential. So thank you. Less than a year ago, this committee led a bold effort toward establishing an equitable student-centered funding model that would support public school students across our state. This was a significant step to ensuring all students, regardless of where they live or what type of public school they attended, would be on the receiving end of dollars that would set them up for success in school and beyond. It's an understatement to say that it is heartbreaking that the $150 million investment to creating this needs-based funding model is now in jeopardy. In jeopardy in a state that has the largest opportunity gap in the country, in a state that has a budget surplus. The students most impacted, of course, are the most underserved in our state. What message are we sending them and their families? I urge this committee to recommit to the promise made last year that education funding will be distributed to all public schools using a student-centered funding model. Achievement First serves students in 3 of Connecticut's largest cities, Hartford, New Haven, and Bridgeport. Like other public schools in our communities, Achievement First serves predominantly Black, Brown, and income-challenged students. Our over 3,200 bright and beautiful K-12 scholars work incredibly hard every day to overcome the opportunity gap that has criminally persisted in this state for decades. In addition to bringing Achievement First and all of CT's public charter schools incrementally closer to funding equity, HB 52112 honors the learning needs of every public school child in Connecticut and works to set them up for success. Again, I implore the Education Committee to uphold the unanimous decision last year to approve a student-centered funding model for all public schools. Let's make Connecticut a shining example of what it looks like when we invest fully and unequivocally in children. Thank you for your time and consideration, and good to see you, Representative Curry and Senator McCrory.
Thank you so much for your testimony this afternoon. Don't see any questions or comments, so enjoy your evening.
You as well.
Next up, Amy Conklin.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
We can.
Thank you. I'd like to thank the distinguished members of the Education Committee for allowing me to speak this afternoon in support of Bill 05213, an act concerning disconnected youth. I'm Amy Conklin, a resident of East Hampton and the Connecticut Director of District Partnerships for Effective School Solutions. I'd like to share a few severely disconnected young adult examples in the age 18 to 26 range. I personally know a severely disconnected 25-year-old. Prior to the pandemic, he was in school to become a barber. When his school switched to online classes, he dropped out because of his learning disability. Over the past 3 years, he has struggled to hold down a job and typically hangs out on the couch all day watching TikTok videos. When my veterinarian recently asked me what I do, I mentioned that I partner with school districts to implement comprehensive, culturally inclusive school-based mental health programming. He responded by saying his son, who was a junior in high school during the lockdown, is currently holed up in his bedroom most of the time, and that he doesn't know what to do to help his son get unstuck. I believe the tenets of Bill 05213, an act concerning disconnected youth, would help prevent youth from getting into heartbreaking failure to launch situations such as I just described. However, I also believe that the disconnected youth crisis is not an issue for just the nonprofits to solve. I say this because there are complex reasons why students are chronically absent, have aggressive behaviors, or suicidal ideation, and we are at a critical juncture where we need all hands on deck to address various forms of trauma and emotional and behavioral challenges in our communities. Thank you very much for your time and consideration this afternoon and for your commitment to the youth and families in our great state.
Thank you so much for your testimony, Amy. Seeing no questions, enjoy your evening.
Thank you very much.
Gail Jordan.
Good evening. I thank you. Good evening, Representative Curry, Senator McCrory, and all of the honorable members of the Education Committee. My name is Gail Jordan. I am a teacher in Bloomfield, Connecticut, and also the local president of the Bloomfield Education Association. I have been teaching in Bloomfield for 17 years, And I am sad to say in those 17 years, I have lost 4 students to some very violent deaths. I have 2 students that are incarcerated presently for some very violent offenses, and 2 other students that actually survived some very violent encounters. And, you know, unfortunately, numerous other students that are not currently either employed or did not graduate high school. So the disengaged youth is near and dear to my heart. My students are, I'm the teacher that, like, once you're my student, you're forever my student. And I do follow along with our students. Recently, I was able to assist in moderating some discussions with some business leaders and industry leaders in the Hartford area and the New Haven area around this issue that the Dalio report has brought up of all of the disconnected youth in Connecticut, and trying to brainstorm and collaborate to come up with ideas on solutions on how to re-engage these students. What I noticed from the conversations that we had is that we really do struggle to collaborate across the state. There are pockets of really great programs that are going on. I know in New Britain, I learned about an OIC program that I lived in New Britain and had never heard of it before. Or in Hartford, the Forge City Works program. That sounds amazing with the work that they're doing with youth that are struggling. And I said, even with all of these amazing programs, we still have 119,000 disconnected youth. So what is the issue that we're seeing here? And really and truly, one of the biggest issues I saw was the disconnectedness, and that really and truly, when a student comes to me and I know they're having issues, it's a one-off whether or not I know what programs to recommend to them in order to help them and their families. It really shouldn't be that way. It shouldn't be about who you know in order to get supports. And I truly believe that Bill 5213 would allow for a connectedness across the state for these services that could be provided to these youth. I work with 5th and 6th graders, and I can be honest with you that even at this young age, I can see the disconnect starting to happen, or it's already very real. This past week, we've worked on bringing some football players to the school to celebrate Read Across America, and to try and like really reignite these students through a different lens, and giving them some different experiences to try and reignite them. But we're, you know, each teacher is only one teacher, and if we were able to have some form of document that we could refer to with a list of what different supports there are across the state, I think it would be truly, truly helpful. I appreciate your time this evening, and thank you so much for listening to everyone's testimony.
Yeah, thank you so much. And first and foremost, appreciate the work that you do in the classroom on behalf of these students and their families. And for highlighting that, you know, the disconnected young person's report talks about 14 to 26-year-olds, but as you noted, it's even earlier. I think that you all are identifying that in a classroom and in a school. So that prevention piece is just as important.
Yep.
Senator McCrory?
Yeah. Yes. Again, Gail, thanks for your hard work as an educator in the Bloomfield Public School System. I was unable to get to your reading program, but I was there in spirit. I just want to go back to some of the things you said in your 5th and 6th graders. As you know, as an educator, all the research shows that disengagement starts at probably grade 3 or 4 when our children do not have the ability to read. And they become disengaged from that point on because they begin to fall further and further behind. And all the research I've seen and reached and saw myself by 9th grade, especially in a lot of urban areas, we lose about 50% of our 40 to 50% of our children by 9th grade. They're falling out. So this disengagement, like I said earlier, has started a long time ago and been around a long time. And this piece of legislation will probably try to help solve that problem, where we can have places where you can go as an educator, a place where you can tell the parents that they can will be useful for their children. So that's
Correct.
legislation is so important. I thank you for your service as an educator and continue the great work you're doing.
Thank you. And just to be clear, I'm technically an academic interventionist. I'm not a classroom teacher anymore. So I am working every day one-on-one with our students that are struggling the most in both reading and math. So I am that contact person. As of right now, you know, they're younger. So oftentimes they are still present in school, but I can see it in them. I can see the disconnect, and I'm trying really hard to be as creative as I can to re-engage them. But I need help. I need support.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Seeing no other comments or questions, enjoy your evening. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, Eddie Jimenez. Eddie?
Hi, y'all hear me? Good evening, members of the Education Committee. My name is Eddie Jimenez. I am a 17-year-old attending Windham High School. I'm currently interning at Willimantic Public Library through East Connecticut, Connecticut Youth Employment Program, while also looking for a part-time job. As a father of a newborn, it has been difficult to get to school on time each day. I have missed many days of school due to the challenges being a young parent brings. After a long day at school, I complete my internship hours and take care of my child. Because of these long nights, I wake up late and feel too exhausted for school, but I still try and show up, especially because of the youth programs that help to guide me. I'm currently enrolled in CYEP and the Cool Directions program. These two programs have helped me to get a paid work internship close to home, provide financial support so I'm able to graduate with my driver's license, gain work readiness skills, and complete a career portfolio with efficient documents displaying my experience and skill set to the workforce. I'm also enrolled in the Supporting Pregnant and Parenting Teens program, which provides support for my child and one-on-one mentoring. These programs benefit me by allowing me to grow, experience, and learn skills I will need as an adult. While providing the financial support, these programs push me to be better in my future and stay motivated for my child. Sometimes there are mental support I need. Without the EastCon programs and SPPT, I would have probably dropped out of school and have no ambition to complete anything. Where my mentors reach out to me and work together, I immediately get ready and begin heading to school to start my day. I complete work from all my programs and classes and complete the rest of my school day. These programs can be extremely beneficial to others that may feel left behind, or to others who lack tools and resources to build a successful future for themselves. The word about these helpful programs should be spread across all educational systems in the state. Many youth can benefit but may not be able to find the resources to get assistance needed. I heard about the program from my social worker, and it has truly changed my life. It was a funny story, but without all the youth programs that have assisted me as I step into fatherhood, I wouldn't be motivated to continue to graduate, to find a career pathway, and to grow as a disconnected youth. Because of these programs, I did not slip through the cracks, and I'll be able to tell my child about how EastCon and SPBT drove me to strive for success and a healthy future. Time of essence. That is why EastCon and I are part of the Opportunity Youth Initiative, a coalition that has provided a plan to support Connecticut taking meaningful action. HB 5213 includes essential steps such as developing a comprehensive statewide plan to support the success of disconnected youth and expanded a shared data system to improve coordination and outcomes. Thank you for letting me say my testimony. Any questions?
Thank you so much for sharing your personal story with us and for advocating on behalf of others. I don't see any questions from we're on Zoom, so enjoy your evening. Next up, we have Charles Razor.
Dear legislative representatives, hello, my name is Charles Razor. I'm 25 and I'm from Stamford, Connecticut. I'm currently working with DOMIS Work and Learn program. As of right now, I'm searching for more work despite the turbulence within the process. But my life growing up, I had the blessing of having both parents. Still made the wrong decisions, especially as a teenager, because I wanted to do things on my own and not have to ask anybody for anything. Personally, if I would have been more worried on my future rather than chasing a high and money, things could have been different for me. But in your years of youth, for a lot of us, it's hard to realize that. As of right now, as I mentioned before, I'm a part of Domus Work and Learn and Invictus, but they both go hand to hand. Domus Work and Learn is a program that lets the youth work and also teaches how a job-like environment will be. Invictus is a pre-release reentry program for youth to transition back into the community. Without Domus, I wouldn't be making any income and I would be stuck between like a rock and a hard place. Other youth can definitely benefit off programs like this because they'll be learning how it goes and how to act in a working environment. And for the ones that were recently incarcerated, they'll be able to re-enter the community the right way. And more programs like this can definitely make an impact on our youth. I want our youth to have more opportunities and better guidance, especially guidance from ones who are successful or changed and have gone through same experiences and circumstances, similar life events. But everybody's situation can be different. But regarding the disconnected youths, everything that we all go through falls into one thing, and that's the disconnection of our youth. There needs to be more programs like this all across Connecticut, and that's why I support the bill HB 5213. This bill will provide a path, opportunities, and guidance for the youth, such as it's done for me. And thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Charles. I appreciate you testifying today. Representative McCarty.
All right, have a good one.
I just wanted to thank you, Charles, for being here. And maybe we've heard a lot of good things today about Domus. And could you just, so did they help you with a pathway?
Yes, when I was in the halfway house, they came, they dropped off clothes, gave me gift cards. They really looked out for me.
So you speak highly of the organization, and it helped you to move forward then?
Yes, definitely. It keeps me focused.
Good. Thank you very much.
Okay, no problem.
Thanks, Charles.
Have a good one. All right, you too.
All right, we're gonna jump around for a moment. Pat Hayes.
Good afternoon. Is the mic on? Can you hear me?
Yep.
All right, good. Chairman McCrory and Curry, and for the honorable members of the Education Committee. I'm Pat Hayes. I'm a resident in Weathersfield and a member of the Chef Movement Coalition, organization that is trying to help the solutions that were put in place by the chef agreement 35 years ago. And I want to say I tentatively support House Bill 5212 because it's very good. The bill as it's currently written fixes that deficit, $60 million that the governor's proposal moves out of the education funding. So that part is good, and that for that reason alone, we want to support this bill. But there are several opportunities to improve the bill, and Alex Knopp, the legal counsel for the plaintiffs of Chef, has submitted the written testimony, and he referred to a couple of them. I just want to call your attention to them. 2 or 3 that are involving with the open choice implementation for Chef immediately, but also as options for the open choice regions throughout the state. And some of them are nuanced, but There was one additional one that is not in the current proposal, but in Alex's testimony. He borrows this from the governor's recent budget proposal, February 7th, or House Bill 5050. A 3% increased entry fee for those towns that are part of the open choice system to encourage them to attract more students. Basically, that's from Hartford to the receiving suburbs. And that's an underused resource. Open choice is, a big opportunity that's gone unfulfilled. So thank you for your time. Any questions?
We appreciate your testimony. I don't see any questions here or online. Have a great evening. Sean Allen.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
Co-Chair Curry, Co-Chair Senator McCrory, ranking members, and all of the Education Committee. My name is Sean Allen. I'm the founder of the Equity Enrichment Alliance. I like to put things in perspective. I work with students in New Haven, and a big portion of that I take as a father of four. There's some things that I use every day when I get up and do my work. And it goes by, quit yelling at your kids before they go to bed and expect them to sleep well. Quit yelling at your kids in the morning right after they wake up before school and expect them to have a good day. You set the tone for your children. You set the tone for your voice that they will always remember in their heads. You become their inner voice. Don't be their inner critic. Let's raise kids who don't need therapy to heal from childhoods. Speak life, speak love, speak bravery and kindness and hope. Speak wisdom and truth, but most of all, listen to your children. Be their safety net. Be their home. For a lot of the children we work with as educators, school is the only safe place they know. The definition of disconnection is a state of being isolated or detached. How many times as adults have we felt detached or isolated? How many times have we experienced heightened emotional distress? How many times have we had to wake up and go to work under stress? How many times have we been distracted by our own personal problems that it became too much for us to focus? This emotional turmoil can affect a person's ability to effectively engage. A student who is emotionally unavailable or struggling to cope with personal issues may inadvertently create a classroom environment that is less conducive to learning, so they act out. Some of them don't even come to school altogether. Disconnected youth feel unsupported, neglected, overlooked, unloved, rejected. We live in a system where we focus more on passing grades than an individual student's well-being, and that's a huge problem. In our relentless pursuit of academic standards, test scores, and curriculum milestones, we have marginalized a significant segment of our student population, the disconnected youth. These are students who feel disillusioned with the traditional education system. They are dealing with personal challenges, mental health issues, trauma, and a host of other factors that hinder their ability to thrive academically and emotionally. Education is not a one-size-fits-all endeavor. We must not lose sight that we must continue to update our teaching methodologies. We must become advocates, not only through paychecks, but through practice. We need to start fostering meaningful connections, providing tailored support to each student's individualized needs. And most importantly, we need to create inclusive environments that nurture their holistic development. When we overlook the needs of disconnected youth in favor of academic agenda, we do a disservice not only to those students, but to a society as a whole. We risk perpetuating cycles of disengagement, underachievement, and lost potential that have far-reaching implications for our communities. To sum it up, please remember that a lot of our disconnected youth are yelled at before they went to bed and expected to sleep well. They are yelled at in the morning right after they wake up before school and expected to have a good day. Through our actions, we set the tone for our children. We set the tone for our voice that they will always remember in their heads. By passing this bill, we become their inner voice. Let's not be their inner critic. Let's raise kids who don't need therapy to heal from childhoods. By passing this bill, we speak life, we speak love, we speak bravery and kindness and hope. We speak wisdom and truth, but most of all, let's listen to our children. Be their safety net, be their home. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those words. Any questions or comments? Senator McCrory.
I'm sorry, because I missed the first minute of your
That's
presentation.
all right.
I had to step out and I saw you've been waiting patiently all
Yeah,
day.
no problem.
Sean, where's your organization located?
So we're founded out of Hartford. I live in New Milford, Connecticut. We have an office in Hartford, but currently doing work right now in New Haven, Connecticut.
And what age group is the population you service?
So I'm working 11 through 14-year-olds. So we find that the disconnected youth are at our high school students, but it starts, we should be starting at pre-K. And when I talk to the kids, a lot of them and how they act and their behaviors, you got kindergartners walking through the school and they're looking up to these students. So to break generational curses, we have to start at a younger age, and we have to, move that up the line. But what I realize is a lot of our education committee, and even myself, if we're not going home where these kids go home to, if we're not seeing what they deal with on a day-to-day basis, we're thinking outside the box, and we need to put ourselves in the box to really make these decisions.
Yeah, I hope you'll be a part of these conversations in any committee that is formed after this bill is passed, because what you're saying hits home, hits the right point.
Absolutely.
A lot of things that we can do outside the home, we can do as much as we can, but it's a part of this, we're going to even have to help our parents, because there's no book that teaches you how to be a parent. There's no book that teaches you how to talk to your child. There's no book that teaches you how to read to your children at night. So it sounds like what you're saying is clearly these resources, these supports are needed, like you said, in kindergarten.
Yeah.
Right. So in the way you're speaking, what you're speaking, how you're speaking to this legislation is extremely important. I hope you stay focused in a part of the programming as we move forward. So
I appreciate
thank you for your testimony. Thank you for staying here all day to let the public know you're looking at this from another angle.
Absolutely.
Because this is a wholesome situation that we're dealing with. I think Representative Johnson has her hand up.
I just wanted to thank you so much for those words. They were very excellent. And I just wondered where you're working. Do you have the liaisons between the schools and the families? I know that that's one way to connect with the parents and maybe help them with the interaction of the children.
Yeah, so I sit on the advisory council for the Fatherhood Engagement Leadership Team for the state of Connecticut. So I work with DCF. A lot of our students are involved in DCF. We find that a lot of our minority population, the fathers are not involved. You have mothers, sometimes they're working. We're trying to engage fathers. So it stems from, when you go home, transportation is one part of the issue. It's a whole issue, right? How do we get up? And one of my students, she had a hoodie on, and there's this no hoodie policy, and she was complaining about her edges, and from a policy standpoint, that's wrong, right? But as a woman, like I told my educators, if you came today, if you had to come in as a woman with no makeup on around your colleagues, how would you feel? So little problems like this are larger for them. And sometimes as educators and administrators, we don't really look deeper into what's going on, how they feel. And we need to really tap in. But parents are one thing, the parents are disconnected. It's not even the students. How do you engage a student who wasn't woken up and then have to wake themselves up, get themselves dressed, cook their own breakfast? So we need to look deeper in that. And everybody here, we are their parents. So the decisions we make, we're stepping up as a parent advocate for these children. We can make a decisions all we want, but they're home by themselves dealing and doing stuff that we probably never done as adults. And they have more trauma than we have as children. So it's important that we realize that when we make a decision, we're making decisions for children who are raising themselves.
Thank you so much for that and spending the time here today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I appreciate it.
Representative Zupkus.
Thank you. Thank you for coming today.
Thank you.
Even me as a very engaged parent, you make me reflect, because what you say is important when they go to bed and go to school.
Yeah.
And I have to always remind myself, because sometimes it's just not that easy. But with that being said, what's the name of your group?
Equity Enrichment Alliance.
Great. And so exactly kind of in a nutshell, what do y'all do?
So we advance equity enrichment programs. So I work with the students and the staff as a consultant pretty much. So I'm trying to promote equity from a different lens. So I teach social emotional learning to the teachers as well. I teach a fatherhood inclusion program because as affinity bias, we don't realize there's a lot of biases and implicit biases that we have. So it's kind of giving light to a subject from a different lens. Like the statement that I read earlier as a parent really hits me, and it brings me to tears, because I thought about, was I loved? Am I loving Am I loving my children the right way? Am I doing certain things that, I lacked as a kid? And can I do better? And we don't realize it. And, we look at these kids as, oh, there are issues, they're problematic, this and that. I tell my kids I love them.
Right.
And these are my students. And they, well, why would you say you love me? I said, you could tell me you hate me and don't know me. I says, but to some of us, you probably never even been told I love you today. I asked the lady outside today, I said, how was your day? The lady feeding, she said, thank you for that. I serve people all day and nobody even asked me how I'm doing today. So these are certain things that go a long way that we need to start changing. And just how we approach the conversations we have, it makes it real when we're parents. And these kids, like I said, just things like I love you or have a good day, see you later,
Yeah, I think you're 100% spot on. And I think the work that you're doing is wonderful.
I appreciate
So
it.
that's why I wanted to know what the name of your organization is. And we can learn a lot from what you do, because I agree about how you come about it. It's not always about money. Everyone needs money, but it's investment from time and a heart into a
Absolutely.
lot of these kids. Just quickly, I sat with Senator McCrory actually years ago, and a kid came in and rough family, probably no family. And the bottom line is he just wanted love.
Yeah.
And you can't
That's all it is.
legislate love. So thank you for what you're doing. You're making
Thank you
a
guys for what you're
difference.
doing. Thank you.
Representative McCarty.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too wanted to thank you for being here today. I was Googling, reading about your organization and the mission, and your words are very powerful and very meaningful. My question would go, so today, all day, we've been hearing from a number of nonprofits, and quite a few came from Hartford, which I'm very pleased to have heard from them all. Do you do any kind of cooperation with each other? Do you talk to the other nonprofits that have a similar mission? Just to clarify.
Absolutely. So we're a newly formed nonprofit. I've been in the education field for about 20 years. I was a admissions counselor at a college. So now I'm starting to open up. I'm trying to, we're having in May, the end of May at Southern Connecticut State University, we're trying to bus in 25 at-risk youth males from each city. Have them talk to legislators. And I think we need more people with lived experiences, because we could sit on the board from the outside, but to have people who are really going through it, be a part of the decision-making process, and also talk to you. Like the students that were here today was important, because as a child, I never had that. And a lot of our students that we deal with don't have that. They feel that if I can't communicate, nobody cares. So I think if we can have that open dialogue, and we want other organizations, legislators to come talk, the board chairs, have the education committee there, come talk to these children and see, these youth males who just need a picture with a name, or a name with a picture and a face, and to have somebody, be their advocates, but in real life, and say, hey, listen, this is where I was, and now here I am today because of you, because we had a conversation, and it's just a gap. And a lot of us, I serve on a lot of boards. From the outside looking in, we're looking at you as, you need to make this decision. You need to do this. You got your obstacles that you face, and then students have their own obstacles. So how can we have the meeting of the minds with everybody who was here today to make some real change?
Well, you certainly emphasize the need for connectedness.
Absolutely.
From right across. So thank you for being here. We'll look forward to continuing the work with you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for your time. We're going to go to Stephen Hernandez and then bounce back up to Cynthia Ratchelis. Stephen?
That testimony just made me proud of being a resident of the state. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Steve Hernandez here. I'm the Executive Director of CONCAN. To the co-chairs and the ranking members, honored to be before you again. I'm going to jump firstly to House Bill 5213. Whether you call it an achievement gap or an opportunity gap, far too many students have fallen behind. And rather than graduating high school, attending college, or gaining employment, they are on pipelines to despair, harm of self, harm of others, and risky behavior. This is a problem of known depth and breadth that takes a concerted, committed effort to address. By understanding that to this day, 20% of his students or more are either disconnected or engaged, we begin to comprehend the universality and persistence of this issue. We find ourselves acutely aware of the impact of disconnection and disengagement, either through the macro lens of unrealized economic potential or through the micro lens of talking with learners and their families who feel and in fact know that this system was not built for them. Systemic issues must be addressed through coordination, communication, and a common sense of purpose. Additionally, the support we provide should be personalized, built on strong relationships and a belief that all young people can succeed when given the opportunity. House Bill 5213 gets the balance right. This proposal elevates the experience of disengaged youth as the outcome of a disconnected and disengaging system that, with the right coordination and information sharing, can give our practitioners the insights and resources they need to do the student-focused work of building trust and innovating systems of support. For House Bill 5212 concerning education funding, public education is the one investment a state can make that is directly linked to its own viability and longevity. But that return on investment is much more than increased economic activity or income potential. It includes children accessing the value of their inherent worth, with trusted adults guiding students through challenging academic material toward attaining the skills to guide their own lives, achieve their liberty, and pursue the deep fulfillment, individuality, and individually and in community. House Bill 5212 is our pathway to a vision of a universal educated populace. This legislation stands to positively impact every public school student at every school in every corner of the state. A magnet school student from Enfield will receive the necessary funds to honor her educational choice, perhaps as I did as a kid in Chicago, while preserving Enfield's ability to offer robust programming for all of its schools. If you're a kindergartner in New Haven, your district will have more resources to enrich your learning. For a VOAG high school student in Woodbury, a streamlined funding process ensures that you can build your skills alongside students who are passionate about agriculture, building our own local food systems of tomorrow, from food as medicine to food as a fuel of a healthy learner and a dynamic economy. And finally, if you're a fourth grader attending a charter school in Norwich and beyond, you will continue to see funding based on your personal needs aligned with effective student-weighted needs. Our hope is that years down the road, we will look back to say that 2024 was the year that we recommitted to and actually practiced our constitutional commitment to robust educational access and opportunity for every learner. With that, I thank you and I welcome your questions.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Any questions? Representative McCarty.
Thank you very much and welcome to Education Committee.
Thank you.
It's always so good to hear your testimony and your insights, Steve, and you need to be recognized as a leader in the state for really bringing all this together, that we understand that our children can't learn in the classroom unless they feel valued. And you've done a lot of great work in that regard, and I want to thank you. But you just said a few words that the system seems to be disconnected and disengaged. And would you like to just give us a few more insight on what you mean by that? And I know today is an effort to undo that type of work, but just to give you that opportunity to talk a little bit more about what we can do to undo some of that.
It was many years ago that several members of this legislature, in fact, committed to closing what we understood then to be an achievement gap by 2020. And here we are. And what was interesting in the Achievement Gap Task Force report that was issued those many, many years ago now, was that the report did something and really highlighted the fact that the day of the child in the school does not exist in a vacuum. Some of what the previous speaker talked about, which are the housing implications, the food insecurity, the disconnection from community and from family, the disconnects that happen early on and perpetuate really an understanding by the kid, firstly, innately, that they don't belong there, they don't want to be there. And then later on, when a child gets older, the kid becomes an investor in their own future. And when they realize that the school environment isn't actually something that is enriching their potential, they will leave. So what I'm afraid of is that pandemic has taught young people that school is even less and less relevant because we're not evolving an educational system that responds to the learner and new potential for learning new technologies, new ideas, but actually we are stifled in our history of how it is that we educate. And that in and of itself will continue to disengage kids, more and more kids, not just children who are growing up without adequate resources.
I think we'd like to continue that conversation at some point because I think that's crucial.
Yeah.
And it's really what we're aiming to do here with the Education Committee right now, and to find all those solutions. I think everyone here would agree that it's so complex and these students have such great need in so many areas that it's important for us to understand that and to get it right. So I hope we can continue these conversations. And just again, thank you for bringing and highlighting this over a number of years. Thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing no other comments or questions?
That's- Every time you come before us, you say something else that's so powerful. We're just sitting here saying, yeah, COVID exposed a lot of things, but it also exposed something to the children.
That's
And
right.
like you said,
That's right.
now they're looking at, well, how relevant this education is for me in my life right now in the 21st century. And that's what our children are saying. So when you see the disconnect,
That's right.
it's coming from both ways, because now they're disconnected from a system that's supposed to be prepared for them, prepare them for a future
That's right.
that's not capable or needs the professional development with technology and everything, because this technology is not going away. And the kids are going to use it.
That's
And
right.
if you can't adjust to their learning styles, like we have to adjust to as educators, we get to turn, listen, I don't want to be here all night. Thank you for your
Thank you.
testimony once again.
Thank you, sir.
Good brother.
I would reflect, sir, that, children are scientists. They're researchers in their own lives. They are testing, they are titrating their experiences to see what works and what doesn't. And rather than treat children like test bunnies, we should treat them like partners in understanding what part of their education is working for them and what could be better.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Thank you.
That 20th century model in a 21st century world. All right, Diana Perry online. Diana, thank you for your wait.
Good evening, Senator McCrory and honorable co-chairs and members of the Education Committee. My name is Diana and I serve as CREC's Regional Trauma Coordinator. I'm here to thank you for raising HB 5213 in its entirety and specific to Section 12 and asking for a $1.2 million line item for the Resk Alliance to continue offering Uplift, the trauma-informed care training and consultation program that others have spoken about today. In my opinion, when each Resk was legislatively mandated to hire us to create this program, it marked the first significant action aimed at addressing the impacts of trauma since the legislation that was enacted after Sandy Hook. It signaled an understanding among legislators that trauma exposure is an issue that isn't going anywhere, and that it necessitates something better than temporary fixes, blaming educators, or ignoring the problem. We cannot deny that our schools are at a breaking point as they navigate debilitating learning losses and higher staff attrition and medical leave rates while trying to support unprecedented youth mental health concerns. Our state budget can reflect a commitment to professional development that empowers educators and systems to cultivate resilience in themselves and their students. You as the Education Committee know that trauma exposure and toxic stress are prevalent in youth and that its effects can impact neurological, emotional, academic, and social development. Without trauma-informed systems, exposure can lead to higher rates of discipline referrals, suspensions, chronic absenteeism, juvenile justice engagement, diminished self-worth, and lower graduation rates in academic engagement. These disparities and other devastating public health risks increase exponentially for BIPOC and other marginalized or disconnected students. The crisis is real. As Dana stated earlier, droves of school staff are leaving their professions in part because of the increased strain placed on them by the extreme disparities that have been magnified by the COVID-19 pandemic. 40% of adults in the state report symptoms of anxiety and depression. These are our educators and support staff who are tasked with addressing the complex issues that our youth carry with them into their buildings. Uplift aims to assist schools in understanding how to move from survival mode into learning mode. We currently collaborate with 27 teams from 20 school districts, and many more want to join. I would like to say unequivocally that our students deserve a state that prioritizes equitable access to training on how to mitigate the impacts of trauma and toxic stress on their lives and the lives of school staff. This line item would show our youth that their state understands that a trauma-informed educational approach is crucial for student and staff well-being, and that schools deserve comprehensive, high-caliber training to adopt such an approach. Thus far, 9 out of 10 of the adults who received our foundational module alone report that the concepts are relevant and can be implemented immediately, and 95% of the youth that we spoke with felt that their schools would benefit from engaging in and having access to Uplift. We're trying to help foster safer learning environments for our youth and educators. Committing this small fraction of the overall budget will make it so that our districts don't have to pay to learn how to understand and respond to the needs of not only youth exposed to trauma and toxic stress, but also their peers, families, and staff members. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much for your testimony and your work. I don't see any questions. Enjoy your evening. Next up, Dr. Gregory Jackson. Dr. Jackson, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you very much, members of the committee. I want to apologize in advance for my perhaps indecorous and satirical approach towards expressing some of my concerns regarding HB 5212. As I hear a lot of the things that are being said here, what I find most comical about the whole situation is that living in one of the wealthiest states in the country, if not the wealthiest state in the country, in the most powerful country in the world, that we're having a question whether or not we could equitably fund our schools. I hear that, and I'm not sure if I want to cry or want to laugh. I think it's somewhat shameful that what we're doing now is creating a zero-sum game between schools that are already underfunded and understaffed with respect to fighting over limited resources. I think it's disingenuous to suggest that charter schools are anything but non-for-profit, as I myself had the displeasure of working for one for a short period of time. I currently work in the public education system in New Haven, and I see firsthand how our students are struggling with trauma. So what I would like to encourage the members of the committee to consider is not just training staff and faculty, but rather to deal with the trauma that our students are dealing with, but rather to provide us with more professionals that can address the trauma that our students are feeling on a regular basis by coming into our classrooms with more student socio-emotional learning programs that they can deliver on a regular basis, in addition to the curriculum that we're being tasked to deliver. I think anything short of that is really fighting an uphill battle. We're already dealing with problems with literacy, math, and science. To ask teachers to put on yet another hat and take on more professional development, though well-meaning, and we certainly should be doing that, is not nearly meeting the needs that we have and with our students, who are very often incapable of being able to focus on the things that are taking place in the classroom because of all the things that have been mentioned here already today. So I apologize for perhaps the glib manner in which I'm speaking about this, but I do think it's something that we really shouldn't be asking people to really to be fighting over resources amongst communities that already are underserved. We live in the richest state in the country. Perhaps we ought to share the wealth. I drive every day from what appears to be an apartheid-like state between neighborhoods that are not fighting for such resources into inner cities, and it's just simply unacceptable. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jackson. Don't see any questions or comments. Enjoy your evening. And I do apologize to Cynthia, who I marked as already having gone, but I think that's just because I said your name out loud. But Cynthia, you're online. My apologies.
That's all right. You just give me a little bit of a complex. No problem. Okay. Good evening, Representative Curry, Senator McCrory, and honorable members of the Education Committee. My name is Cynthia Ratchelis, and I'm a former special educator, building principal, and currently the Director of Trauma Support Services at ACES, which is one of the 6 Resk collaborating to provide trauma-informed care to programs across the state. Today, I come before you in support of Section 12 of HB 5213 and to emphasize the critical need for continued funding for the regional trauma coordinator positions, whose primary focus has been to develop and implement a no-cost trauma-informed care program for Connecticut's public school districts. This initiative is not merely an investment, it's a lifeline for our students who are silently battling the repercussions of trauma. Trauma isn't a buzzword, it's a lifeline. Many students who would otherwise slip through the cracks of our educational system. By adopting trauma-informed practices, we acknowledge the profound impact trauma can have on a child's development and adjust our schooling and approach accordingly. I want you to picture this. Student walks into your school, they're brimming with potential, they're excited to be there, and they want to learn. However, beneath the facade lies a reality that we often don't know about or aren't aware of, the burden of untreated and often unrecognizable trauma. Whether it stems from abuse, neglect, adverse experiences, it can cast a long shadow over a child's life. Without the proper support and understanding, the students grappling with untreated trauma struggle to grow academically, behaviorally, socially, and emotionally. And as educators, it's imperative that we be able to recognize the signs of trauma and provide the nurturing and connected environment these students desperately need. The regional trauma coordinators have been focused on developing and implementing a trauma-informed care program tailored to meet the needs of our schools. It isn't just about addressing trauma as it occurs, but it's also about prevention and early intervention. By training mental health workers in schools through a train-the-trainer model, we empower our educators to recognize signs of trauma and provide appropriate supports. The impact of the program goes beyond the classroom and those students who have experienced trauma. A trauma-informed approach benefits all students. It extends to those students who are at risk of falling through the cracks for whatever the reason, those who may become disconnected from their education and their communities. By identifying and assisting these vulnerable students, we're not only changing their trajectories, we're changing their lives. The need for regional trauma coordinators and a comprehensive trauma-informed program for our schools and students has never been more pressing. Our children deserve learning environments where they feel safe, they feel supported, they feel cared about. They deserve the opportunity to succeed and soar, despite their past experiences. Thank you for your time, and I urge you to pass this out of committee.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Don't see any questions. Enjoy your evening. We're going to jump down to Chris Breslin. Good evening.
Good evening, Senator McCrory, Representative Curry, Representative McCarty, and the distinguished members of the Education Committee. My name is Christopher Brecklin. I'm the Director of Data and Digital Systems at Compass Youth Collaborative, and I'm here to testify in support of HB 5213. Compass interrupts violence in the city of Hartford by building transformative relationships with youth at the center of the violence. Our Peace Builders provide youth tools to create sustained behavior change and transition successfully to adulthood. Young people who enroll with Compass are typically between the ages of 16 and 20 and can be in our program for up to 4 years. Most of the youth we serve are at risk of not completing high school or are disconnected from work and higher education. 63% of the young people at Compass have some sort of current or previous involvement with the justice system. Please refer to written testimony by our CEO, Jacqueline Santiago Nazario, for more details on what Compass is doing in Hartford. HB 5213's emphasis on at-risk and disconnected youth directly aligns with the work that Compass is doing to re-engage Hartford's hardest-to-reach young people. The Peace Builders program combines evidence-based practices like trauma-informed care and hospital violence intervention with a robust case management platform that tracks every program interaction and provides real-time feedback to the staff at every level of the organization. We're on track to record more than 30,000 interactions this year with just under 300 individuals in Hartford. Data informs our day-to-day activities, our understanding of participant safety and outcomes, our strategic priorities, and our partnerships throughout the community. Many sections of HB 5213 reference data sharing, which we know is vital to working with disconnected youth. In Hartford, we've seen success with data sharing partnerships like the Opportunity Youth Collaborative and the Hartford Data Collaborative. We also partner with school districts to help keep young people on track to graduate, and we would be able to better inform our work with improved access to the P20 system and with the added time requirements in this bill to make it stricter for when districts have to report data. HB 5213 will also streamline the ability for providers like Compass that have legitimate educational interests to access student records and prevent young people from falling between the cracks. Although our team has all the appropriate documentation, School districts often find ways to create barriers to accessing education records or transferring that data between districts. This frustrating experience is best illustrated with Freddie's story. While recovering from a gunshot wound, Freddie needed to live with his grandparents who were in a different district. But his own district kept creating new hurdles to getting assignments. You see, he wasn't able to access the third floor walk-up that his family lived in while he was recovering from his injury. Despite all of these challenges, we were able to work with the Center for Children's Advocacy, and Compass was able to get Freddie his assignments. But one of the challenges that we encounter is when somebody is suffering through this trauma and a family is suffering through the trauma of an injury, any kind of violent injury, it's unusual for them to want to stay connected to education. And so it was very difficult for us to stay engaged. And we were able to pull it off, but it took an entire team of advocates. We need to build a new framework for how private providers and businesses can work with state agencies and school districts to tackle Connecticut's unspoken crisis of youth disconnection. Thank you for making this a priority, and we have recommendations to strengthen this bill that we'd love the opportunity to share.
Just going to say, I'm sure we will have many more conversations to be sure that whatever comes out eventually is what it needs to be. But we appreciate the work that Compass is doing, and hopefully will be a model for what we'd like to see kind of built out. Not seeing any further questions or comments. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, so I believe that takes us only down to remote. We are over Kristen Hempel.
Good evening. My name is Kristen Hempel. I'm the Director of Adult and Community Programs at EastCon, and I'm on the Board of Directors for the Connecticut Association for Adult and Continuing Education, and I'm a member of the Opportunity Youth Advocacy Committee with Campaign for a Working Connecticut. I am here before you today to express my strong support of HB 5213 and to draw attention to the needs in our rural communities, particularly the Northeast corner. We often talk about Northeastern Connecticut as the quiet corner. And for young people, however, that part of the state is quickly becoming the forgotten corner. It's happening before our eyes and on our watch. If you grow up here, you are more likely to become disconnected from parasocial institutions than are young people from most other places in Connecticut. The hole of despair here can be quite deep, and bootstrapping doesn't always help. Indeed, our region lights up with need in the published Dalio report, where between 20 to 30% of young people in 10 of our region's towns are considered to be disconnected. That percentage jumps to 30 to 40 in 7 more. And in Windham, our largest community, more than 40% of youth experience disconnection. Evan grew up in Killingly. While his life was far from easy and he struggled in school, Evan's kind nature and commitment to those around him kept him volunteering with developmentally disabled young adults, even after he had satisfied the court-mandated hours. Determined to get his life on the right track, he started adult education and got a job, but a serious fall and continued personal setbacks slowed his progress. He did eventually earn his GED with the support of our programming and now owns his own business and continues to support those people in his community. Hannette moved from Maryland to Killingly when she was 10. As her mother navigated through a troubled marriage, her family fell into a temporary homelessness. Eventually, the family could afford a home in Plainfield, where Hannette and her 3 siblings felt a sense of stability and comfort. Belonging to a tight-knit family with a single parent, however, has required Hannette to take on responsibilities beyond her years, caring for her younger siblings and supporting her mother in any way that she can. Hannette recognizes the sacrifices her mom made and wants to honor her by succeeding in school and pursuing her dreams. Programs like ours, run in partnership with the Eastern Connecticut Workforce Investment Board and delivered in collaboration with high schools and youth service providers, enable at-risk and disconnected youth like Hannette and Evan to explore career pathways, develop the job readiness skills employers covet, and gain the work experience that has been shown to increase lifelong earnings. Our programs make a long-term difference in the lives of the youth and the communities around them. Last year, 93% of Opportunity Youth who participated in our regional employment and training program achieved an attendance record of 80% or better, while 95% returned to school or found jobs. Still, we need a commitment from our lawmakers in Hartford to do whatever it takes right now while we still can. We have been quiet for far too long. Let's do something about this for Evan, for Hannette, and thousands of other young people. Let's start it right now. They need us. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony. Senator Seminara.
Good evening. Thank you. I wanted to personally thank you for your testimony. We've heard throughout the day, not minimizing the youth in urban areas that are affected, but you are so very correct. And I represent the Northwest corner, and you are very correct in identifying that those who are in remote areas of that are equally devastated by this. So I appreciate your testimony, and I wanted to thank you very much for making it.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, have a great evening. Next up is Tiana Hill.
Good evening, Representative Curry, Senator McCrory, Representative McCarty, and honorable members of the Education Committee. My name is Tiana Hill, and I serve as the Regional Trauma Coordinator for LEARN, one of the 6 regional educational service centers. I'm here today to ask that you all please support Section 12 of House Bill 5213 that will continue to support trauma-informed care practices in Connecticut schools. For the past year and a half, I've worked collaboratively with the other regional educational service centers to develop Uplift, a trauma-informed care training program for schools. After spending nearly 2 decades working with at-risk youth, I have found that many of them have had significant trauma histories. In Connecticut, 35% of children between the ages of newborn and 17 have experienced at least one adverse childhood experience, while 80 to 90% of youth who enter the juvenile justice system have experienced a traumatic event or multiple events. This can lead to negative impact on their physical, mental, emotional, and behavior development, and can have a lasting effect on their health, well-being, and prosperity well into adulthood. Studies by the U.S. Center for Disease and Control, Kaiser Permanente, Oregon Health Science Centers have found that preventing developmental adversity and interrupting the progression of adversity over the lifespan holds the potential to reduce healthcare, social services, special education, incarceration, and other costs by over $100 billion. Since developing Uplift, we've trained over 2,500 school staff and service providers to gain foundational knowledge of trauma-informed care. Last year, we had the opportunity to host several focus groups with over 100 students in Connecticut. And many of the students shared that there were not many opportunities to discuss mental health in school, and they wanted more conversations to be integrated into their classes. The students also expressed that there was a need for more school counselors to provide support when they needed help. After completing these focus groups, 95% of the students felt that the information shared was relevant and useful to their lives, and they saw value in their school becoming trauma-informed. We currently have 20 school districts participating in the Uplift program in partnership with Western Connecticut State and the American Federation of Teachers. For those who have completed the Uplift training, 9 out of 10 of our participants have reported that the training concepts are relevant to their work and could be immediately applied in practice. We have a growing mental health crisis among young people, a trend that is both exacerbated and illuminated by COVID. As public service workers, we all have a civic responsibility to ensure that we're doing everything possible to create safe and inclusive environments for all of our students. The Uplift vision is that one day schools across the state will infuse a trauma-informed lens into existing practices, realizing that the shift is critical for the well-being of their students and will positively impact the climate for everyone in the building. I urge you to support funding the trauma-informed care training in all school districts in Connecticut. Together, we can help our children reach their full potential while also saving on the cost of healthcare, social services, special education, and incarceration. I thank you all for your time and consideration. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your testimony, Tiana. We appreciate the time you took today. Representative McCarty.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And Tiana, I'd just like to ask a very quick question. So thank you for all the work that LEARN does, and we've realized how important it is to do all the trauma-informed training. Do you work with the regional behavioral health action organizations as well?
I don't personally, so I don't know if other coordinators have done some work with them, but I haven't personally.
Okay, because I think they have a similar mission with doing the trauma informed training in the schools. So I just was curious, but thank you very much. We appreciate you being here tonight.
Thank you so much for having me.
Being no other questions, have a great evening. Next up, we have 105, Amy Casavina Hall.
Thank you. Good evening. Representative Curry, Senator McCrory, Representative McCarty, and Representative Zupkis, and distinguished members of the Education Committee. My name is Amy Casavina Hall, and I'm a Senior Vice President at United Way of Connecticut, co-chair of the Campaign for Working Connecticut, and a resident of Cheshire. I'm testifying in support of HB 5213, an act concerning disconnected youth. Thank you for this bill. It moves our state to actions that are essential to building the infrastructure and the knowledge needed to make a meaningful difference in the lives of the 116,000 disconnected youth in our communities. Public investment in disconnected youth is essential to promote economic growth and social equity. You know, you've already heard directly from Andrew Ferguson from Dalio Foundation about the report, Connecticut's Unspoken Crisis, and many other speakers about the challenges facing young people in every town in Connecticut. We need to break this pipeline, and it starts with a comprehensive statewide plan that's informed by leading national practices, many of which are already being provided by local nonprofits across the state to the young people who are lucky enough to have a Compass, a RIASAP, a DOMIS, an OPP, a Love 146, and many others that are both in their community and with the philanthropic funding to build the trust and the long-term relationships to make a difference. They really are the bright spots. And Connecticut has no time to lose. HB 5213 includes 2 items at the Opportunity Youth Initiative, an effort of more than 20 organizations in Connecticut that's convened by the Campaign for Working Connecticut. We applaud these critical steps. First is to develop a comprehensive plan that identifies how we can prevent youth from becoming disconnected and re-engage with those who are by working across public and private systems and organizations. And the second is leveraging existing data platforms to improve communication, efficiency, transparency, and most importantly, create accountability and document outcomes for these young people. Disconnected youth are disproportionately involved in our state systems like Department of Children and Families, Justice, DEMIS, and other young people who have experienced homelessness. With a plan and shared data, we can begin to better understand if and how public and private providers are working with young people and coordinate our actions to get better results, stability, well-being, and the quality of life and career that we want for all young people in Connecticut. The cost of inaction is just too high. Unspoken crisis had left unattended. The crisis could cost Connecticut taxpayers upwards of $650 to $750 million annually, and lost tax revenue and public spending. And conversely, success turns those numbers on their head and creates a huge financial return. But I think all of us here agree that's only a fraction of the real benefit. And we've heard about the real benefit today from the very compelling stories of the young people who spent the time to be here and the people who work with them in their community. Thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony in support of HB 5213 and for your continued leadership.
Thank you, Amy, for your testimony and for the United Way's partnership in trying to find real solutions for this particular issue.
Thank you.
Have a great evening. Next up is Dr. Michael Bailey. Doctor, the floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. To co-chairs Representative Curry and Senator McCrory, to the ranking members and distinguished members of the Education Committee, I am the Reverend Dr. Michael David Bailey, the co-pastor of the First Cathedral in Bloomfield. And we also have a large contingency in the greater Hartford area. Our membership extends statewide. I'm also a proud member of Faith Acts for Education. And my purpose for being before you is to support the bill HB 5212. Last year, I testified in support of a funding increase for our schools because we need to end the practices of withholding financial resources that impact children, many of whom are of color and live in such cities as Hartford, New Haven, and Bridgeport. I also spoke at the National Day of Prayer rally on the steps of the Capitol last May. On that day, hundreds of faithful wrapped the Capitol in prayer to pray that our legislators will uphold their commitment to our children whose education has long gone unconscionably under-resourced. When the budget included $150 million increase for K-12 education, that was a victory for equity. The governor's proposal to cut 60+ million from that number breaks the promise we have made to our children. And those of us who fight for education funding can.
All right, it looks like we lost Dr. Bailey, but we will come back to him. Oh, I see him now.
I am here. Can you hear me?
All right, we lost you. We lost you for a second there.
Did I lose you?
You're good.
What about now? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. As I'll start back to the governor's proposal to cut 60+ million from that number breaks the promise we have made to our children. And those of us who fight for education funding cannot allow that to happen. We must remember that many of us have children and fight like hell to make sure they have an over-resourced education. And we are responsible for these children, and we will continue to be responsible for the children. Sometimes, gentlemen and ladies, I want to write the governor a letter with these particular words. Listen to them. Do you want to be known as the person responsible for aborting the future of our kids? I know you will try to escape blame because you believe it's the home only that's impact. It takes more than the home. It takes a village. If you take away funds, you are taking away the livelihoods of people who live in Connecticut. And this will impact the future of the state, especially when people relocate because of the decisions you are making now. Trust me, the decisions you make now will go alongside your name and will forever tarnish your legacy of positively impacting the next generation. Funding is important. The way you desire to disperse funds speaks volumes to the character of you, dear governor. Listen, everyone should receive an excellent education because everyone should receive fair funding. And HB 5212 preserves our promise to work to make that a reality. Early childhood education is in need of resources and should also be fully funded. And we do not need to take money away from one set of kids in order to fund another. We must fund both. I once again implore you to fund every kid like they're your own and fairly fund our Connecticut schools. Remember, what we do now will forever be stamped with our name. And when we look in the history books, do we want our names to be regarded as scoundrels or civilized? In closing, the Bible says in Proverbs chapter 22, verse 1, a good name is to be chosen over great wealth. Favor is better than silver and gold. And I know this council will advocate to the governor to maintain a good name and do right by the children. The legacy of Connecticut depends on it. Please vote yes, all the way yes, on HB 5212. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Bailey. Appreciate you taking time with us today. Have a good evening. Next up is 108 Chelsea Connery.
Hi, good evening, chairs and members of the Education Committee. My name is Dr. Chelsea Connery. I'm a former public school educator, education policy researcher, and I'm here in my role as policy advisor to the Connecticut Tenants Union, part of the Connecticut for All Coalition. Testifying on HB 5212, I support the bill, but I'm asking legislators to make it truly equitable. Specifically, HB 5212 puts some but not all schools on a funding elevator. It would increase the funding of charter schools and certain magnet schools based on inflation, but does not apply that same inflation elevator to neighborhood public schools, nor our Board of Ed run magnets. This is a glaring inequity. The vast majority of our English language learners, families earning poverty wages, housing insecure families, and Black and Brown students in the state are attending our neighborhood public schools. Yet these schools receive the least amount of funding. So I urge you to amend HB 5212 so that our neighborhood schools and all magnets also get increased funding based on inflation. I was a teacher in one of Hartford's neighborhood public schools, and it's hard to overstate the myriad negative impacts of our state's consistent failure to adequately fund these schools. For example, more than once, I started the school year with classes of, say, 32 students and only 26 desks. This might seem like a small issue, but it sticks with me for the way I could feel it send a message to students. They pick up on these little things, and oh, I can hear myself.
Sorry, hold on.
None. Okay.
All right, you're good. Go ahead.
Okay, right. So they pick up on these little things, right? And in so many small ways, the lack of funding in their schools sends them the message that they aren't worthy, that we're not taking them seriously. And as educators, we do our best to counteract that messaging, but we're being stretched ever thinner. And it's hard to not feel the same as our students, ultimately, deemed less than by policymakers. And despite the neoliberal assertion that school choice is a beneficial and necessary reform across contexts, research does not bear this out. So I'll point you to my written testimony, but I'll mention here a study I co-conducted for the Regional School Choice Office. Results based on interviews with 77 families indicated that many from our urban designated districts, Hartford in particular, felt forced into the choice system. What they wanted were quality schools that were close to their home, but they often perceived those neighborhood options as inadequate, specifically citing concerns over the resources available to provide quality educational opportunities. And they're not wrong. Decades of bad policy decisions have meant that the kids who need the most are getting the least. The inequity in HB 5212 is further concerning given that charter schools are privately run and are not accountable nor transparent to taxpayers in the same way public schools are. Again, I'll point you to my written testimony, but two articles I co-authored emphasize how prioritizing charter school funding over neighborhood public schools has more demonstrated harms than benefits. Data behind assertions about academic benefits of charters are highly debatable, and even if they're true, expansion of that system poses substantial risks that could be untenable if they're not adequately addressed, including increased strain on already financially stressed districts, predatory real estate deals, wasteful and fraudulent related party transactions, and the loss of student rights. Ultimately, I'll wrap up, yeah. Connecticut, as the wealthiest state in our country, should be a state where all of our residents, our adults, our children, our young people can thrive and learn regardless of zip code, race, language, or how much money their parents make. Appreciate you taking the time tonight.
Thank you so much. I don't see any comments. Please enjoy your evening, and I hope you take your advocacy also to the municipal level that has the responsibility for also funding our traditional public school systems. Have a great evening. Next up is Kate Erickson. Kate, nice to see you.
Good morning, or good evening, sorry, not morning. Thank you for your commitment to this process and the hours that you're putting in today. It's nice to see you, Representative Curry, Senator McCrory, and of course, Representative McCarty. Thank you for staying so long. My name is Kate Erickson. I serve as the Executive Director of Learn in Southeastern Connecticut's Regional Educational Service Center. I'm honored to address you today and am representing the Resk Alliance in supporting Bill 5212 as it relates to magnet funding. Over the past 3 decades, Learn has played a pivotal role in operating magnet schools in southeastern Connecticut. Magnet schools are the largest form of school choice in Connecticut, and they're innovative and open to all students within the state, regardless of zip code. The effort to desegregate schools in the United States has been fostered in part by the development of magnet schools. Though through magnet schools, students can access programs that are racially, culturally, linguistically, and socioeconomically diverse. By providing and supporting parental choice, we support voluntary desegregation, which we know leads to a stronger academic outcomes for students. It is crucial to highlight today that in the last 15 years, magnet schools have received only a meager 2% increase in per pupil funding. While the proposed 3% increase in per pupil funding by the governor is appreciated, it falls short of addressing the rising operational costs accumulated over the past decade and a half. I commend the progressive step taken by Connecticut legislators last year when they introduced an education funding model encompassing all public school districts and choice options. This comprehensive approach ensures that each child in Connecticut's public school system, whether attending their local district schools, a vocational agricultural program, a charter school, or a magnet school, is seen and valued. This strategic cohesion and funding aligns with the Resk Alliance's vision for the future of education in Connecticut, supporting each child and family. I extend my appreciation to the Education Committee for their forward-thinking approach in state funding. While significant strides were made last year, it is crucial to recognize that transformative work must be a collective effort to ensure impact. To ensure that no one is left behind. It is evident that fixing the education funding model has a more profound impact than sporadic increases in choice programs that occur once every decade. The Resk magnet schools, educating over 13,000 students across the state, passionately urge you to advocate for sustainable funding for all public school models. On a different note, I would be remiss if I didn't express my gratitude to the state legislators in investing in the Resk Alliance's teacher residency program. Over the past 4 years, this program has successfully produced over 100 elementary teachers of color. As we expand the TRP into special education, we are confident that this workforce development initiative will double the number of new educators of color in Connecticut within the next 2 years. Removing the financial barriers through state investment will enable us to continue diversifying the field of education and bringing in more Black and Brown professionals. Lastly, the Resk Alliance is very appreciative when the state entrusts us with supporting statewide efforts to enhance the mental health of our students. We are deeply appreciative of HB 5213, Section 12, and its renewed commitment to ensure our agencies can provide systemic training on trauma-informed practices. More than ever, our districts, schools, teachers, and students require these tools to address the acute needs arising from traumatic life experience. I'd like to also extend another invitation. I think you've gotten 40 from us this week for our legislative breakfast tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m. It's a virtual legislative breakfast. So we'd love to have you attend and join us in conversations to get more detail about what the Resks are doing. So thank you for acknowledging all the issues that I mentioned, and I urge you to invest in Resk to build effective and sustainable systemic supports. Your partnership is invaluable in creating a brighter future for Connecticut's educational system. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kate. Representative McCarty.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And Kate, thank you for your testimony this evening, highlighting the value of the work that all the rest do, but in our district learn. So I asked, I want to pronounce her name properly, Tatiana, I think it was.
Yes.
Hill a little bit earlier about.
Yeah, Tiana Hill.
Tiana, yes. Just for my edification, do you work with the regional behavioral health organizations as well on the trauma piece of informing trauma information for our training for our teachers?
Not so much for the training at this time.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that. But again, thank you for all the great work, especially with the teacher residency program. It's been a great deal of success there, and we certainly appreciate all the work of Learn. Thank you, Kate.
Thank you, Kathleen. Thank you, everyone. Have a good evening.
Thank you so much, Kate. Take care. And with that, a little over 8 hours, we are done with our speaker list. Is there anybody in the room left? It does not appear so. Nice to see you. Have a good night. I don't see anybody else online, so just a quick thank you to members here in the room and those online who stayed with us and were with us throughout the day. Also to our education committee team who have taken on various roles while our good Rosie is out of town. So thank you very much to the three of you here. And our next public hearing will be a week from today. We signed some more bills, so take a look out for that later tonight or tomorrow for what you should see next week. With that, we will go ahead and adjourn and have a great evening.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Take care, Representative.